Good morning and welcome back to Knockhill for day 2 of the Caterham Motorsport season 2022, round 6, the penultimate round. Here we go, the action for today. And starting the action, you can see some cars going around the circuit, but they're on their familiarisation laps. So this is we are going in the opposite direction. Remember, we are on the Superhead around this weekend. This is quite unique in British motorsport. We think it's never been done as a single race meeting before, where we have the direction changes yesterday. If you were joining us for yesterday's racing, you would have seen them going around in the opposite direction. So now we have got them coming over the crest and down towards us this time round. But you can see here in this beautiful Knockhill scenery and up here in the hills. If you've never visited Knockhill, we do encourage you to do so. It's a fantastic bit of scenery around here. You can see all the way down to the Forth Bridge. We end across over towards Edinburgh, which is about half an hour. So we're about half an hour north of Edinburgh here at Knockhill. But yes, we've got plenty of Caterham action for you today. Here is the road bridge coming across the Firth of Forth, and Edinburgh in the sort of towards our left-hand side there. But we've got 7 races for you. You brought 6 fantastic races yesterday, but we've got 7 to bring you this weekend. 7 today, so on the Sunday. So we're starting the action with the Roadsports, which we'll bring you shortly. You can see some Academy cars going around, just getting used to going in the opposite direction. Remember, they've dialed themselves in yesterday for going in the clockwise direction. So today they'll be going anti-clockwise. It's their chance to just get used to that this morning. We've then got 2 races today from the 7 Championship UK, so they're going to be racing twice in their 2 20-minute races. And we've also got the 270s, the 310Rs, and the Academies, which you can see on track will be along a little bit later. So we're starting the first action around sort of when this session finishes with the Road Sports, and then we'll be completing all the racing today at around 4:30 this afternoon. So absolutely plenty of Caterham action to bring you. Hopefully you can stick with us all day, and with certainly if the racing yesterday is anything to go by, we've got plenty of opportunity to have some great racing today. So it's Chris Hutchinson here in the commentary box, but we've also got Sam Parker with us today down in assembly. And good morning, Sam. Again, what's the temperature like? I guess that's my first question all the time, because I know how cold it was getting yesterday.
Yes, it was very cold yesterday. It is still very cold today, but it's not quite as cold because the wind isn't quite as strong as yesterday. So hopefully it will stay like that, because it did get rather cold. I was cold to the core yesterday, but still it was a great day's racing for us. So yes, got the Road Sports forming up behind me, ready for their first race today. So hopefully we'll grab a chat with a few of them very shortly.
Yeah, so, I mean, cold out on there, but I said the race cars loved it. They were going absolutely, screaming fast today. Lots of lap records set, and and all the racing was epic. It was certainly hot action out on track.
Yes, it never fails to disappoint, does it, the Caterham racing? So close, always so close. So hopefully, yeah, more of the same. It'll be interesting to see it in reverse. I've never seen this circuit raced in anti-clockwise, so I'm looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, it brings a unique set of challenges. Obviously, not only that, it's not only the new corners, the new braking points, all that kind of stuff. It's just the fact that they've already been dialed into racing forwards. So racing backwards it's going to be intense for them. And then Road Sport, they're in the second step of the ladder, but they're going to be first to experience what it's like to do that on the second day of a race meet. Exactly.
Now, hopefully, I can feel slight rain. So I hope, and I did just check the weather forecast, it is expected at 10 o'clock. There's a 30% chance, so I hope it doesn't come to anything, but you never know, so we'll have to be aware of that. But, because we've got, obviously, the 420s out in a little bit, so they're the ones that will be, crucial what tyres they choose for the race. But hopefully the rain won't come to anything. But Chris, you were saying, we were chatting, weren't we, yesterday about driving it in anti-clockwise. There's just a couple of main overtaking areas.
Yeah, so the hairpin is still going to be a major overtaking opportunity. That will be turn 1 this time. Simon Lambert just moving out of the camera shot there. But it also, because of the exit out of the hairpin, has quite a long stretch down towards Clark. So that will be sort of the second major turn of the course. That is also an overtaking opportunity with the toe. I'm not sure the wind direction is the same as yesterday, but there'll certainly be an opportunity. And we saw that last time we were here in 2018. There were definitely overtakes happening there. Anywhere else is just a bit opportunistic, and you never know what's going to happen. happen. We saw a few, tight moments as we were going. Some people were overtaking through the chicane and all those kind of things, which, again, Caterham drivers are Caterham drivers, so we'll give it a go. But yeah, they're the two main ones. So into the hairpin, turn 1, and then the second major corner, the left-hander at Clark's, as it will be today, that will be another place we'll see cars going past.
Yes, okay, good. I'm going to try and grab a word with David Rook. I'll let him just get his helmet on, but he's got... it's his local circuit, so he's got a lot of guests and family and friends here today watching and supporting him. So, and he had quite a good race yesterday. Finished 7th, I believe. So
6th place in my results.
6th, okay, yep, no, that's right, 6th, and Rocco Ainscough was in 7th. So he will hopefully have another good race today.
You can see the Saltar there by his name, by his nameplate on his car, just as he's getting his helmet on. It's probably good not to get until he's put his hands device on, because otherwise it's easy to forget those things. But yeah, he's proudly flying that Scottish flag, and you were saying that he's got plenty of people up here supporting.
Yes, exactly. And it's nice that they've all, there's quite a few family and friends come up to this round, even though it's quite a long way for them. It's they make it a nice weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of forget. I'm south-based, in England, and there's a long way up here to Scotland. But obviously, any Scottish drivers driving to most of the UK's motorsport tracks, they've got a long journey. They're really dedicated. So it's great that we come up here to Knockhill and give them that chance for their friends and family to be around them.
Yes, it makes it fair, doesn't it?
Well, I'm not sure fair entirely, but at least it's a nod towards that, isn't it? But yeah, I think he was strapped in, so we can see whether we can have a chat.
Yes, let's move over. I'll have a... Hello, David. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Are you looking forward to this race?
I'm really looking forward to it. This is my home race. I live an hour and a half up the road. So many people came to support me yesterday, so I'm so grateful for that. It was really touching, really lovely. And yeah, sitting 6th just now, I'm really looking forward to it.
It's a good position to start. You must be happy with yesterday's race.
Yeah, it was good. I was a bit disappointed with qualifying. I had a bit of bad luck, and so it put me in 10th, so I was hoping for better yesterday. But yeah, to get up to 6th is nice, and hopefully go forwards from there.
Brilliant. Well, I wish you all the best, David.
Hope the rain doesn't.
Thank you. Well, I was just saying about the rain. There's a few spots coming down, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a few spots coming down, but I think it's psychological rain at this stage, so fingers crossed.
Hopefully it won't come to anything. Thank you. We'll have a quick word with Rocco now, who sits behind David. Hello, Rocco. Better race for you yesterday than at Anglesey.
A much better race, yes. Luckily, not a great deal of incidents. Good bit of racing action, but no major contact, and brought it home for only the 4th time this year. So I was really happy with that. No, not my fault by any of the crashes I've had.
How are you feeling about going in anti-clockwise? Do you like it that way round?
It's great fun. It's like a kart track almost, particularly the sort of tight section at the end. A little bit apprehensive, obviously just want to, still get a clean race and everything else, and I'm starting much higher up than I have before, so in a more competitive environment. So just really looking forward to it, but, make sure, race clean. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Excellent. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Great to hear from those two. I've seen that James Cook is in 4th place. He's ahead of that David Rook, as we were speaking to just then. But yeah, the Cook and Rook show has been quite a feature of this road sport season this year. So getting closer together on track, and maybe we'll see them sort of side by side by the end of today's race.
Yes, exactly. I'd like to go and have a chat with Paul Woodman. We haven't had a chat with him this weekend. So obviously not the greatest weekend for him.
I think he's got a poorly wrist. If he's finding out whether that's causing him a problem.
It might well do. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Sam.
How are you doing?
I've been better. I'm not in the best place, particularly on this track, anti-clockwise going into the first corner. But yeah, all good.
Good. And which way round do you prefer then, clockwise or anti-clockwise?
This track's so funny, but anti-clockwise is just a complete hoot. It's amazing, actually. I didn't think I'd enjoy it, but it's brilliant. You've got completely blind corners. You're going over. You've got to pick your spot and hope for the best, really. But so to answer your question, anti-clockwise, believe it or not.
I get the feeling a lot of people have said the same, actually. A lot of drivers, just because it's so different.
It's completely different, isn't it? I don't think there's many tracks in the world like this, but your senses are on complete overload because you're literally testing. We did some testing on Thursday and Friday. In the morning you're going one way, in the afternoon you're going the other way, and it's for my tiny little brain, Sam, it's hard to compute, but it's brilliant fun and good for the guys here at Knockhill to be able to do this because it's so much fun. I think this is one of the best tracks to come to for fun, not necessarily for the racing because it's so hard to overtake. But it's going to be very interesting where we are today. But I'm looking forward to it.
Well, enjoy it, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Cheers.
Paul.
Yeah, great to see Paul back. He wasn't here with us at Anglesey, but back with us now, and he is starting 10th place. I think he qualified 10th as well, so he was just hanging on for dear life, I think, yesterday rather than anything. And whilst he said overtaking is difficult, and it is, we did see plenty of overtaking yesterday, especially into that hairpin, so it still is opportunities to overtake at several places, and in fact places we wouldn't expect to happen as well.
Well, that's right. I think sometimes you think, there's not many overtaking places on this track or whichever track we're at, but Caterham's will always find a way round. Three abreast, two abreast, they'll manage it.
They're so narrow, aren't they, compared to, if you take the touring cars who do come and visit here and the other GT cars that sometimes we'll hear, they're so wide in comparison that Caterham's, we saw them 4 wide yesterday. That shows how narrow these cars are. They really are pocket-sized rocket race cars, but very capable, and the fact that the drivers know and trust each other enough to go and do it is, it's impressive to see.
It is. Hopefully they'll be out shortly, but I think we might try and... Oh, I'm standing next to Benja Headley. Let's have a chat with Benja. Hello, Benja. Are you looking forward to this race?
Absolutely. It's lovely that we've got the beautiful Scottish summer here for us as well.
With slight rain coming down.
Yeah, it might make things a bit tasty on the hairpin, but no, it's looking forward to it. It's going to be a good race. Nice to be up the front end too.
Yes. Well, wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, Benja currently 14th in the championship, but he's got a few 0 scores on his list that he will be using. We're also running with the Royal Crest on cars this weekend. You'll see that on their rear mudguard to commemorate and mark and give our honours give our respects to the Queen passing away, and a lot of the drivers are doing that. We're also going to have a 2-minute silence today that we will be respecting at a little bit. Well, I think it's before the first race starts, so we'll keep an eye out and we'll notify you of that as it happens. But yes, a lot of the drivers choosing to run that on their rear wing this weekend, which is great to see. But yeah, Benja Headley running in 14th. Like I say, a couple of 0 scores to drop, so he will come up through the championship. And it's because we're coming into the tail end, everything is getting closer, but out front it is still Jeff Newman in the championship ahead of Charlie Lower. And yesterday, Jeff sort of brought it home, didn't he? So Charlie Lower's got to get some good results. I think he knows that today.
Yes, he has indeed. I might try and grab a quick word with Charlie in a moment because I believe there's some clearing up to do on circuit, so I think there's a slight delay in sending these guys out onto the circuit. But I am next to James Cook's car. He had a good race yesterday. I'll have a quick word with James. James, it was great racing yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good fun yesterday. I managed to make up quite a few places. A few incidents on track which helped me out, but this is a track that sort of breeds very close racing in itself, so yeah, fingers crossed for more today.
You enjoy this circuit because Anglesey was a great race for you as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They're proper Caterham tracks, very, very short tracks, and this one in particular is a bit like a roller coaster, so it sort of throws you all over the place. It's quite technical, so yeah, really good challenge.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best. Thanks, James.
Yeah, so James currently sitting 4th in the championship, just behind that front 3 I mentioned previously, and yeah, having a really good season. And really proudly wearing that Welsh flag on the front of his, in fact all over his car, isn't he? But it's these front 3 that have Chiddick, Lower and Newman, who are the ones that have kind of repeatedly been at the front of the grid and, just sort of shown everyone else how fast these road sports can go, setting those lap records as well.
That's right. I'm just moving over to William James, obviously, who was involved in one of the incidents yesterday. William James, a bit of a disappointment for you yesterday, wasn't it? You were just a passenger in that incident, weren't you? Just talk us through it.
Yeah, a bit of, I guess, wrong place. Well, right place, but wrong time. Yeah, it was unfortunately unavoidable, and Mark and Theo were going into just the bend just shy of the chicane, and yeah, it was a bit of a collecting together, and yeah, it was tricky one.
So how do you feel about going in reverse today? Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I think it was good to have a little refresher this morning to remind everyone, get everyone's heads in the game a bit. But no, today's going to be fun, and yeah, just about enjoying it really.
Yeah, excellent. Well, wish you all the best.
Yeah, William James had a series of up and down results. So yesterday would have been a good one for him, but yeah, like he said, he just got caught out in someone else's incident and nowhere to go. So disappointment for him. The lap record in this reverse direction, just for the road sports, is 58.471. So we'll keep an eye out for that today. Obviously, we've the first opportunity to sort of get 2 lap records this weekend. So yeah, just see Charlie Lower in front of you. So yeah, it'd be good to hear what he's got to say.
Yes, let's have a word with Charlie. How are you feeling about today's race, Charlie?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fired up. I'm ready to go.
Just want to get out there now, don't you?
Oh, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to give them absolute hell. So we'll see how this one goes.
Oh, I'm looking forward to watching this then. Well, it's always exciting racing with you guys, anyway.
Yeah. Caterham racing is obviously extremely close. We're all in pretty similar powered cars, so it's all down to the driver.
Yes, I'll wish you all the best. That's the whistle blown, as you probably heard. So they will be going out onto circuit now.
Yep.
30 seconds.
We can hear all the engines firing up now and getting ready to go. In fact, I can see Jeff Newman there pulling away and Charlie Lowe following. So I think, yes, we will get all this track action and the first of our races for today underway. So let's see how they get on. Brilliant stuff.
I'm going to have to go and find a good spot to watch from, I think.
Yep, I don't think you want to. You'll not want to miss this one. So yeah, find somewhere you can see the track, and yeah, we'll catch up after the race, I'm sure.
We will.
Great stuff. You can see the cars then coming out. Jeff Newman leading them down in his blue and yellow machine. Charlie Lower following on in the white and sort of lighter blue coloured car, and then Freddie Chiddicks in the black car with the red sort of highlights. Then we've got the Welsh flag of Cook coming through as well. Benja Headley follows on behind them. So they will form around. This is their green flag lap as we found from yesterday. So they will form up on the grid, and then it will be lights out and away they go for the first, or for their second race this weekend. 20 minutes on offer for the Lovecars Caterham Roadsport Championship this weekend. See, it's a very short lap. Has here we've the 1.3 miles around this Knockhill circuit to just over 2 kilometres, and but plenty of gradient, plenty of corners, plenty of action. See just how much these cars drop away over the sort of the gradients that we have here. But be good to be able to confirm the starting order for you today. So for this race, it's obviously where they finished yesterday's action, and you can see the cars just coming through. Let's see them as just still filtering through. This backwards through the chicane. Next time we see them through that chicane, they'll probably be airborne. See, that's Paul Woodman in the Lovecars car, so he is journalist. You can see their start finish straight on the hill. But here's confirmation then of the starting grid. Jeff Newman on pole position, Charlie Lower alongside him, Freddie Chiddicks and James Cook lines up 4th. Benja Headley starts 5th, Rook, Ainscoe and Michael Banton make up to the 8th. Castle, Woodman, Priday and Noakes take us to 12th. Then we have Kendall, Bateman, Vincent and Mark Jones starts 16th. Theo Theato, William James, Roebuck and Deason starts in 20th. Then Simon Patel and Philip Clark round out this 22-car Caterham Roadsport race. Lovecars sponsored championship. How are they going to get on then? First chance that we're going to see these cars going at full speed in that reverse direction. They've had a 7-minute session this morning to familiarise themselves. Charlie Lowe just making sure he is in exactly the right place for him on the second position on that. Jeff Newman alongside him, sort of lined up ready to go. You can see all the marshals positioning the cars behind them as they line them up across this Knockhill circuit. In the background you can see across towards Edinburgh and Edinburgh Castle just on the horizon there, and in between we've got the road bridges. So what a great shot that is, and if you've never been to Knockhill, like I've said already, it's a great place to come and watch racing. And Caterhams are one of the best to come and watch here. As we talked about in the intro, they're very narrow cars. You can see how we can go 4 wide. There is space for the cars. This might be the most spread out we see this front 3 though throughout the course of this race. As the marshals, thank you very much as ever to the marshals, but as the marshals clear that grid and allow us to go racing. So 20 minutes of road sport action. Jeff Newman took the win yesterday. He's in the lead of the championship. Charlie Lower really needs to have a good result now, and Freddie Chiddicks needed a good result yesterday, so he is going to be solidifying his podium position in that championship. But he's right up against it with Cook and also Rook that we saw before. And will they have the Cook and Rook show? We've got the green flag at the back of the grid. We have the 5-second boards shown to the drivers. So the next thing we're looking for is lights, top left of our screen. You can see the drivers looking in that direction. The lights come on. So for the second race, Caterham Roadsport, 20 minutes on action. Lovecars, Jeff Newman looked like he got a good jump off the line. Is he going to pull alongside Charlie Lowe? He's actually got slight ahead of him, but Jeff Newman is on the inside as they come down to this tight hairpin for the first time. Charlie Lowe's got the overlap. He's got it done into turn 1, so great start for him. A little bit of a lock-up for both our leaders there as they head round this left-hander Taylor's hairpin today. You can see how yesterday we were climbing up the hill, but this time we're dropping down away and heading off. Great start for the Road Sport grid. They all filter on through. So Jeff Newman then into Clark's. It's an awkward approach here to this left-hander. It's all off camber and falling away as they go down the hill. They've got to try and keep it inbounds, which they all managed to do. A bit of a spin back. That's Kendall, and that's William James. So William James's weekend is not going particularly well. We talked about grippy gravel yesterday, and it looks like that is the case for both of them. They are going to be able to rejoin, so we won't need to dig them out of that gravel today, which is great news. Remember, we were talking about sprinkles of rain as well, so keep an eye out for that. I don't think we're forecast to have any heavy rain, so it probably won't affect the racing out there. As we climb then up for the first time through Duffer's Dip, the final corner of this circuit in the reverse direction, and a fantastic challenge it is. Absolutely flat, pinned out up on there, and just about enough room on the exit to get the car straightened up to head down the straight. But we've got sort of 4-wide action going on. A little bit of a lock-up from Paul Woodman, who's making his way through the grid though. But Jeff Newman looking to see whether he can go around the outside, and he is on the outside. That'll give him the inside for the right-hand curve in towards Clark's. So Jeff Newman has made that position up. The left rear wing guard looks like it's slightly loose there, so keep something to keep an eye on. But Jeff Newman has positioned his car back out in front and side by side for third and fourth as well behind them, and that looks like it's going to be Cook. Where's Chiddicks fallen away to? Where has Chiddicks? Is he there as I missed him? But let's keep an eye out for that one. He was in 5th place as he went over the line. You can see it is Charlie Lowe, Newman, Rook and Cook completing their Rook and Cook show. We talked about that, and there they are. But also this time they're going for the podium. So they're on the tail of Jeff Newman. So in the chicane or in the out of Clark's, Jeff Newman wasn't able to carry that speed, and Charlie Lowe is now disappearing a little bit up the road at this stage. So we wanted to keep an eye out for that as the rest of the field flow through, starting onto their third lap then. So Lower in the lead, ahead of Newman, Rook, Cook, Woodman, Banton, Headley and Chiddicks. So Chiddicks is falling backwards today at the moment. Newman trying to go around the outside again. That's twice he's done that move and twice he's made that stick. Rook is ahead of Cook at this point, so congratulations to him for making his way up. In fact, he's got a run. I think Jeff Newman must have missed a gear. I missed that he lost some speed there. I was looking across to my timing screen. Charlie Lower is away. Well, that's a bit exaggeration. He's not away and gone, but he's got a nice little gap, hasn't he? A little comfort gap, which means that he'll be able to take absolute perfect racing line, while Newman, his championship rival, is falling back to 4th place. It's exactly what Charlie Lowe wants at this point, as he absolutely launches that car airborne over the curbs as they head down through that chicane. We're going to get some spectacular footage of cars through that today as the Caterhams carry about 80, just over 80 miles an hour through that apex, and 80 miles an hour flying downhill is always a sign of a good thing. And as they flick the cars left as they go up over this, they just clip that little curb on the left-hand side of our screen, and they just try and get the car landed before the pit entrance, which is the kind of escape route there if it all goes wrong. But out front we've got Charlie Lowe now fully under pressure from Rook, who has woken up, eaten his ready break, and off he goes. I guess it's going to be porridge out here up in Scotland, but is now Charlie Lowe is still holding on, but Rook leads Cook, and then Newman is now having an attack from Chiddicks behind, but it's outside for looking around the outside round Clark. We said that can work, that move, but this stage of the race he's going to sit back behind Charlie Lowe again, and he's now got Cook right on his tail. What a fast trio these three are making today in this anti-clockwise direction. They've clearly got their head screwed on. Another launch as the cars head down. Charlie Lowe seems to be taking more air than anybody else there at this stage of the race. Cars obviously take a bit of punishment from that, so we do see sometimes the radius arms suffer, so there's another thing to watch out for. We did see one A-frame failure, I think, yesterday. Let's hope that all these drivers are ready for this race and maybe refresh that A-frame before heading out there today. But Charlie Lowe heading down the hill, though, still under threat from Rook. In front of all his friends and family, they're giving him all that support. Jeff Newman taking the super wide line, but he's got Cook up there on his inside, and the outside line for him this time doesn't work. So Cook, a little bit of contact there between Newman Woodman and Newman. So there was a bit of a sort of, again, quite a heavy contact there actually. I hope that the nose cone looks like it might be sticking up on Woodman's car there. He's made good progress through the field early on to that 5th place, but now he's got a nose cone that is going to be interfering with his view, and he's in the airstream, so that may well depart his car at some point soon. And hopefully his radiator's all right. Newman therefore taking that wide sweep into the chicane, taking a nice bit of speed, but that nose cone is going to be blocking Woodman's view almost entirely as he heads up this hill. That's going to be holding everybody else up. He's going to have to hope that that does depart his car, because right now he is looking at a white bonnet rather than the track. He's got to pick his line very carefully. You can see Mike Banton there following him will likely be able to get past just by want of he can see, whereas Woodman can't. So not a good result from Woodman out there. There goes that nose cone. It is landed in the middle of the straight. You can see it tumbling down there. I wonder whether that will actually blow itself down that hill today, but he'll be glad to see that has gone. It gives him a little bit of less aerodynamics sort of at the front of his car, so he will be sort of, his bonnet will be acting as a scoop. There's another ring there out on circuit, but you can see the nose coneless now, but it's not slowing him down. Woodman up the inside of Banton then as they approach that Clark's corner, not going to be able to make it stick this time, so Banton holds on at this point. Banton there ahead of Paul Woodman, but Paul Woodman coming up from that sort of 10th place yesterday. Banton sideways, going to miss the apex, dived over the corner, and then he's going to backwards on the track. Hopefully he's going to stop that car before we get to the circuit. He does. That would have been an uncomfortable drive. You saw that he just got it sideways on the way in. He then couldn't get the line right on the way out, and that flung the car down the hill, and he would have had a heavy landing at the bottom of that hill, but a spectacular sight that was. And hopefully he's all okay. There is that nose cone just in the way. It's got clipped into the middle of the circuit now, so that nose cone is sort of sitting there, and it is a bit of a problem. It's quite a heavy piece of kit, so keep an eye out for just in case they do want to throw the safety car on that, as Charlie lowers up the inside of Rook, and Rook still holding on though. Absolutely is persevering, isn't he? He's willing to get his toe stuck in. Remember, he's not so much in this fight for the lead, but Charlie Lower needs the win and all the points that means. He's got to get as many points between him, and that means as many cars between him and Jeff Newman in that blue and yellow machine as he can this morning. But Rook and Cook is the spectacular story all the way through this year, and they've injected their battle, their own personal battles, as they bounce down through the chicane once more into this lead podium battle as well. But Jeff Newman, after that contact with Woodman, you see there's quite sizable damage on the rear basket of his car there. I don't know whether he did miss a gear. It's certainly that would be my guess out of the hairpin there. It's so easy to do in the Caterham. The 2nd to 3rd gear change is actually quite an awkward one, especially if you're a millimetre out. It can go into a false neutral. There goes that nose cone, then it is out the way. Someone has punted that completely out of the way, so that is now no longer an issue. But as James Cook then comes down, and he is taking the tight line away, he's going to get Charlie Lower's toe as well at that point, so that might be a great move by Cook to get ahead of Rook as they come around. This right-hander though, he's still not completely clear, but he might well just have enough of an overlap that means that he's going to have the benefit of that corner. He's going to be compromised though through the apex, and that is going to cause him to go out a little bit wide, but he manages to control all that. But Jeff Newman's next up, looking to see whether he can recover back through these two in front of him, but they are going nowhere. They've clearly got the pace. They come down through the chicane once more. A little bit of a rise as they go through Butchers in reverse direction. You've just got to wait for the car to settle, then you can get it slowed up. 50 mile an hour through the left-hander at McIntyre's, and then up through Leslie's, and pick your line through and turn to the left here. Pretty much the Caterhams here today, apart from the 7 Championship UK, will be flat out up the hill and turn to that left as long as they get their line right. But the 7 Championship UK cars do need to lift very slightly just to get the car tucked in, such as the speed that they will be carrying up through there. But Cook takes the lead then. Newman looking around that outside line on Rook, but not able to do it that time. So these four look like they're going to be swapping positions. Chiddix and Woodman are not far behind, and as they do swap positions, we're going to see that coming together. But Charlie Lower looking around the outside. We did say this move can work, and you can see how the momentum can carry you through there. It's always a bit of an awkward overtake, but it does work. So we'll see that through the course of this weekend. So the Roadsport's introducing us to Knockhill in the reverse direction. The last time Caterham's did it this direction was in 2018. And remember, we're looking for a 58.471 was the lap record, but William James has broken that with a 58.243. So William James currently with that fastest lap and has set the lap record. So clearly conditions, these cooler conditions we've got here, and actually less wind today. You can see the flags there, not flapping anywhere near as much as they were yesterday. Clearly is really conducive to fast lap time. So Cook up the inside then, Lower seeing whether we can do anything about that, but having to use all the track on the exit, get that gear change sorted. They all successfully navigate that gear change as they head on up here, so they'll be into that third gear as they take this right-hander up into fourth, and they'll go back down into third for the left. Newman looking right round the outside of Rook. He's locked up on the inside. He's not going to be able to bring that back with any particular speed, so Rook will get back in there, but that has let Freddie Chiddix go, so that was an optimistic move up the inside there, almost a bit too compromised, cost himself a bit too much time, so he's lost another place now to Chiddix as the cars bounce and boing their way up through. I don't know if that's a good descriptive word, but it certainly describes what I'm seeing on screen. And Cook has held that lead for a little while now, ahead of Lower, and I think the two have got some speed over the chasing pack, haven't they? So, yeah, it looks like they have got a good set of speed. There's Kendall losing his rear mudguard, but the two of them side by side as they head down into the hairpin once more. Cook on the really tight inside line. Chiddix looking to see whether he can get the wide outside line, but they're giving each other absolutely no room, as you might expect. Chiddix ahead of Newman, behind and chasing down Rook there in the red car. Charlie Lower then looking around that house again. Twice he's had that momentum, but is he going to persevere with it this time? He does. He's going to be on that slightly compromised line. He's gone off. So that compromised line did send him off down the hill. It's going to send him. He's lost a mudguard as well. Can he get in front of these other group in the chasing group? He does, but there's a Woodman's going to make his way through, so he's going to be very disappointed with that. That is a switch around in that championship, and both our championship contenders are now find themselves in, I think, 4th and 5th or 6th place now for Charlie Lower, as he has been overtaken by Woodman. So that's going to be disappointing, but that means that leaves Cook out in front at the moment. And Cook is, I was just checking his set of results. His best result this season so far is a 5th place. So this would be a great step up. Freddie Chiddix has made his way through all that pack after that disappointing start. And little Jeff Newman locking up that wheel again there on the inside. He didn't almost have to be on that inside line, did he? Because he was following the car. He could have taken that wider line, maybe give himself a bit more chance. Charlie Lower chasing down Paul Woodman, though. Paul Woodman, and that's Mark Jones as well, who had that incident yesterday. So Mark Jones coming really strongly through the field up into that 7th place from near the back of the field. So great, he's clearly fired up today and ready to make his move forwards. Paul Woodman there, you can spot him without his nose cone. Charlie Lower, number 21, needs to get back in front of these cars, but that's Woodman described. Freddie Chiddix looked like he was off the track there as well as he was heading over the chicane, got a compromised line. It does seem like if you get that slightly wrong on entry, or the car loses its rear end, which is easy to do because of the camber of the circuit there, it does compromise you through that left, and you're going to have a bumpy ride down the hill, and it certainly looked like that was the case for Chiddix as we caught the tail end of that. But Cook over the line then. He has now got just over half a second. In fact, just over a second gap now. So he's stretched his lead to 2nd place Chiddix as he was across the line that time. So just over a second. So it's half a second further ahead than last time through. Charlie Lower looks like he might have got the run now on Newman, who drifted a little bit wide. He never collected that apex. Remember, he's carrying an injury to his wrist. So he is, or his hand. So he is a bit compromised in what he's going to get raised. But you can see that he's on it today. A little bit of a rocky ride there for Rook as he went over the crest of that curve, a little bit too much, but it seemed to balance itself out all right. Chiddix and Newman going side by side, reigniting there. Plenty of battling between these two drivers throughout the course of their academy season last season and into this road sport year. Chiddix just having some unlucky race results, especially at Anglesey last time out. He got taken out by another driver, and so he is slightly compromised in his championship, and he's looking, I think, to solidify his podium position. Certainly, without any particularly strange results, it's going to be between Newman and Charlie Lower. And you can see Charlie Lower is right back on the tail of Jeff Newman, moving to the outside, so he's dispatched with Woodman and made sure he stays ahead of Mark Jones. Newman, though, still seeing what he can do about Chiddix. Almost Cook's sort of disappearing up the road, isn't he? He's now 1.8 seconds, so every lap he gets a little bit further ahead of Rook in 2nd place. As we're watching the drivers come round here. So here comes Cook coming out and clipping the dirt there as well. But Rook is next up. Chiddix looks tasty and looks like he wants to get in front of Rook at this point in the race. Like I say, dropping back a little bit in the early part of the race. But then Newman is following on from him. So it's still quite crucial, all this. But Newman is ahead of Charlie Lower where he wants to be, and Charlie Lower is behind Newman where he doesn't want to be. So they will certainly both be keen to either keep the situation as it is or reverse it, depending on whose point of view you come from. Side by side, though, over the line for our 2nd and 3rd, as well as our 4th and 5th drivers. And it is side by side. Chiddix slightly ahead as we go into the braking zone, but on the outside line will give Rook the advantage as they turn on through. Remember, Rook is at his local circuit with lots of people watching him, so they will be keen to see him do well. But at the moment, it looks like he's going to lose a place to Chiddix and maybe even Newman as they head around Railway Bend. And here comes Cook then down the hill. So you can see the leader. There are our chase group. Freddie Chiddix ahead of Newman, and Rook did lose out or a couple of places in that manoeuvre then. So he has dropped behind both Chiddix and Newman. So Newman and Chiddix, been right up at the front of this grid for many seasons now. And Rook coming to join this podium battle. He's really getting stuck in well, isn't he, though? And it's really good to see him here, especially at his home circuit. Charlie Lower, though, next up to see whether he is going to fall further back. And Woodman is not far behind either. And there's actually a chase group of 3, including Kendall. I think that's Noakes, Kendall and William James. So William James coming back up through the grid after his gravelly moment earlier. So there's plenty of cars out of position. Newman protecting to the inside there, feeling like he had to cover off that move from Rook, who's a little bit drifted wide, but Charlie Lower is stuck on the outside. That's going to let Mark Jones nip down the inside, and he's going to be alongside Rook. There's going to be nowhere for Charlie Lower to go. Charlie Lower's going to see whether he wants to put 3 wide. That is a risky move. He obviously feels he needs to do that. His nose cone also looks like it might be slightly dislodged. Let's keep an eye on that in that white and blue car there. The nose cone, I just saw a funny angle on it. Who's that out wide? Is that Mark Jones now dropping back a little bit again? So he's lost a bit of speed. He was on the grass, so that's not helping him. So Rook is really acting as a little bit of a blocker here now for letting Jeff Newman disappear off up the road, as they're all still battling and keen to get together. Nose cone seems to have settled down on Charlie Lower's car, so maybe it was just an optical illusion, but definitely one to keep an eye out for. And again, he doesn't want to lose that nose cone at this point. You saw what happened to Woodman. He had to sort of go slower as it was recovering that situation. So there's Chiddix, there's Newman, Charlie Lower. There is nose cone is loose. So I did spot it. It wasn't my imagination after all. It was slightly ajar before, and it's definitely loose. That is going to cause him problems for the rest of this race. It's not what he wants. He must have just tapped the rear end of one of these drivers. You can see a little bit of a mark on Mark Jones's rear panel there. I wonder whether that's, 1 and 1 makes 2 there. There goes the nose cone now. So there's another nose cone sat in the middle of the road. He's trying again to see whether he can make it 2 wide on the inside of Clark, the approach to Clark Kern. Jeff Newman out of shape, though. He's going to get to the grass. Is he going to be able to carry the momentum? He protects to the inside, but Mark Jones is going to be alongside him as they go into the chicane. He's not going to be able to that stick, so Jeff Newman just held on. He just did enough to get that car stopped and did well not to make it fully onto that gravel there and the dirt and the dust on the outside. But Kendall is fully involved. We dispatch another wing off of Kendall's car, I think, and it's William James alongside Paul Woodman as they go up the hill. Completely William James onto that greenery. You've got to be careful of that. The marshals will call you out for that as track limits. Remember, we do run track limits. They can stay on any of the grey parts of the track and they can use any of the curbs up until, the blue and white curbing here, but they cannot use the green parts, so it can get called up, and they may well get a warning for that. But Jeff Newman still ahead of this hungry chase pack, and it's now led by Mark Jones all the way from the back of the grid. Where did Mark Jones start today? I think he's going to have started 16th, so he is 16th up into what's looking like it might be 3rd place as he comes around here. Is he going to make it ahead of Jeff Newman on the way through this left-hander? No, he has to sit back behind Newman. Newman makes it successfully around that corner that time, but Charlie Lowe has still got Mark Jones, so there's another car and another point is switched in the championship. William James still holds that lap record at 57.831. So they've moved that lap record down even further. So a great set of times, and say this cool air and these perfect temperatures for racing. The tyres, the engine loves it as well. So really is conducive to perfect racing, and the conditions out on track as well. You can see spectacular condition of this Knockhill racetrack in this later part of the year. So great stuff from all the organising clubs, all the track owners, and all the administration functions that make this racing happen. Mark Jones locks his tyre up. He's going to bump side to side with Charlie Lowe. That is disaster for Charlie Lowe's championship. There was just about a car width there. He put his car in there, but Mark Jones either wasn't aware or didn't give enough room. It's such a tight green. They can see his windscreen is also smashed on Mark Jones's screen there, so one of the stones probably flicked up, but that's a disaster for both of those, and obviously for Charlie Lowe in the championship. He felt like he needed to make that move forward. Whether there was a car width, you couldn't tell from our angle. He's certainly got his car up the inside, but he was having to use a lot of the curb, so I think Mark Jones might feel he was entitled to that corner there at that point. And then Woodman now follows on from that route, but where does that leave the championship? Certainly it's not the result that Newman needed. We've still got 3 drop scores for them in this Roadsport series this year, as the way the season's worked out. So there is a chance to drop scores. I could hear a car that was slow in the background there, so I don't know whether someone also has issues. But Newman therefore finds himself in 3rd place, and it's Kendall from that chase group, who somehow made his way through all that pack and is out the front. So Kendall, who looked like he was slightly off the pace, and he was certainly having to start further down. He had to start 13th. So there are some drivers making some great moves all the way through. There's William James looking around the outside of Paul Woodman, I think, there for those two. William James is a turquoise car, but I think it's got a black rear panel. It's side by side, Chiddix and Cook for the lead then. So Chiddix has come all the way across that gap. It was over to nearly 2 seconds at one point, but Chiddix has managed to close that gap down. He's got a best time so far of a 58.331. So again, under the lap record for him, or the previous lap record for him in his pursuit of Cook. And it looks like Chiddix has got the bit between his teeth. You can see the cars coming up here. They're going to be side by side as we cross the line. We've still got 7 seconds, so I think we are now going on to our last lap. We are on to now the final lap of this race. We are side by side for this lead. What a crescendo, this Roadsport race, the Lovecars Roadsport Championship this season has been great all through the year, and it's great to see it coming to a crescendo. But Chiddix is chasing down Cook. Can Cook hold on? He had a great set of results at Anglesey. Had a bit more contact maybe in the background. It might have just been some stones on the apex. But Cook is ahead of Chiddix. He's probably got one more chance as he goes up and over the hill. But the chances, in fact, the chances are fading as we go through this lap, except for sort of an opportunistic and quite a hair and scare move. Cook was a little bit wider there, but he's managed to protect himself as he heads up here. So we've got to get through McIntyre's, and then it should be a flat-out move all the way to the line. I don't think Chiddix is going to be able to do it. So it looks like at this point that Cook is going to take his first victory in this Roadsport Series. Best result this year so far, a 5th. So fantastic win for Cook as he comes up over the line. Chiddix right on his wheel tracks, but unable to take that first place. But Cook taking that win there. And it looks like Kendall and Newman were side by side. And Kendall took the 3rd place over Newman, so there is that little bit of consolation there. But Newman drifting back to 4th, Kendall taking that 3rd place over the line. Then it was Rook, Woodman, and then it's Noakes, James, Jones, and that's when we're getting these other drivers. You can see them coming through now. That was Benja Headley just taking that line. We were ready for Ainscoe, which he does now. So what a great start to the racing here in the reverse direction. A treat we're being given to the Knockhill. The full forward direction yesterday, and now we're going in that reverse direction, side by side there across Louise Deason. Well, William James there, 57.88, won the fastest lap shown on screen, and that is a new Roadsport lap record. And there is James Cook, the winner of this race, first time winner at that, so great stuff for him. I know he's going to be delighted as he comes into the pit lane. Chiddix having a good result, but he needed, I think, coming into this race, mostly wins for the rest of the season. So he's definitely going to be solidifying his result, though. And then we had Kendall coming across the line, so a really good resurgence to form for Kendall, who started the year really strongly and then sort of disappeared a little bit in the middle of the season, but now coming back strong. And then Newman just missing that position on the outside, missing that position. Just over the line, so that'll be a point. Confirmation of the provisional results. James Cook takes that win over Freddie Chiddix in 2nd place. There's 47 1,000ths of a second between the two of them. Kendall takes 3rd, just over Newman. And there's only a few thousandths of a second between them as well. David Rook, Woodman, Tom Noakes, William James, Mark Jones comes home 9th, and Benja Headley 10th. Got 11th for Rocco Ainscoe, Paul Castle, Priday, Deason, Theo Theato, Michael Banton, Roebuck, Patel, Vincent Bateman, and Charlie Lowe is classified down, so he was the world driver that came into the pits, 3 laps down classified. So, yeah, going to be some people happy in the pit lane, going to be some people disappointed in the pit lane, but none happier, I am sure, than Cook, who is, I think that's probably his first victory.
Yes, I think James is going to be delighted with this, his first win.
Is that his first win ever, Sam? Is that confirmed?
It is.
What a way to do it.
Yeah, he's going to be so happy. And Mark Kendall's first podium as well. So a lot of happy faces at the front. Let's see if we can grab a quick word. Everyone else is congratulating him. James, congratulations on your first win. You must be absolutely delighted. That was a great race.
I don't know what to say. I wasn't expecting that, but absolutely thrilled. Can't believe it.
There was such a battle going on behind you, or behind Freddie, that I think it helped, you to give you a bit of a clearer run.
Yeah, I could see there's a group of 4 or 5 behind, and I was hoping that they were going to keep battling. To be honest, I could see I was gapping them, and then Freddie managed to get away from them. He was catching me every lap, so I knew it was going to come down to the last couple of laps. But unbelievable.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Freddie. Freddie, congratulations. You must be happy with that. It was quite an eventful race at the start, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was carnage. You probably noticed, but I kept missing gears, so by the end of the race I was just not using second for hairpin to try and stop that. When I managed to get back up into second, I knew I just had to chase James down, and then that last lap there, I knew from the lap before, even behind him out the last corner, I could drag him to the line, but I was just slightly too far back. But well done to him for a first win. Brilliant.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. Well done. We'll move over to Mark now. Where's Mark disappeared to? He's wandered off. Just bear with me whilst I find him. But there's a lot of happy drivers here. Mark is coming down now. Here he is. Congratulations, Mark. You must be absolutely delighted with your first podium.
Yeah, very much so. I don't know what happened out there, but to get hit out on the first lap, last place to third place, I'm happy with that.
That's quite an achievement on this grid, isn't it?
Yeah, that is sure is. I don't know what to say, really. I'm done in. Yeah.
Go and get a drink now.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done.
Yeah, great to see the drivers out there having a great time. Everyone, congratulations. We saw some of that yesterday, didn't we? That everyone, even though they want to win themselves, they are happy when they see their friends do it for the first time, especially.
Oh, they do. It's so lovely to see. It's you know, they sort of forget about what's happening in their race and they just come and congratulate these guys on the podium. There's a few wounded cars here in Parc Fermé. Paul Wooden's car's definitely looking a little bit sorry for itself.
Yes, you can see the stones that get clicked up and how important it is. And remember, we lose the windscreen in 270s, and then those stones, therefore, the next thing is the driver's helmet. That's why we have proper, safety regulations about those helmets and what they're made of. But yeah, the Roadsport, you can see, like you said, there's sort of bits dripping off a lot of these cars, isn't there, as they head into Parc Fermé.
There is, but it was very eventful for these guys. There was a lot going on in that race, as there always is, but they all seem in fairly good spirits.
Well, they've obviously had a great race, and they've done it in both directions. Like I say, complete unique challenge and something they'll have never had before. And whether they'll have it again in their racing career, certainly in my 10 years, I never saw this happen. So it was great to see. And I thought they actually coped with it quite well in that turn one, which we were, it's a tight hairpin to come down there off the start, and they dealt with that very well.
I agree. I think they've done remarkable to get round it. There's no first corner incidents. It was great.
Fantastic. I think we can hear in the background they were trying to get ready with their podiums as well, so hopefully we'll get to see them getting their challenge, because we've got a little bit of a gap. We've got 15 minutes before our next Caterham action on screen, so a little bit of a gap there, so we'll get to hope to see their podiums. But yeah, I think it sets up the action pretty well for today. Roadsports are never dull, but then we've got the 7 Championship UK next, and watching them go around here is going to be brilliant.
Well, that's right. Well, I was watching from the pit wall, and the cars were going past. They seemed faster going in the opposite direction. So that was just the Roadsport. So I can't wait to see the 420s flying past down to that turn one.
Yeah, I think with the wind that we've got today, it's not really any wind of note, and they do carry sort of, well over 80 miles an hour out the exit of the last corner, and then it's downhill all the way to the hairpin. So we're going to see some really high speeds today.
Yes, and what's it like? How much pressure is it put on the car going into that turn one to slow it down so much for that tight corner?
To be honest, it's a great feeling as a driver, because it's not that often we get to go down through the gears all the way down, maybe to first gear for these the 7 Championship UKs, and you're kind of hanging on the brakes and hanging on all the grip of the tyres. So we actually quite a unique and special feeling that you get. So actually, it's nicer than sometimes just the light brake where you have to carry all the momentum through a corner.
Yes, well, that's going to be very exciting to watch, but there's a lot of everyone's gathered round now ready for the podium, so they are just about to get them onto the 3 steps.
So there is Mark Kendall picking up then his trophy for that 3rd place. Simon Lambert there, Chief Motorsport Officer for Caterham, handing him that trophy. Got Freddie Chiddicks taking that 2nd place there on the podium, and let's get the 1st place trophy there for Cook. What a result for him. You can hear the cheers and how popular that is in the paddock there. The celebrations from his fellow drivers and a big smile. Get that cap. He's looking for the cap. He's not used to this. He's got to get his winner's cap on. Happy with this. Avon Tyres as well. Thanks very much to Avon Tyres for everything they do. And you can see the hats there from Avon either side of things, and to the BRSCC there for the organising club and all their help. Lovecars sponsoring this. We saw Paul Woodman's car, and thanks to all of our sponsors. As we go for the most important race of the day, which is the spraying of the champagne. Who's going to win that race then? I think they are just quite nonchalantly, they're just spraying the champagne straight into his face and into his eyes. So well done to all our drivers for the Caterham 7 Roadsport Championship. Lovecars sponsored. So first action of today then is complete, but we have got about a 15-minute or so gap now before our next Caterham action. So we will be back, and it's going to be the 7 Championship UK cars up next. So yeah, don't go anywhere too far, but join us back for absolutely what is going to be the next 6 races we've got for you. So we will see you again in a few minutes' time.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense.
The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson.
In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series.
And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham.
The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms.
All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power to weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it.
Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed.
So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon. And we're planning a series 2, which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It was about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like, I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I've got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham.
Welcome back to Knockhill then for continued action here at the Caterham Motorsports weekend number 6 of the season. So we've only got this one and the next one to go. We're going to half the grid will be at Silverstone next time out, and half the grid will be at Spa-Francorchamps. But we have already had one spectacular race from the Roadsports here, running in the reverse direction, don't forget, today. So if you joined us from the action yesterday, we were running in the forward direction, but today we are running in the reverse direction. We believe it's quite unique. You can see here at the sights and sounds of the Knockhill circuit, looking down here over the Firth of Forth, just north of Edinburgh, over the Forth Road bridges, and the rail bridge down is alongside there as well. But we are back with you now for the next race. We've got 7 races in total today, had one already, so 6 races to go. The next up is 7 Championship UK, and they are in the second of their 3 20-minute races they've got this weekend. And yeah, Chris Hutchinson up here in the commentary box, and Sam Parker out in the weather down in our assembly area. Great to see it out there, Sam, and it looks like we've got our drivers lining up ready for this 7 Championship UK race.
Yes, they're nearly all here. Just a few more coming in now, as you can probably see behind me. So I'm going to grab a word with a few of them in a moment. I'm glad rain didn't come to anything.
Yeah, you can see them all out there on their slick tyres. They have the choice in this top championship between slicks and wets, and obviously it's going to be slicks right up until it really does get damp. So yeah, they can see those slick tyres. The Avon slick tyres, dedicated and specifically designed for this championship. A great addition they are to this championship indeed.
Right, we're going to have a quick word with Mike Evans. Mike, are you looking forward to this race?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to this a little bit better than yesterday. I'm a bit more comfortable with it in reverse than I am sort of the correct way. So,
how are you with your starts and getting away from the lights?
You know, I've got a habit of stalling it, but hopefully we can get off the line with no trouble.
Excellent. I wish you all the best of the race.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, great to hear from Mike there, and nice to hear his starts are going better today. But yeah, Mike Evans he's on and off season, so he's not been with us every single round, but does very well when he is here, and had a good set of results yesterday.
Yes, I'm going to have a quick word actually with Aaron. Good morning, Aaron. Do you think you know where you're going wrong with the track limits today?
God. Yeah, well, thankfully it's the other way around today, so hopefully won't be getting any of them, touch wood. But yeah, I could see it yesterday. Unfortunately, it was where we were touching the gravel, just going off a little bit wide, and we actually lost track position on most of those. So it's a little bit of a shame when you're not getting an advantage. But you know, it's how the rules are. So hopefully this way round we'll be a bit luckier.
Are you looking forward to this way round? Do you find this quite exciting?
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. You know, got a few people to overtake, so gets the adrenaline going for when we get up the front, and then hopefully push from there and see if we can get a gap.
I mean, if anyone can, I'm sure you can, Aaron.
Fingers crossed. Lovely.
Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Well, he had to do it yesterday, didn't he? He fought through all the way from the deep in the pack, kind of late in the race. But yeah, unfortunately, he was given 15 seconds total of track limits penalties yesterday, which put him right back down into 8th place. So he's going to have a few cars ahead of him to get past.
Yes, but we've seen Aaron do it before, haven't we, from the back of the grid? So,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
obviously, you know, here is a bit tighter for him to overtake, you know, as we've spoken about before. So it'll be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, we will watch his progress. So black car with a pink roll cage, but you can see all the cars behind you now, Sam, that he's got to try and get past. And there's Chris Moore in his purple and white machine will be sort of early in that list. He finished in 5th place yesterday, so good result for him. Dale Head ahead of him. Dale's best result so far is 3rd this year, so not quite matching that, but he was right in that battle for the lead for most of that race. And then we also had Henry Heaton, Jake Swan having a great result back here with us, looking to try and take that 3rd place in the championship, and Lewis Thompson taking that victory once more.
That's right. I wonder if Aaron's brother Dale will easily let him pass.
I'm not sure there's too much brotherly love in that respect. They both want to outdo each other out on track,
Yeah.
but you never know. There is a championship on Avon. They are the DPR teammates as well. You can see Dale Head there in his DPR sponsored car. You can see him running with that the logo on the rear of his wheel arch as well. So good to see those cars out there, and like I say, all on those slick tyres, ready to go. So they'll have to work a bit to get the temperature, and we'll see them weaving about a bit, I expect, on the outlap today.
Yes, they will definitely need to do that. I'm just standing next to Henry. We'll have a quick word with Henry. Good morning, Henry.
Hello, good morning, Sam.
Are you looking forward to tackling the circuit in anti-clockwise today?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, really. You know, with it being a reverse direction now, or is it the right way around? I can't remember. We're going that way anyway. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because you know usually throughout the weekend you build up your knowledge of you know where you can overtake, where you can push, where you can't. So it all resets now, and it's going to be very interesting. But yeah, and it's an interesting starting order with Lewis, Jake in front of me, and then fast guys Aaron and James, you know, towards the back of the grid. So yeah, who knows what's going to happen? It's going to be an exciting Caterham race.
It helps for your championship having them behind you.
Yeah, it does. It does. You know, I tend to not look too sort of too distant in the future, but you know, take every race as it comes, and yeah, I'll be pushing on this race, and you know, see if I can climb up those podium positions.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best. Thanks, Henry. That's the 1 minute board for them.
Interesting to see Henry running without his door today. So you can see Lewis Thompson doesn't normally run with the door on that right-hand side. Maybe he's thinking there's an advantage in that because he would normally run with that side door and he's not doing that today.
That's right. I should have asked him actually. But you know what? I know a few people have said they bang their elbows. So it could be because this circuit is quite physical, lots of tight, twisty turns. Maybe that is a reason.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it does obviously hold in your elbow on the side there, so I guess like it's just driver preference as much as anything, but you can see the drivers all now leaving. So Mikey Evans pulling away there, no stall for him, so good job. And we see James Murphy, we didn't cover him, but he's going to be starting right from the back after a disqualification for that contact with Aaron Head, but he'll be thirsty to move forward, I'm sure.
Yes, Tom Eden also running without his door.
Yep, so that's becoming more of a trend, isn't it? As we watch then the cars coming out onto the circuit. We have
yes, exactly. So interesting to see this race. Can't wait.
We've got these cars leaving down onto pit lane then, and out onto their green flag lap. See Jake Swan in that white car, black with the Henry Heaton there as well, turquoise car with the black nose cone. And Dale Head follows him. Chris Moore, Tom Eden in the bright yellow car, easy to spot him. There's Mike Evans giving a bit of weaving and zigzagging action. You see that because they've not got a long lap, so it won't be too long before we see them lining up on their grid, and then we can get them sent off for their opening of the event. Gary Lapidus there, Johnny Jarrett and James Murphy rounding out this field. We'll see whether James Murphy and Aaron Head, how quickly they can come through. Confirmation then of the starting grid. Lewis Thompson starts on pole position alongside Jake Swan. Henry Heaton starts third and Dale Head starts in fourth. Then we have Chris Moore in that fifth place, Tom Eden in sixth, Mike Evans starts seventh, Aaron Head eighth. We got ninth is Andy Lees, Gary Lapidus starts 10th, Johnny Jarrett 11th, James Murphy rounds out the field in that 12th place. The challenge of going around Knockhill then in the reverse direction, and all the kind of braking points you've got to learn twice for all the different corners, and as we saw earlier in the road sport races, you get some leaping action over this chicane as they head down the hill, and they're going to be carrying some more speed. So let's see what happens in this more stiffly sprung, the top level, top flight of Caterham Motorsport. And to see Mike Evans taking us around there on the slick tyres, plenty of horsepower. They've got 180 horsepower, sequential 6-speed gearbox. You no need to even use the clutch on the way up through that gearbox. They've got the slick tyres, which they are getting up to temperature, and a limited slip differential as well to play with. So these are absolute thoroughbred race cars. They are more, or far more, at home on this racetrack than they would be on the road. They are designed for this racing, and we have got the best drivers we have in Caterham Motorsport up here pedalling along. Lewis Thompson there coming up onto that pole position, alongside him Jake Swan in that white car. You can see the marshals pointing them to where they want to go, absolutely pristinely on the line there for Jake Swan. So Henry Heaton lining up in that the turquoise car in that third place, and then we have Dale Head alongside here. Henry just moving backwards very slightly to get where he needs to be, and then Chris Moore and Tom Eden behind them. So we are nearly lined up then, ready for this Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, second of 3 20-minute races for them this race weekend. We'll look for the green flag at the back of the grid. Just getting the last few rows, you can see James Murphy in his black and orange machine right at the back there, just coming onto his grid spot. So we will get that green flag and we'll get this action underway. Can they put on a good, spectacular show like they did yesterday? Let's hope so, because there is that green flag. 5-second board is given to the drivers. They will look at the lights. We can see them top left of our screen. The lights come on, and we're ready to go with this 7 Championship UK race. And off they go away from the lights. 20 minutes of action. Chris Moore having to take to the grass in avoidance of Henry Heaton, who chopped him off a little bit there. Mike Evans made a start from the grid and pulled away without stalling. There goes Lewis Thompson into the lead of the race then, with Dale Head looking around the outside. Henry Heaton holding on for that third. Jake Swan falling back to that 4th place. And Aaron Head's already up into that 5th place, side by side with Tom Eden. So Aaron Head making a great start there from his 8th place position on the grid. So already making that. And James Murphy already up from the back of the grid. Looked like he was just following. So he is in that 6th or 7th place alongside Tom Eden. Great start from both those drivers. Remember, Aaron Head was using the older set of tyres through yesterday's race as they land themselves at various positions down that the chicane and up into McIntyre's this left-hander. They're clipping that apex. There is James Murphy following on from Aaron Head as they try and push that car through this second of the 3 races we've got. But Lewis Thompson comes across in the lead, but Dale Head is going to the outside of him into Taylor's then for the second time. Locks up his front tyre quite badly there, and it's continuing to lock up, so he just asked a little bit too much of this tyre, which wasn't quite up to temperature. He managed to hold on to that 2nd place, but it would have been an uncomfortable position, and he might well have flat-spotted. I would expect that car to be a bit flat-spotted now, which will give him a problem for the rest of this race, and he's got to use it into the next race as well. Henry Heaton is right up close behind him, and then comes Jake Swan in the white machine, followed by Aaron Head coming back through the field, keeping it all nicely inbounds, having a quick peek at the inside of the chicane. It's not a traditional overtaking spot, using the brakes to get that car slowed down. Uncomfortable ride through there for Jake Swan. You can see landed on the dirt, and Aaron Head monstering that curve as he headed up the hill. Doesn't seem to have affected his speed, and you can see Jake Swan had a little bit of a tail slide going around McIntyre's. I wonder whether that'll cost him. They're cocking the inside left front wheel as they go up through that hill, and such are the dynamics of the car changing direction over the top of that hill and the gradient, causing that left inside wheel to just cock up in the air slightly. Lewis Thompson, though, maintaining that lead ahead of Dale Head. Henry Heaton in 3rd place, and Jake Swan in that 4th place. Tom Eden holding on well there and actually getting back ahead of James Murphy then. In that sequence of corners. Yeah, so Lewis Thompson doing what Lewis Thompson is doing very well throughout the rest of this season. So he's got several wins under his belt coming into this late into the season. Missed the opening 2 rounds, so he's out of the championship as far as overall points total goes. But as soon as he joined, I think he's been on the podium for the majority of times he's been with us. So in fact, he has been on the podium all but one of those races, I think. So he has certainly injected himself into this championship and is showing some really good performance. And he's pulling away slightly from Dale Head who was then consequently pulling away from Henry Heaton. Henry Heaton needs a good set of results over Aaron Head to keep his championship charge alive. It will go to the final round regardless of what happens, but nevertheless he will want to see as many points as he can as Aaron Head looks to the outside, that wide sweeping line round the outside of Jake Swan. They drop away down the apex. You've got to be careful with the accelerator as you're going down across that gradient, because the rear end of the car will want to step away, and it's falls away all the way to the curb, and that curb then comes and grabs you pretty quickly. Aaron Head looking to see whether he can make a move round Clark's, but there is Thompson taking that. He couldn't get through round Clark's, but they've got James Murphy back ahead of Tom Eden. Tom Eden having a good, strong set of results, and bouncing the front of those cars as they head over that curve and then back up through Butchers. Again, Aaron Head using a lot of that curb on the inside there, unsettling his car slightly, but clearly it settles itself back down, ready for the braking up into McIntyre's. This is just nearly flat out for these cars. In perfect conditions, maybe with a bit more headwind, they might just about do it, but they tend to lift off just slightly to settle the cars. There's not quite enough exit space. You can see Jake Swan having a little bit of dust on his tyres, and Aaron Head having an opportunistic move down the inside of Henry Heaton there. Henry Heaton had to give a bit of a car width there for Jake Swan's car, and Aaron thought, okay, I'm going to stick my car in there, and he makes that move work for him. So Aaron Head now ahead of his championship rival into that 4th place on the field. Lewis Thompson still holding it all together, though. Aaron Head's going to be chasing him down as hard as he can, but he's got 2 cars more between him and that. But a great set of early laps for him, clipping that red sausage curb as well, again unsettling the car and bouncing up through Butchers again as he heads into McIntyre's. Henry Heaton's now got James Murphy next up on his sort of rear view mirror count. And Tom Eden's faded away a little bit, and there's Mike Evans, Chris Moore, Andy Lees, and Johnny Jarrett sort of flowing up and round through. Just Gary Lapidus is behind them slightly. We just missed him on the shot, but that is the entire field. So Thompson heading round Taylor's then for the 6th time. Now onto the railway straight, or it's not really very straight, it's a continuous right-hand approach now into Clark's, which yesterday was a right-hander, but today is a left-hander. Tricky left-handed approach. You can see they're turning to the right all the time they're approaching. They need to use all that curb on the outside to give them maximum, because it's completely off camber, while they filter it down then into the chicane, where you have to clip that inside curb. It gets the car up in the air and airborne slightly as it heads down into the dip. We saw some more spectacular moves in the Roadsport. Haul up all the speed and get it round McIntyre's and then up into the final, which is the Duffers Dip, but it's a Duffers Hill here today as we're going in this reverse direction as those peers pick your turn-in point and up they go. You can see them having to use some of that pit lane entrance. There's a sort of a hashed line there, so they can cross it. It's not a solid line, so it doesn't denote the actual edge of the track, but Aaron Head, I think, locking up there into the hairpin that time through. In fact, he's side by side with Dale Head. And maybe it was Dale Head who was locked up. Remember, he's locked up heavily on that first action. The 2 leaders, though, have pulled away. Aaron Head is ahead now of his brother, and the 2 leaders are pulling ahead. Aaron Head right on the edge of the track there. There was no millimetre left for him to use, and James Murphy is back and hounding the rear of Henry Heaton. So Henry Heaton's now got points that he's losing out to Aaron Head, and you can see him working away at the wheel today because he's not running with that door. So there goes James Murphy chasing up the hill then. See just how steep it is on these pictures and how quickly they climb it. When you come here in real life, you'll see how fast they are actually going up and over that hill and then down here into Taylor's, and you can see how steep downhill it is. It's a real late braking manoeuvre, and this time Dale does manage to get through without locking his tyre up. Aaron, his brother, is ahead of him, and Henry Heaton sort of acting a little bit, having to defend and attack all at once as James Murphy's looking for a way through, tucking to the inside. Remember, this is the right-handed curved approach as they head into then Clark's. But Jake Swan is away and just losing the rear. Both of those cars, see how, again, the camber falls away from the drivers from that curb. They have to use the curb, but if they use too much of it, then it unsettles the rear of the car and they get a bit of an overslide moment. Overslide? An oversteer moment, making up terms as I go. Remember we said yesterday Aaron Head was running with the older tyres, and he's now on the new set of slicks today, so he'll be having some extra grip and potential performance in these early laps over his rivals, so that's something else to watch out for. But Lewis Thompson is still pulling, he's pulled a bit of a gap on Jake Swan, but Jake Swan with a 51.916, that will be a lap record, because the last time we raced here with the 420s, they were on the older ZZR Avon race tyre. And therefore they have got the slicks on now, which is going to give them that extra performance. They've also got a little bit more power and a little bit more revs. So we are seeing a new lap record because they haven't raced in this direction in these spec of cars. Remember, these cars absolutely rapid round tracks. They kind of bring on times that are similar to GT4 cars around long circuits, and around a circuit such as Knockhill, where it's tight and twisty, which is really where a Caterham comes alive, especially on these slick tyres. They will be right up there with the speeds of some really high-end cars that we see in British Motorsport. And this is the British Motorsport Championship, and therefore they are heading for a national title of Caterham champion of the UK. So British Caterham champion is the title they're all aiming for. And Henry Heaton, there you can see soaring away at that wheel as he gets that car balanced over the apex and down that sort of bit of incline, and chasing down Aaron Head, trying to chase that lead group. You can see James Murphy following on. He's trying to cling on to Henry Heaton right now. But Lewis Thompson seems to have got his head down and is breaking away again. He's very, very slightly slower on his best lap from that lap record that we've seen from Jake Swan as the clobbers, that's Dale Head clobbering the curb there as they land over the end of the early part of the chicane and then up through Butchers again. It really doesn't settle for the drivers. Watch out, they're having to be extremely accurate. We talk about this being a technical track, and it certainly is that, and they're having to be extremely accurate. And as the race goes on, if anyone is getting tired towards the end of the race, you'll start seeing them maybe starting to make a few more mistakes. The car will step out of line a bit more, just if they take that centimetre too much curb or a mile an hour too much through a corner, then it will start unsettling the cars. And as the tyres also move into the sort of middle part of their race, we get a brand new set of Avon slick tyres at the beginning of a race weekend, and they tend to use them for the qualifying and then through the 3 races. And so they will slowly start to degrade in performance. They hold on extremely well, and for the testing we also get to use these tyres. They held on extremely well as far as the performance from a slick tyre. We don't get plenty of life out of them, but yeah, they do tend to degrade slightly as the weekend goes on. Generally speaking, everyone runs on the same sort of set of tyres, and therefore they all degrade together. But we heard yesterday that Aaron Head took a gamble and used tyres from Anglesey that we were out to last time to actually move into this race to get that performance advantage, which worked for him early in this race. He's moved nicely through the field. So he tucks in. He missed that apex that time, didn't he? He didn't quite ever make that apex, but he is. Is he coming back across that gap? So to Jake Swan, last time over the line, he was about a second down, so just under a second. So we'll see whether that gap is shrinking or growing. You would expect it to shrink as this race goes on, and they've still just reached the halfway mark of this race. James Murphy just kicking up a tiny bit of dust as he runs right to the edge of that track. You can see them using all of the curb on the way in and all of the curbs all the way through the exit, touching the rev limiter as they bounce up through Butchers. You can hear these sort of different noise engine note from the Academy-based cars that we run in all the other series. So the Academy through to the 310R, all running the 1.6 Sigma engine. This is the 2-litre Duratec Ford engine that we run in this. 180 horsepower they have under their right foot. Henry Heaton just a puff of smoke, and Aaron Head again locking up into Taylor's. He's really trying to push on, and it's not costing him too much time. Last time over he was 6/10 behind, so he has caught up 3/10 in that last lap, and you can see the gap visibly reduced, and he'll be firmly into the toe of that car now and ready to move himself into that lead battle. Thompson there feeling the pressure, having to lock up his tyre as he heads into Clark's that time. His off camber left-hander as we're in the reverse direction. Again, using all that curb on the way in. Bounce over and absolutely airborne there from Dale Head. He jumped from one curb to the next. And then James Murphy clobbering the Butcher's curb as well. These cars are spending as much time in the air, I think, as they are on the ground. And say these speeds they're taking through there will be over 80 miles an hour as they head into that chicane, and 80 miles an hour as they head up and over the top of the hill, Duffers. And so lots of speed there. Absolutely flat out as they head on through. Henry Heaton down the inside, or tucking up the inside to protect from James Murphy. He looks like he's hounding him quite heavily at the moment. Is he going to be able to find a way through? Last time he tucked to the inside to see whether he could make a move. He is going to do that again. There's slight overlap there, so Henry Heaton is not going to have the ideal line into Clark's, but he's going to protect that inside, and he doesn't in fact protect James Murphy. Goes around the outside, uses a bit of the dirt, but he does make that stick, so around the outside move of Clark's. What a move that was. So we see this lead group now of 3 before a slight delay back to Dale Head and then into James Murphy. And there's Henry Heaton following on behind him now. So the new order there out front as James Murphy moves ahead of Henry Heaton, who is seeing more points and more cars between him and his championship rival, Aaron Head, doing what he needs to do and keeping it all within that bounds. But he is locked up a few times. Let's see whether he locks that car up again or whether he's adjusted his brake point. And this time it looks like that car's coming down to a stop without the puff of smoke that we've seen on the last couple of laps. So Lewis Thompson then out front has been for the vast majority of this race, but Jake Swan did initially drop back a couple of spots, but now has moved himself back in front of everybody and finds himself right on the tail of the leader, where he has been for probably the last 10 or so laps. Aaron Head has come across the gap to him, though, and it's looking like he wants to move further forward. Neither of the cars in front of Aaron are important to him in the championship, other than they are taking points away from his total that he would like to have. And obviously we've got one final race for these drivers in this car and this series. Last thing today, something around 4:30, I think, or 4:15 scheduled off, so somewhere around that time. But Aaron you start the next race from wherever you finish this one, so it's important that they keep the cars pointing in the right direction and up here high. So Aaron Head not wanting to have to fight back through the field. Jake Swan looking for a cutback then. So he has decided he's not happy to follow Lewis Thompson anymore. He can see Aaron Head is now big in his mirrors that he runs, and he will be, therefore, he's going to be starting to push Lewis Thompson. We saw a bit of a mistake from Lewis Thompson. Another little lock up there, and he's dropped wide. He's managed to keep it inside, but that is as late as you want to be there. He definitely didn't he got a compromised line, so he rides again the curbs, and is this the start of the age of the race, and we're going to start seeing some of those mistakes happening as the physicality of this circuit, trying to haul these cars left and right and land and bounce and still keep them pointing in the right direction. It's certainly no mean feat, as James Murphy looks like he's pulling clear of Henry Heaton there in that fifth place for him. Henry Heaton down in that 6th place. Nowhere for Aaron Head to go. Lock up from Dale Head again on that front left. Lock up from Lewis Thompson, and Jake Swan's going to try and go around all the way around the outside. He takes to a bit of the grass to keep it there. He is side by side as they head into Clark's. Who's got the momentum? Looks like it's still with Thompson just slightly. So they are going to go through here with a compromised line for both of them. Aaron Head's going to figure out what he can do with it. It's really difficult. Even if you do get a better line out of here, you tend to have to follow in line, and that's what the drivers do. But it's all starting to come alive in this last 5 minutes of action. Again, using all those curves, looking to see where Aaron Head can make that move. He certainly want to be keen to get those positions. And Dale Head coming back into play as these three out front compromise each other as they're trying to race and trying to get past. We've said how difficult it is to get past. Henry Heaton looks like he's got another gear in action and is chased back onto the rear of James Murphy in that lap through. 5 minutes then of this race to go. Jake Swan diving this way and that, and Lewis Thompson covering off. We've got Gary Lapidus just in front there. He's going to act as a back marker, and he's going to come into force in this race, and it'll be interesting to see how and if that affects everyone else. You can see him pointing to the left. The squad all go around to his left-hand side. That gives Aaron Head a chance to go down the inside. Swan had to take to the grass there to avoid Aaron Head, who was on the inside there, and again clips that curb. So Jake Swan down into that 3rd place, and Dale Head next up. It's certainly, like I say, everything this race is taking up to a new gear level. They're taking another gear and moving everything up, and the excitement level's coming up, and you can hear from my voice probably that things are getting a bit more tense. But Lewis Thompson maintains that lead. He is ahead of Aaron Head, and you can see that both of them squeezing Jake right to the edge of the track in both of the moves. You can see how keen and how they are pushing forward as much as they can, and how important these points are to them, as Aaron Head now already on the back of Lewis Thompson, taking that wide line around the outside. Henry Heaton locks up in the background. Aaron let off the brakes and just trying to get that momentum out of the corner, but that's going to give Jake Swan a side-by-side moment. Aaron has the toe, though, coming down into Clark, so I think he's going to be safe. He is. Jake Swan has to pull in behind him. So another little mistake there at the hairpin. Aaron's having trouble to sort of stop it up and turn it in enough. All having to be a bit cautious on that accelerator as they head round Clark's and then into this chicane. See who can monster these curbs this time through. They all take a sort of a cautious line there through that time, and a nice comfortable one, and actually the quickest line that we'll see them going down there. But Aaron Head was right on the tail of Lewis Thompson, but it's lost out a little bit now as we go through this latter part of the lap. We are 18 laps in, so they're just about to complete their 19th lap as they do come across the line, with 3 minutes of this race to go, with a lap time of about 51 seconds. In fact, Aaron Head has now set the new lap record with a 51.655. So he's also going to gain that extra point for the fastest lap of this race as well. And he will go down to those record books at the moment as having that fastest record lap. Lewis Thompson, though, has a bit of a comfort gap, doesn't he? There is the confirmation of that fastest lap on screen there, 51.655 for Aaron Head in 2nd place currently in this race, but being hounded by Jake Swan, who is in that 3rd place. Jake Swan coming into this race had only had 20 minutes or so of practice and 10 minutes this morning of running this car in this direction around the track. So he has quickly dialed into it and learnt the corners and figured out what's going on. So impressive performance from him. The BRSEC and the Caterham flags there sort of lying dormant almost, as we've hardly got any breeze today. It was really quite windy yesterday. See whether that changes. Thompson locking up. Murphy up the inside of Dale Head there. So Dale Head fading a little bit towards the end of this race. And James Murphy moving up then into that 4th place position. He's in a battle for that 3rd place in the championship with Jake Swan. So he's got his championship rival up there in that 3rd place. And he'll be wanting to see what he can do about that. Darren Head and Jake Swan both on 2 wheels as they head around the apex of Clark that time and over the chicane with 1 minute 52 left of this race. So we're going to definitely get a few more laps after this one. Aaron Head bouncing up there. So it's Dale Head, his brother. So Aaron in the pink roll cage, Dale in the blue roll cage there. And 10 is Henry Heaton following along. A little bit of gap ahead of James Murphy up to that Swan battle for this. Podium positions have broken away slightly. 1 minute 31 as we go over the line then. Thompson having to defend to the inside then, but Aaron Head seeing whether he could tuck back in. Dale Head again locking up that front wheel. We said he was going to have a problem with that through the rest of this race, and he has. And that's going to be, that will be coming a problem for his next race as well, because he's going to remember use these tyres for the next race as well. As they get tired and older, they will tend to lock up easier, and they always tend to lock up on the same spot, so it gets really flattens it off. But with a minute to go then, this will be their penalty. Henry Heaton off into the barrier, so we didn't see that. I didn't catch that as I was looking away. But Henry Heaton, can he get that car out of the gravel? It certainly looks like, he's got it bogged down, so he might not be able to. I can't see where that is. Is that round the chicane? Let's see when he pulls it in the Oakmere car. That's disaster for Henry and his. Well, that's on the exit of the hairpin. So I wonder whether he's had contact with someone on the way in or just locked up and made it all the way to the gravel. But that has dropped him all the way down. We've got 37 seconds left. This will be the last lap. Lewis Thompson, locking up the inside wheel. And that gives Swan a chance around the outside. Aaron Head alongside him, so it is a swap around, and Swan is into that 2nd place. Aaron Head looking around the outside of him though, into Clark's this time. They got absolutely tight through there. There's not really an opportunity, and that probably was the last good overtaking opportunity, unless they can do the drag to the line. This could well be the order we finish this lap, but you can be sure they'll be looking for any opportunity, any chance, any mistake they'll try and make up for. But it looks like Lewis Thompson at the moment, as long as he can get around this left-hander and get the accelerator down, it looks like he'll be okay for that win. He seems to have done that quite nicely as they head up the hill for the final climb, over the curbs, and they will be coming across the line in that order that we saw. So it will be Lewis Thompson taking the win over Jake Swan, who just comes across the line in front of Aaron Head, who is in 3rd place. Then we have James Murphy and Dale Head coming across in 5th. There's back marker to Gary Lapidus, so he has been lapped, so he is not for position, but does cross and complete that lap. A side by side for Chris Moore and Mike Evans, who took that one. Moore just ahead of Evans as they cross the line, and we wait to see where there's Andy Lees in the golf-coloured car. He completes his race, and Johnny Jarrett will be next up over the line. But Henry Heaton, disaster for him at the chicane on that, the hairpin on that last lap there. Really not what he wanted to see, and not going to be useful for his championship in any way. That will be the first time I think Henry has finished outside the podium sort of regularly. He's nearly always on that podium, but Lewis Thompson taking that win again, another win for him. Really made that impact, and Swan having a fantastic race to 2nd place there, ahead of Aaron Head, who made his way all the way through the field to up into that 3rd place, and followed by his teammate James Murphy, who also had to come right from the back of the blue grid to come through. So fantastic for all those drivers as they head back, and we'll get back to Parc Fermé shortly. Confirmation then of the provisional results. Just watching, in fact, you can see in the background there, Aaron Head just turning to the right and up into the Parc Fermé area. And let's have, confirmation of that result then. So provisional result, Lewis Thompson takes the win, Jake Swan 2nd, Aaron Head 3rd, James Murphy comes home 4th ahead of Dale Head, Chris Moore, Mike Evans, Andrew Lees, Johnny Jarrett and Henry Heaton. We can see on our screen there, just recovering back to the screen, lines out the top 10. And then we had Gary Lapidus and Tom Eden. Tom Eden not classified, so again missed where Tom went missing in that race. Yeah. So great to see the cars all heading down here then into the Parc Fermé. No one can contact between them, but another great set of racing there, and really exciting, and they're pretty clean for this 7 Championship UK today, Sam.
It was quite clean. It was good. Nobody seems to be missing wings, and I feel sorry for Henry. That was unfortunate. Hopefully won't damage him too much in the championship points.
Did you see what happened at all?
No, I just saw the tail end of it, so I saw him in the gravel, and I wasn't sure if he was going to make it out, but fortunately he did, which was very good, because once he'd pulled out, as you probably saw, it meant the top three could battle into that corner and not worry about overtaking.
I think Lewis is there. We can have a chat to him now.
Indeed. Let's go and chat to Lewis. Congratulations. You must be very pleased with that.
Yeah, made up with that one. It's great to finally lead a race from start to finish, which is good. But yeah, these two, I sort of made a break at the beginning, and these two sort of came back. Jake was really quick around that layout. And then Aaron came with the cavalry as well. And then when Jake started attacking, I just knew I had to start defending. I just sort of knew that if you get a good exit at the last corner, it's helping to overtake the first. So I just kept making sure that I was just, getting a good exit at the last corner and defending into turn one. And then last lap, probably could have got a better exit, but sort of backed Aaron and Jake up into the last corner and just managed to bolt, and it was, just paid off. So, yeah, mega. Made up.
Well done. Congratulations. Have a quick word with Jake, and Aaron's here as well. Congratulations, Jake. That was a great drive, and you really were, going for the win at the end, weren't you?
I'll give it me all. Last lap, last minute, but it's how it goes. I'm still happy with second place. Come away from where we qualified to now, so I'm proper chuffed, to be fair. So no, good.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll now grab a word with Aaron. I thought you'd get on the podium.
yeah, we managed the podium, which was good. Just didn't manage to get close enough to Lewis, unfortunately, and just really struggled into the braking into the first turn. It looked like Lewis did as well, and it just meant that because Jake was really good, really consistent in the braking there, that if we both challenged each other, we'd just end up too deep the whole time, and it'd just give Jake a chance each time. So, it's a good race. Unfortunately, we lost that position on the last lap. We were very close to getting it back, but last minute just went onto the grass on the straight. But apart from that, it was an enjoyable race, and we'll have another crack later on.
But you did get fastest lap as well.
Oh, good.
Thought that might make you happy.
Yeah, that's better. 2 then, that makes it. Let's get a third.
Excellent. Congratulations, Aaron.
Yep, lap record, because the last time we were here, we were in the older spec car. So, yeah, another lap record to add to his cheat sheet there from him. But great result. Like I say, he's not really battling with Thompson and Swan for their championship. So, even though he's the third place, and I know he would love the top spot, he's still happy with that.
Oh, 100%. And we didn't really have no doubt, did we, that he would make it to the podium. He was definitely going to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown it before, and he's got the new tyres as well. But he's got, like I said, he's got another opportunity later on today. And now with Henry not having a good result that time, gives him a bit of freedom and flexibility.
Yes, exactly. And I'm pleased for Jake and Lewis. And Jake was very quick towards the end, wasn't he? Really came back.
He'd been on like 20 minutes or 30 minutes of practice around this track in total, so he's only ever turned a few laps. So to come out there and actually race right at the front of the field, it's pretty incredible.
I will try and, so we've got some information for the next time out. I'll try and find out what happened to Henry. I don't know if you saw, obviously Tom Eden retired. His sequential gear lever just went all floppy and has broken, so hopefully repairable for the second race this afternoon.
Yeah, that shouldn't be too difficult to get a new gear lever on that one. And so, yeah, we can do that. So quite important around here, but you do use a lot of gear changes around Knockhill, especially in this reverse direction. It's going up and down the field. But, looking towards the podiums, I'm guessing now.
That's right. They are all walking over towards me. There's Tom Eden's car just making its way back to the awning.
Yeah, if we find out what happened to Henry, that'd be great for us to feed back to our viewers later on, so we can just tell them what went on there. But yeah, it'd be good to hear that. Let's see where our championship rivals wise. That's certainly in strong favour of Aaron Head at the moment.
Yes, podium won't be long. They're just they're slowly ambling and chatting as they're coming over towards the podium.
Very casual, I'm sure, these experienced drivers at top step. So let's talk about what's coming up then. We've also got, next up, we've got a 20-minute gap, but then we'll have the 270R for the 30-minute race for them. And then we've got the 310s after a lunch break. And then we've got even the Academy, we've got both Academies, so that's good to watch. But I can see the podiums are getting ready. So, so waiting for our drivers. Here then, in the cars in the background. But Aaron Head taking that third place then. And congratulations to him, jumping up on that podium. A solid championship drive in his favour that time. Again, you can see the experience there, getting his champagne ready. Jake Swan taking that second place. A great result for him after limited testing and experience around this track. So great from him. I'm sure he'll be really made up for that. But Lewis Thompson, the unstoppable young driver, he's on the top step again, as he said, leading lights to flag. A little bit struggling on the brakes occasionally towards the end, but a great result for him as he steps up onto that top step of the podium then. And getting used to that. And we've heard in interviews before how he is he's never happy unless he is on that top step. He's certainly a competitive young driver and one that's showing he's got a fair amount of skill out there as well. Congratulations to all our 7 Championship UK drivers. Let's see whether they absolutely soak each other. I think this time they're going to be a bit more respectful, not soak their race suits ahead of the racing a little bit later on. And that action is set to continue then in about 20 minutes time, maybe just over that for our Caterham 7 270R race, the second of their 2 30-minute races as we watch them. But yeah, we've got still plenty of action still, so 5 races still to go for the remainder of today, so don't go anywhere. But 20 minutes before that next action, that's the Caterham 7 270R Championship, so we'll see Dominic Mansberger, Taylor O'Flanagan, Hugh Bush out there, and Taylor O'Flanagan has got a chance to win the championship at this event. We'll fill you in on all those details though in about 20 minutes when we come back for continued coverage here at Knockhill for Caterham Motorsport.
Oh, yeah.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense.
The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson.
In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little 2-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series.
And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham.
The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms.
All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms, The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish your race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power to weight ratio, 230 horsepower per ton, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it.
Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed.
So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they, and we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon, and we're planning a series 2 which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed, for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like, I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I've got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it, your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing licence, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
And you that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch it with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a hoot.
That was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres look like they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now, ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more, now more, off, good. Yes, yes, he can drift, he can drift, he can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'll go left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
So that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. They've detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tight.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, there's some nice people.
Oh, wrong, you went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, right, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first, or are you going to just
No, I'd never practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't going to try. That was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa, wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, no. No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and
Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds. Get in there. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah. What's so difficult about that, Tiff?
Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge.
I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. Anyway, what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. It's longer and wider, so a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it?
No, but there's a Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear? Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost it.
Round the barrel.
This
No,
way
other
round
side, other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job. I'm not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell me.
No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way. But it's going to be quick. Oh yes. Oh yes,
Close.
baby. Oh yeah, you get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Steady, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident.
getting very confident indeed. I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to know it. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired right.
You need to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory. We're at Caterham Cars in Gatwick at their head office, and I'm surrounded by the most incredible collection of Caterhams I've ever seen in my life. The most incredible colours and combinations, I think, that exist on the planet. And talking of colours, this one, the top of the range 620S, bright purple with all this carbon, exposed carbon here. But the reason we're here is because we're talking about the Caterham Academy, and this is a typical Caterham Academy car. The Caterham Academy is in its 26th year, and every year Caterham run a ballot like a lotto where the employees can put their name down to enter. This year was won by Mark, so he's going to be competing in this car, but you know what? I'm not worried about that or him. This is what we're here for, to reveal the Lovecars Caterham Academy car. And to join me, I've got Simon Lambert of Caterham Cars to do the big reveal.
Morning, Paul. You excited?
I'm very excited, actually.
Me too,
We're going to go straight for it, are we?
Oh, why not? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here we go, here we go. Well, I've seen it in the renders, but not in real life.
Oh,
oh, it looks fantastic.
That looks fantastic.
Wow, look at that. Our own race car, the Lovecars race car.
I think the guy's done a great job. What do you think?
Absolutely blown away. It looks awesome.
Good.
I can't believe I'm going to be racing in this year.
Well, I'm pleased to see that we haven't done the graphics on the nose. That shows a degree of confidence that we might be replacing it. I guess they've seen you drive.
I was going to say, because this is a replaceable item, as are the...
Yeah, what we do is Caterham racing is very, very close. You're in an open car, so you can hear everyone around you all the time, which means you race far closer than you would in a saloon. So we kind of accept that the wings and nose are, let's not go so far as a consumable item, but they're readily replaced. And we only carry black.
Okay, so you haven't got much faith in me. You think that's going to be replaced?
That wasn't my choice. They have put a little bit of lipstick around the front for you.
Oh, I've got my V-Box here already, all built in. Very good.
Yep, so you can show off on your channel as to your amazing laps, qualifying, pole.
No pressure.
Right.
And the Academy car in general, the main differences over what one of these typical cars?
Very little, if I'm honest. It is effectively a 7270, but just in race trim. You know, there's nothing extra on it other than the safety items, and it runs standard road suspension, narrow track. In fact, it's a backward step in some ways because we put on these fantastic Avon tyres.
Did notice those.
Yeah, I say that because Avon are sponsored, but even they will admit that they're there to teach you rather than to grip the track.
Yeah, I don't think the grip's going to be quite as good as that 620S over there.
No, but there's method behind that. You know, if the car is sliding around more and you're getting used to driving it, you'll get more control of the car rather than just hanging on for dear life and waiting for an accident, which is what would happen if we put on a really grippy tyre.
I absolutely love it. I can't believe this is the Lovecars race car, the Academy car for 2021. I'm so chuffed. And one thing that I've noticed is there's about 20 odd cars on the grid, which is pretty much these cars here from that yellow one forward. That's a lot of cars. That's going to be a tight grid.
Just like one of your track days when you're trying to go into a corner on your own, this lot are hopefully just behind you.
You're making me nervous now.
No, I'm not making you nervous.
I think it's time for some
Relax,
questions. We got some questions, so we're going to... Kirsty, thank you very much. You should be on camera, really. So Nick says, when do we get to see your car design? Well, Nick, there you go.
Wish granted.
That was a nice, easy one. Yeah. I think we can dispose of that. I hope a lot of these are for you as well, but do you think you'll be getting your wallet out for that meal? Oh, okay, so this is from Joe, Lucky Supercars on Instagram, who's doing it as well. So we've got a little side bet on who's going to finish first. Now, I think Where do you think I'm going to end up?
Well, the nose cone tells me that you're going to have 1 or 2 people in front of you. But you know, Paul, you've been doing driving for a while. You know how to drive, but now you need to learn racecraft.
You know, it's very different.
Let's hope for top 10. If I think that's a realistic expectation for you, and if you aim for that, I think you're going to have a fantastic time.
Okay. Well, we all do it because we want to win. We're not
course,
we're not
it's
here
a competition.
It is a competition, but top 10, I really want to be a bit more optimistic. But I'll take your top 10 for now, and then I can hopefully over-exceed on the deliverables.
Yeah, I have nothing.
Okay, so this is one for you. This Phil on Instagram says, how much power do Academy cars have?
125 horsepower, maximum 6.
Welcome back to Knockhill for continued coverage of the Caterham Motorsport weekend here. And just nestled in the hills north of Dunfermline, about half an hour away from Edinburgh. We've already had 2 exciting races today from the Road Sports and then the 7 Championship UK. And we are getting ready and warmed up for the next action on track, which will be a half an hour race for the 270R race cars. We are running a super header format this weekend, so if you joined us yesterday, you would have been watching the cars going around the Knockhill circuit in a clockwise direction. And today, we are running in the opposite direction, the reverse direction. And as you can see, these spectacular shots we get up here from in Knockhill. You can see the Firth Forth and the road bridges there crossing over towards Edinburgh region. But it's fantastic to have the action here, and we've say a particularly unique challenge for all of our drivers as they've had to learn the track in both directions over the course of this. Some of the drivers would have been here back in 2018, but yes, back in 2018 we were here in the reverse direction, but last year we were running in the clockwise direction. So some drivers will have had some experience. We've seen plenty of drivers using the testing for the last 2 days just to get to grips and learning how to switch from one direction to the other. So that's certainly something that's they've not seen and done before. But we're just warming up the 270s as we go, but we've had, say, 2 spectacular races already, and we have another. So we got this 270R race and then 4 more throughout the course of this race day up until about 4:30, when we'll conclude all the Caterham action. We're coming into this 270R race off a race yesterday where Dominic Mansberger came home victorious ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan and Hugo Bush. So those top 3 have been the regular top 3 in all of our series races this year so far. But it's been Taylor O'Flanagan more often than not at the top. So it was great to see Dom Mansberger take another victory, and I think that was his 3rd victory this season. But Taylor O'Flanagan puts himself in a position where he can put the championship out of reach of the other drivers this weekend. I think he just has to get a 6th place or higher today to actually move that championship. So it means that no matter what Hugo Bush or Dominic Mansberger do at the next round, they won't be able to exceed his points total. So watch out for that. But Chris Hutchinson here in the commentary box, and Sam Parker is still down in assembly. So here we are then, Sam, with the 2nd race ready to go. And yeah, looking good for the 270s.
Certainly is. I'm just here with Gareth Lucas. So Gareth's made the change up from road sports this year. How are you finding the transition from road sports to 270s?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Actually, the car is a different beast. A significant upgrade, but yeah, just a really nice car to drive.
It obviously suits you because this is your, really good finish for you, isn't it? 4th place.
I think we have gelled, and yeah, definitely come to love it. So it's all good. Let's see what we can do this race.
Excellent. Thank you for talking to us. Wish you all the best.
Yeah, fourth place, a great result from yesterday. You can see all the little stickers and marks across his car. A really unique looking car, isn't it? It stands out on track.
Most definitely, yeah. You can always see that one because a lot of people have, bright colours, but similar bright colours. But that one is fairly unique. I'm just going to grab a word with Toby Boys as well, if we have time. Hello, Toby.
Hello.
How's the weekend going for you so far?
It's been amazing, actually. We had a fantastic race yesterday with Pete and Ben. It was just changing places, and the track's amazing. It's been just great fun.
It looks a lot of fun out there, and the track is very interesting, isn't it? The undulations and the tight, twisty corners looks a lot of fun.
Yeah, it just keeps you on your toes. You don't get a minute's rest. It's, a lot of the longer tracks you get a bit of downtime on the straights, but this has been incredible.
So it's a very 30 minutes of concentration is quite exhausting, I should think.
Yeah, it's amazingly exhausting. You come out and just need a little lie down. Yeah, it's great fun to be here, though. Everyone's been fantastic.
And how do you find the step up from road sports to 270s?
I only did a couple of races last year, but it's nice not having a windscreen. It feels like a proper race car. Yeah. It handles very differently. It's a lot of fun.
Excellent. Well, I'll let you get focused because that's the first whistle, but wish you all the best. Thank you for talking to us. So they will be heading out in about 30 seconds. I will just move out the way so we're not causing an obstruction for them. But yes, can't wait for this race to get underway.
Yeah, so Toby not joining us for the early rounds this season, but has been here a bit later. I think 4th is his best result so far. So, yeah, good for him. And as we see all the cars then leaving assembly. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to this, and I'm hopeful you can get to a place where you can watch the race.
Definitely will do. I'm going to be glued to this, especially with those top 3.
Yeah, we've got stories further down the field as well. People fighting back through. Ben Buckley going for that 3 Nations Cup as well and things like that. So it'll be good to see how he gets on and see whether he can progress through.
Yes, so hopefully Ben will get a better start today. I was chatting to him this morning and he said he was disappointed with his start yesterday, just bogged down. So he's just hoping that he can get a better start with it running downhill today. So, yes, fingers crossed for him.
All right, then. So we can see the cars now out on track. And Don Mansberger leading them in as the winner from yesterday. He gets to start from pole position today. Taylor Fangler in the yellow machine in that 2nd place. And Hugo Busch in the grey and red machine in that 3rd place. He was having that really good fight for the lead, but unfortunately just lost out in the later stages of the race yesterday to put him in that 3rd place. And not exactly what he wanted, obviously, out of that. But this is the 2nd race for our Caterham 7 270R Championship. Mission Motorsport sponsored series. You see them go around, half an hour race for them. So we've been seeing 20-minute races so far today, but this is a half-hour race for the 270 grid. And they're making their way around this green flag lap, so it'll be good to get that confirmation of the full starting grid and starting order for today's racing. You see them coming around. Here we go then. So Don Mansberger on pole position ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, Hugo Busch, Gareth Lucas in 4th place. Bianchi, Boys, Buckley and Peter Mott line up the top 8. Alan Venters, Giles Perry, Hapgood and Ryan Errol starts 12th. Then we have James Hall in 13th and Ron Mounsey rounding out this 14-car field here at Knockhill, running today in the reverse direction after yesterday's racing, which took place in the more normal clockwise direction. You can see them climbing up there. Duffers Dip will be the final corner of the race for them. They head on round here and they will be lining themselves up onto that grid. So, 30 minutes of action from the 270s here this weekend. And another lap record on, which we'll keep an eye out for as the race goes on. See Taylor O'Flanagan in the PT Sports car, Carbon Creative sponsored car, lining up in 2nd place on the grid there, ahead of Don Mansberg. And just see his helmet and his blue and green machine there. Hugo Bush just getting himself positioned correctly in his grey and red machine alongside Gareth Lucas, who we spoke to, took that step up into 270s and now is there in here 4th place for the race yesterday. So he will start 4th on this grid. And then we've got Bianchi in the white car and Toby Boys in the second car we spoke to in sort of grey and red machine. Similar colours to Hugo Bush, but obviously the scheme is different. So let's keep an eye out for all those cars. I think we're nearly lined up then and ready for this first race. You can see the marshal in the background there, just under the bridge. Will soon be flying the green flag. There it is, and we get the 5-second board presented to the drivers. Look at the lights. You can either look on the bridge or top left of your screen. The lights will come off, and then within 7 seconds they will go out to get this Caterham 7 Mission Motorsport 270R race underway. A good start from our front row of the grid, but who's going to get the momentum down into this hairpin? It's all steeply downhill and then it's a tight hairpin for these 12 270Rs that we've got on the grid. Mansberger making a good start up the inside. Bianchi locking up just gently, as well as Toby Boys on the outside there. Gareth Lucas tucks to the inside and looks like he's going to go side by side. Is that going to be a success for him around the outside? We've got cars scrambling a bit this way and that as they head around this right kink and then into the left of Clark corner. So Mansberger still heads this field, and we've got the Taylor O'Flanagan yellow machine followed by Hugo Bush. Top 3 exactly the same as they started. Toby Boys has taken up a place over the top of Gareth Lucas. There's Ben Buckley and James Hall. We spoke to both of those yesterday. Absolutely airborne from Mansberger as he went over the chicane that time. Kind of misjudged that slightly. Remember, they are having to dial themselves in. They've had a little 10-minute session this morning to get their head into that clockwise direction, but their tyres and everything will be cool on their cars, and they'll have to work out where everything is as they progress through this 30-minute race. Here they go then. Mansberger takes that opening lap after an airborne situation. So over O'Flanagan, Bush, Boys, Lucas making up there, Bianchi, Mott, Buckley and Hall side by side though for the lead as we go into Taylor's hairpin. Looks like Taylor O'Flanagan is looking to go around the outside. Remember, he can move this championship out of the reach of the others this weekend by finishing it in the top 6. Currently he is well into that top 6, and will he keep that in mind as the racing continues? It's Mansberger who is going to sweep round in front and just about get to the racing line. He's going to have to work quite hard to keep the tar within limits, but he does so as they head on down. Now Lucas is just ahead of Bianchi as they head through. A little bit calmer through there for Mansberger this time. He took a bit more of a conservative line, didn't land quite so heavily on the curb on the way down the hill. I'm sure his car will be quite appreciative of that as well. Bianchi right on the tail there of Gareth Lucas as they head up Duffer's Dip and over around the left-hander and scooting out to the outside of the track and just managing to pull it back in time before the pit entrance. Side by side as we go across this line once more. Taylor O'Flanagan looks like he's got a nose ahead as they head into the braking zone, but Mansberger has the inside line, so he may still be able to do it. Buckley still locking up there slightly in the background, and he'll be looking to prevent that from happening. He's side by side as he gets to the Taylor hairpin, but it's Mansberger in front now of. He's regained that lead, or protected that lead against Taylor O'Flanagan as Hugo Bush follows on. Toby Boys there, and then we have the white car of Bianchi, and then Gareth Lucas has dropped a couple of places in the early stages of this lap, and he's followed by Peter Mott in this sort of light trail sort of Williams Motorsport car. Another jink as Hugo Bush was a little bit sideways, and sparks coming off the bottom of the car there as they hit that red sausage curve you can see on that screen there as we just head on through. James Hall in the Oakmere sponsored car, the Oakmere run car, following along from the LFP of Ben Buckley and the Williams Motorsport. Peter Mott just ahead of them. DPR leads, PT's Motorsports cars in a second place as they head over the line this time through. All the teams, remember this is the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder as we have a lock-up from Bianchi in the background, side by side for the lead. Quite exciting. It's Taylor, more tyre squeal in the background I can hear as they all try and get this car turned down the apex. But third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and therefore they are allowed this year for the first time to have team support, and many of the drivers choosing to do so around the paddock with plenty of team options to run their car. But there are still plenty of drivers who also just choose to be run by Caterham. Caterham offer a full support service as part of their race weekend package. So down the chicane once more. Very calm for everybody that time through, but the car's still leaping into the air as they navigate through the chicane and round the tyres in the left and then the right as they sweep up. Pick your turn in for the left, and hopefully that means you won't have to come off the throttle. If you've got it all right, it will hook together and you'll just have enough room on the exit of the bend before the pit lane comes up to meet you. Side by side for second place this time, so Hugo Bush has made a bit more of a move up at the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan. They're both late on the brakes. We saw an issue earlier on between A couple of drivers, as they sort of squabbled over that. Taylor Flanagan just had to use a bit of the dust and dirt on the outside, and Toby Boys and Philip Bianchi are ready to pick up the pieces, aren't they, as soon as if anything goes wrong. But let's say outside line for Hugo Bush makes that work, so it's a DPR now 1-2 out front for them. Hugo Bush taking that fastest lap as he went, 58.261. I'm sure we'll see that drop a little bit further as the course of this race goes on and they have more opportunities to set laps. They're going to be getting plenty of laps in with a lap time sub 1 minute, and we've still got it's a 30-minute race, so we're in for about 30 laps around here. Maybe just get in about 31 depending on how the clock falls. You see the rest of the field all heading up through Duffers Dip and out onto the start-finish straight. Side by side now for the lead. Hugo Bush has made a couple of moves in the right. We had to sort of jink to protect a little bit from Taylor Flanagan, and that's distracted him from his intent to try and take the lead. But Mansberger outbraked himself, and Hugo Bush chops across the front, had enough car length clear. Toby Boys and Philip Bianchi at this stage absolutely ready to play as well, but Mansberger not happy to sit in that second place. Teammates going side by side as they go to Clark's. Mansberger's going to be compromised through this. He's going to have to take off the speed. Does that mean that Hugo Bush is going to be side by side as they come into the chicane? Someone's got to give up here because you can't go through the chicane side by side. Mansberger does just about, but Hugo Bush had to take to the grass and the air to make that move stick. I said one of them would have to give up. Well, Hugo Bush did look like he had made it in there, but had to take to the air to make that one stick. He found it, landed okay, and rejoined in front of the race. It's kind of an unusual way to take the lead, but it completed, and he continues on in the lead as we complete the 6th lap. So we're going to be moving on to our 7th, but you can see the speed has been lost from the Hugo Bush car. So Mansberger is slightly ahead as they come into the braking area, and Hugo Bush trying to defend from Taylor O'Flanagan, who has the run round the outside. Does make that stick. Remember, Taylor O'Flanagan does not need to finish in these top 2, whereas the other 2 do. He needs to finish just in the top 6, and he will secure provisionally that champion, or put points out of reach of the other drivers at this stage before they reach that final round, where they're going to go over to Spa-Francorchamps for the final round of the season in October. Toby Boys are having a great race along with Bianchi. We've seen both of those tail onto this lead trio. The trio in front have always been there pretty much for every single race of this season. But it's various different people have joined that battle throughout the season and as it goes on. And it's Toby Boys currently who is the best of the rest alongside Bianchi. We saw Bianchi getting that win at Anglesey, and a very popular win that was indeed for him in his white car. Looks like Hapgood going up the hill with Buckley just behind him. So Buckley not having a best of runs. He's in 10th place at the moment. He was looking to go forward, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen for him today. And so it's quite important in the Three Nations Cup that he's taking part in. Bianchi to the outside of Boys and just about making it back on, using a bit of the dirt and gravel to widen the track there, just to allow him to get back onto the track, as there wasn't a lot of room for him, but he slips back into that 5th place. We've got Mansberger heading around there, and we've had a change of fastest lap, just dipping into the 57 seconds of James Hall in the black and white machine. He's just in that sort of chase group along, so he's dipped that below the 58-second mark. But Mansberger leads them all through. Hugo Bush in that 2nd place. And yeah, the lap record for 270 is a 57.493, so still about half a second to go, or 4 or 5 tenths thereabouts to reach that lap record. And we'll see whether anyone has got the pace today to do that. Perfect conditions. You can see the BRSCC flags in the background. There is James Hall with his fastest lap, 57.908 currently, dipping down just on the inside of Peter Mott. And following them is the number 71 of Perry. So he's following that battle there to see whether they can get across. The missed gear there for James Hall. That's not going to help him in his want to get back over there. We saw that a couple of times crucially from other cars in yesterday. The 2nd to 3rd gear change is tricky. Mansberger is out of shape. Just about collects it all together as he goes onto the curb. Uses a little bit more curb than he would ideally want to, but all's fair, and he lands the right way. Lands down the chicane as well. A bit of an uncomfortable ride there for Taylor O'Flanagan, bumping off of there. And they come up through Butchers and then into McIntyre's. Just again, each of these curbs around here at the Knockhill circuit has quite a lot of elevation or gradient on the actual curb itself. It's raised from the racing surface, and it really does unsettle the cars. And where the camber in the racetrack is also off, sort of pushing the cars down the track towards the further fourth, it makes the car unsettled each time they touch it. You've got to take a bit of that curb to maximise your corner speed, but equally if you take too much, it really does unsettle the car and then slows you down rather than improving your lap time. James Hall there And Perry choosing not to use that inside curb at the hairpin, and using the slighter wider line, which they're getting a nice slingshot out there. But Peter Mott is moving further forward, and out front we've got a bit of side-by-side here between Boys and Taylor Flanagan. They're going to sort themselves out and put themselves back in an order before they get to the chicane. But that little manoeuvre, every time we go side-by-side, it just costs you speed, doesn't it? And you can see visibly on screen that gap just opens up. And Bianchi's now ready to see whether he can move forward. They are finding it trickier in this direction to make overtakes, aren't they? I think it's strung out to such an extent where the toe and the natural speed of these drivers is stretching things out, and you can see this lead two of Mansberger and Bush are pulling clear. Bush is, though, going side by side into the chicane. Will they try and work together to move this forward? No, not on your life. Mansberger is saying, no, I want to hold this lead, and why wouldn't you? He's in the front, and it's quite tricky to overtake at. Side by side between Bianchi and Boys, just behind that Carbon Creative car. Hugo Bush is going to have another look into Clark's. Can he get he's got the overlap. Is he alongside enough to persist with it? He is. He's locked up on the inside there. Is he going to get it stopped? He did this yesterday out into the gravel. It's happened again. He's got to try and get back on the track. Toby Boys and Bianchi are going to also get past him. So a bit of deja vu, I think, there for Hugo Bush. Just lost the car on the exit, used the gravel. He's done it with enough time to spare. We've still got 20 minutes of this race to go. So we've still got enough time to get back through. But we've already seen it's hard to get by. But Hugo Bush does have enough speed. And we saw yesterday with on his recovery drive back through that we've got the bit between his teeth and absolutely flew. But this trio of cars following as well, having their own battle. That's the Perry, Hall and Mott battle. And then next up is Buckley and Lucas, who Lucas has fallen back down through the field quite significantly today, hasn't he? Saud finds himself in 10th place, so from that 4th place, unfortunate. Yeah, Buckley now has stolen that fastest lap, and he's a 57.769, so we approach closer to that lap record. 57.493, currently held by James Wingfield from last year, but in this class. But is James Wingfield not racing with us this weekend? He is here, though, running cars out of the James Wingfield awning. So as we head down through the chicane once more, then Hugo Bush was sideways again. It landed a bit sideways, which caused the car to jink a little bit in his pursuit of Bianchi's car, the Caterham Gatwick run car. Following on from Toby Boys, and then here's that trio, Mott, Hall and Perry, as they head on through, side by side once more then. This time between Taylor Flanagan and Dom Mansberger. Boys, though, is still defending. He finds himself in that 3rd place, and now that Bianchi's going to have to concentrate on his mirrors and on what's going on in front of him, he's got a bit more work to do, rather than just tailing on and happy to follow. Mansberger, though, looked like Taylor Flanagan was thinking about going alongside and thought the better of it. We've seen a couple of times it's cost more than it's gained by trying to overtake through that corner. So he sensibly sits back in the wheel tracks, but Boys is in that 3rd place and looking keen to get forward. A little puff of dust and dirt from the curb as Boys launched himself that time. While that following trio catching this lead group, it certainly feels like that. Let's keep an eye on it just in case. See that Mott was, I think they were 3.5 seconds back last time through, so let's see whether that moves at all. This lead group of 5 cars down to Hugo Bush, and let's see whether it's any less than 3.3, so a couple of tenths closer, nothing significant, but side by side for the lead. Between Taylor Flanagan, who's now on the inside, but it looks like Mansberger's got the run around the outside, so I think he will persist with that. He's going to have a compromised line, though, so this is where we see things get stirred up. As soon as you get that compromised line, in fact, he does manage to nip across and takes the racing line, doesn't have to scramble to get to the exit. But every time we do see that side-by-side in Clark's, it kind of gets cats amongst the pigeons as they head round through the remainder of the lap, and the other cars then start shuffling around them. See Hugo Bush not making that progress that he needs to start moving through this field, as tricky as it is to overtake, to see whether he can get back. Yeah, on his pursuit of that, though, he has now set the fastest lap of 57.532, so we ever closer. Just another couple of tenths and we'll be at that lap record pace. Is he going to be able to make that happen, though, as this race goes on? Mott currently leads Hall, currently leads Perry in this battle behind them. A little bit of a lock up there from Mott as he heads through the Taylor hairpin. He's still got the momentum round the outside. You can see one of his light clusters is clinging on for dear life. A vertical light cluster there, an interesting look, but not by design. But Mansberger out front ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, who is well within the remit he needs to take the provisional championship, or take them enough points to move it out of the reach of his rivals. Bianchi in that 5th place. So Hugo Bush has dispatched with Bianchi as he went down into Taylor's hairpin, and he finds himself in 4th, right on the tail of Toby Boys there. So Toby Boys currently clinging on to that 3rd place, but how long will that last? You see side by side for the front two, and side by side, and Toby Boys looking like attack is the best form of defence. He's down the inside of Dom Mansberger. Hugo Bush around the outside. Everything, I think, is going to settle down into about the same order, but it is still 2x2 racing as we go. Bianchi kind of make that 2x2 with Hugo Bush. They are absolutely together on this track. We cannot go 3 wide. They're not allowed to do that round there. My nerves would not take it. But Mansberger going for that tight, compromised line again, feeling like he needs to do it at this point. He had to take all the speed off. Is Toby Boys going to be able to do anything with that? No, they're going to all shuffle back into line. As we say, just gone past the halfway mark, so all the action we've had, we've still got plenty of time to have the same amount of action all again. But this lead group of 5 today, yesterday it was a lead group of 3 that had broken away, but it's a lead group of 5. They were absolutely intent on staying within each other's wheel tracks in this reverse direction around this Knockhill circuit. 1.3 miles around, just over 2 kilometres in length, and plenty of corners and gradients thrown in to that short pocket-size track. Only the Brands Hatch circuit offers a shorter or quicker lap time, and they're certainly going to be dizzy by the end of this. And I'd say the physicality of this track, is in excess of Brands Hatch, and certainly they've got a lot more camber and gradient to deal with as they head on around this lap. Toby Boys making a move then up into 2nd place ahead of Mansberger. That's the first time Mansberger's moved out of either 1st or 2nd in this race. You know that he's not keen to ever do that, but Toby Boys showing that he was just coming under pressure from Hugo Bush, wasn't he? And he kind of made that decision that I'm going to attack forward this time rather than sit back and relax, and that has worked to his benefit for sure. He sits in that 2nd place with Mansberger 3rd, and Hugo Bush. Bianchi follows along in that 5th place. Up the hill again, pick that line, make sure you get it right, clip the curb just gently, and then you'll have plenty of scope to exit. We've got a mechanical black and orange flag being shown for one of the cars out there. I haven't got any notice on my board here about what it is. A little bit of a lock-up from both front wheels, absolutely maximising the braking there for Toby Boys as Mansberger comes around. So you can see, sometimes it looks calm in that braking zone, but you can see just a touch more brakes, and both of the front wheels of his car locked up there. So absolutely on the raggedy edge of what's possible down into that hairpin today. But Taylor Flanagan still leads this group. Still Bush with that lap record, hasn't moved for a couple of times, and you can say that because he's been caught in this battle now, so he's not really going to have an opportunity to set any more mega fast laps with Super Toe. But he is in that 4th place and looking to see how he can get himself back onto the podium and maybe even out front of this race. Great to see Bianchi back up there after his Anglesey victory, but he had then a DNF in race 2. So it's good to see him back up here racing. Yesterday he finished 5th, so currently still riding in that 5th place, but certainly far more in the battle than he was yesterday. Yesterday he was a sort of distant 5th, trailing in 13 seconds behind this lead group, so he has managed to make the adjustment he needs in this reverse direction. And Mansberger and Hugo Bush again having a disagreement about whose bit of tarmac they were on. Mansberger using a bit of the grass to make sure he had a car's width, and still side by side as they breathe in and go around that Clark's Bend. Neither of them willing to give that up. Hugo Bush does come out on top, so Hugo Bush makes that move stick. It's always an uncomfortable move, but we've seen it happen a couple of times quite successfully. So well done to Bush for making that stick, and Mansberger had to eventually drop that place. He finds himself in 4th, so in the last couple of laps he's dropped a couple of places, and you know that he's not going to be happy about that. It's also meant that Taylor Flanagan's just got the nearest whiff of a gap there in front, hasn't he? It's not significant at this point. I'm sure it will be brought back, but it's certainly one of the things that you're looking in your mirrors always for that opportunity. And with it going side by side for 2nd place again, it might have an opportunity to grow at this point. We go 3 wide. No, Mansberger, surely you can't shove your car down the inside. He tries to, but pulls out of it just at the last second. Hugo Bush does find himself up into that 2nd place. It took him a couple of laps to get going. We're still having a shenanigans backwards and forwards between those leaders. Bianchi. So Boys was just in second place. He's nearly found himself in 5th place there, but Bianchi lets him slide back through, deciding that just going nose to tail is a sensible decision at this point through that off-camber. Clark downhill, left-hander, and then heading back again, just on the brakes lightly to scrub off a few miles an hour. They go through the chicane at about 80 miles an hour, then back full on the accelerator around Butchers until they come to this corner where they've got to scrubbed off about 30 miles an hour down to 50, and then they're fully on the accelerator all the way up the hill back to about 80 miles an hour as they crest the curve, and then they head off around here. That's Gareth Lucas, who's really not having a good race. He's going to become a back marker. I wonder what's up with his machine today. Certainly not. He finished 4th in yesterday's race, so disappointing, but side by side for the lead between Hugo Bush, side by side for 2nd and 3rd. Mansberger taking that wide line. Is he going to be able to carry the speed? No, the wide line, he didn't get that to work. He's going to have a head of speed over Bianchi, but that means that he's only, well, he's still going to be in that 4th place. So it didn't really work out. He was fully involved in that lead battle for about half a corner, but the wide line not working for him as he takes all that speed through, and Bianchi has to let him go. But O'Flanagan, where we've seen him for a lot of this season, ahead of Hugo Bush, where we've seen him a lot of this season. I know he's had a disappointment. He's had a great set of results, an incredible run of podiums for Hugo Bush this year, but he's just not been enough to overhaul O'Flanagan, who just keeps getting those wins time after time. And Mansberger there always acting as a pickup, and he's picked up 3 races that O'Flanagan hasn't. I think Hugo Bush has only won a single race this year early in the season. I think it might be the open race. There's Gareth Lucas getting well out the way then of all these drivers. Definitely something wrong with his car today, not able to perform at the level he would like to. O'Flanagan holds on to that lead then as we come into the final 10 minutes of the race. Just under that 10-minute mark now. Mansberger might well lose out to Bianchi this time through, though. Bianchi's got the extra momentum he needs around the outside, but we've seen that he's persistent around whether he's on the outside or the inside, and Mansberger does win out. He's tucked it onto the inside and makes his way back through. He's absolutely insisting that he's not going to fall further than 4th at this point. He sees his 2 main championship rivals disappearing up the road, and there is still a big battle on between Hugo Bush and Don Mansberger for 2nd in that championship. So absolutely he does need to get up close, and that's why Hugo Bush will be pushing on to try and get this win. Those 2 fighting out their DPR Motorsport teammates, but absolutely will want to win out over each other for that 2nd place in the championship if they cannot unthrone Toro Flanagan, which at this point in the race doesn't look likely, but you never know. There's still plenty of time left for things to develop, but we've got Hugo Bush down the inside and holding Toro Flanagan well out wide, so kind of a clever manoeuvre there to actually guarantee that move. He didn't give the room on the outside for Toro Flanagan to take that wide sweeping view, and actually it's worked out very nicely for him, hasn't it? But Toby Boy's back in that 3rd place and looking like he is now the person who's got that head of steam up to the rear panel of Toro Flanagan. Really been a game of toing and froing between this whole lead group about who has momentum and who has the forward progress at what part of the lap. And Hugo Bush again fully on the grass as he went down that down the chicane there. I keep getting those 2 mixed up, don't I? But the chicane there, really fully in the air, landed on the grass and figured it out, and somehow extended his lead over the grid. So very uncomfortable ride there. We've got to be careful of track limits as well, because that is effectively a track limits infringement. We've seen him do that a couple of times, but he's very tidy elsewhere, so hopefully he'll be okay and get away with that one for the time being. But yeah, uncomfortable landing there, and that would have put a lot of strain and pressure on a lot of the car components. So if there's anything that is starting to weaken, then it's those situations that cause them to cause fractures and things like that. So you wouldn't want to do that anymore today in this race, but he has currently got a little bit of a gap, and as Mansberger moves into that 2nd place, he's seen his championship rival move into the lead. He knows he has to get it done, and he does move ahead of O'Flanagan as they go round through Clarks and into the chicane. Can he get down there? Again, Hugo Bush really struggling. He's trying to put as much speed as he can through that left-hander, but it's just costing him the line through the rest of it. I think he's just trying to take about 2 or 3 miles an hour more than his car is willing to take through that chicane as he heads on down the hill. But it's Boys has been moved to the back of that grid, and for the group of 5 there. So Flanagan's still seeing whether he can do anything about Don Mansberger, but he's going to have to now take care about Bianchi, who's to his outside. Is he going to have anywhere? Locks his wheel up just gently. That would have put him off, and in fact his inside wheel was still locked up as we went through the apex. See how steep the downhill part of that apex is. As we head out and up, and it does look like Bianchi is going to push him a further position back. Bianchi deciding that 6 minutes is about the time he needs to start moving forward, but Flanagan fights back around the outside. He's going to have that compromised line. Is he going to be able to make it in through and carry the speed? No, I think he's going to have to capitulate and drop back into line. So he does. Bianchi now finds himself in that podium-paying slot. All of them sideways as they head into the chicane that time. Hugo Bush, I think that time, managed to get it all under control. You can see he's still got that little teaser of a gap over Don Mansberger there, and if they start battling down this long straight, and they're going to do that with Bianchi right up behind him, we could see that this is good for Hugo Bush. It's the boards being handed out there. I think that might be a track limit board. We'll look at, yeah, there's a track limits board being warned to someone, so that means that someone has exceeded his track limits twice already in this race, so that may be for Hugo Bush. So if that was his number on that board, he needs to be really careful from now on that he doesn't do it again, otherwise he will start getting a 5-second penalty, and that will put him right back into that 5th place. I think he's got enough time over the following drivers. Side by side, though, for that 2nd place, Mansberger and Taylor Flanagan still disagreeing over whose it is. Mansberger is clinging onto it, absolutely on the edge of that cliff, clinging onto that 2nd place, but does manage to do it. Nice sideways bit of action for Mansberger as he heads through that first bit, compromises his line a little bit as he goes through the middle through Butchers, but he's still ahead of Tato Flanagan, and Bianchi is the one who has got the nose absolutely right on the rear of the Carbon Creative Taylor Flanagan car, and Boys is ready to pick up the pieces. 4 minutes, just over 4.5 minutes of this race to go then. The second 270R race, Mission Motorsport sponsored race of this Knockhill race weekend. The penultimate race weekend for the Caterham Motorsport season as Don Mansberger holds on against Bianchi. Bianchi's now going to have to defend against Boys. They've just got one more race weekend to go, but boy, what a race weekend it is going to be at Spa-Francorchamps as Mansberger looks around the outside of this railway bend, looking into the middle of Clark's. He has shoved it down the inside. That's going to get tasty and tight, but they just about managed to get it slowed up. But again, that throws everything into disarray behind, and Bianchi having to try and hold on as he heads around the chicane, and he's still in that 4th place, pops up in the air as it just takes that rise, and Mansberger lands his car back in that 3rd place again. And it is Taylor Flanagan in that 2nd place. Still plenty of opportunity for him. He can slip back to 6th and still provisionally put the championship out of the reach of other drivers. So over that line then, Hugo Bush is got a significant gap with 3.5 minutes. Not saying it's done and dusted yet. I can hear in the background one of the cars is struggling out the hairpin. There's always the opportunity for back markers. Hugo Bush is still with that lap record. Is that lap record 57.428? So he has dipped under and just broken that lap record. And that's out front in clean air, maybe using some of the toe of that back marker. So another point for him. So that's going to maximise his scoring opportunity, or scoring from this race, if he can hold on to the end. A little bit of puff of smoke there between Bianchi and Mansberger. And there's Toby Boys drifting off the circuit. A really bumpy join. They've spun it. So the actual bumps, he didn't get it. He's going to make it all the way to the barrier. He's just tapped it. I think he's going to be okay to continue, and he's got a little bit of gap time. If he's calm, he might have a little bit of time before that following group, because they were about 10 seconds back. I think that might have been a back marker just going through. I think that is Gareth Lucas, so I think he's still okay. But that was an unfortunate end to his race as far as the challenge for that podium. It says spread out a little bit now. We saw that puff of smoke, and Bianchi's now having a fight with Don Mansberger, but Taylor Flanagan is clear of that. There goes Don Mansberger, still tucking it on the inside though, still managing to hold on. Bianchi doing that wide sweep round. Is that going to give him the momentum he needs? They get that gear change right. He's going to be alongside as they head out of the hairpin, but it's doesn't look like he's got the momentum, and Taylor Flanagan ahead of them has got a bit of toe from one of the back markers. So it is this battle for 3rd place now with Hugo Bush seemingly gone and clear. Taylor Flanagan's got a bit of work to do if he wants to try and get back across to Hugo Bush at this stage. So this battle for 3rd place. Mansberger currently holds it, Bianchi wants it, and who is going to get it by the time we finish this race? 2 minutes to go. Coming around McIntyre's then. Bianchi having a great run of results, and great to see him back up fighting for this. We saw him early in the season. There's a bit of a lull in the middle of his season, but he's right back up there with this lead group, and back fighting with Don Mansberger and Hugo Bush and Taylor Flanagan up here the front of the 270. Got a back marker, number 12, that's Mountsey. We spoke to him briefly yesterday, and he's going to just know nicely out of the way of these drivers so as not to act any interference at all. So thank you very much to Ron Mountsey on behalf of the leaders there to not act interference. Bianchi makes it round. You can see how close he is. Mansberger feeling he needed to tuck to the inside there. It's going to be tight as to whether we're going to get another lap or whether this is the penultimate lap now. So 1 minute to go, 57-second lap. So depends when he crosses that line, but I think at the moment we're going to be coming on to the last lap of the race, aren't we? So Hugo Bush there out front in the number 22 DPR Motorsport run car. Got a clear set of couple of seconds ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, who is coming under the attentions of Hugo, as of Mansberger and Bianchi on this final lap. 46 seconds, so it is definitely the final lap. You can see the final lap board being shown to the drivers on the left as they head down the field. Mansberger, though, is not going to be able to keep pushing forward because Bianchi is slightly ahead as they go into that, but Hugo Bush takes the exit, takes that gear change. One of the overtaking opportunities for Hugo Bush has been reduced. It doesn't look like anyone's going to get close to him, does it? There is O'Flanagan takes that fastest lap. He takes the extra point, 57.347. Someone's spinning there. That was Hall spinning at the hairpin. You see him recovering back in the opening car. And there is Toby Boys as well. So that will be for him to lap that car even after his grassy moment. But Bush this time makes it round without taking any track limits. I'm sure he'll be concentrating on making sure everything stays within the grounds of the grey tarmac and the blue and white curbs. As he heads up then Duffer's Dip to take the victory of this second 270R race here. And it's Taylor O'Flanagan who's going to come across the line second and move this championship out the reach of everybody else. But Dom Mansberger is going to look like he's going to go side by side for that third. Let's watch out for it. It is side by side between Dom Mansberger and Bianchi. Who's going to take that? It was ever so tight. It looks like Mansberger just by the 21,000th of a second over Bianchi as the line came up. We look for Buckley, who's come all the way back through the field to 5th place. What a recovery drive from Buckley. Then we've got Perry and then Hall, who we saw having that spin a little bit a while ago. And then Toby Boys comes home in that 8th place, so he didn't manage to hold on to that top 5 position. So unfortunate for him. As we watch then Mott and Hapgood come across the line. Ventus has already been crossed across the line, and we'll wait to see whether Lucas is there. But it was Bush who came out on top in that 270R race. O'Flanagan takes that 2nd place and the fastest lap of the race, including a lap record, and that will put the championship firmly in his grasp as we head towards Spa. And then Mansberger did just take that 3rd place to take that trophy away, but Bianchi was hot on his heels all the way through that race. And what a great race it was. You could see how tricky it was for the 270s to get past, and the overtaking was tricky, but Hugo Bush managed to do it. He was deep in 6th place at one point, wasn't he? But there's confirmation that provisionally Hugo Bush takes the win above Taylor O'Flanagan. Dom Mansberger ends up on the podium in 3rd place. Bianchi just outside on 4th. Ben Buckley, great run back through to 5th. Giles Perry, James Hall, Toby Boys, Peter Mott, Ian Hapgood round out the top 10. And then we have Alan Venters, Gareth Lucas and Ron Mounsey rounding out the field of 13 that finished this 270R race. Mission Motorsport sponsored. Thank you to all of our sponsors across all of our championships and across all the series sponsors as well, as we're waiting for the cars to arrive into Parc Fermé. What a great 270R race. And yeah, looking forward to more actions. Just wait for them to get into that Parc Fermé. Just to remind you, we have got more action coming up. This is the 3rd race of today. We've got 7 in total. So the next race up will be the 310R, but it will be after a short gap. So we will have a little bit of a lunch break, and then we can actually get underway with the 310R race, followed by 2 Academy races, of course. We've got both Academy groups here this weekend doing their two 20-minute races, and then we'll round out today's action with the 2nd 7 Championship UK of today. So yes, I think they're all now into that Parc Fermé area. So yeah, they're looking like a tired Hugo Bush there, Sam, as he takes his but a win nonetheless. You must be dead chuffed with that. Lost Sam there for a minute. We're just going to try and get her back as we see Hugo Bush stepping out of the car. Not getting a signal from Sam's mic. We're trying to get that sorted. As we do that, we'll keep looking at Hugo Bush there. He's looking quite tired as he gets out, but he's said how physical these cars are to drive, especially around this Knockhill circuit. It's such a short and intense period of time. So it sounds like we've got Sam back on mic now. So Sam, have you got Hugo Bush with us? Still no sound from Sam's mic there. So we'll see whether we can pick that up. can see Don Mansberger having an interview from the circuit commentary there. We'll see whether we can get that sound back in. But it looks like from the results that Taylor O'Flanagan will have put that championship out of the reach. That means we've drawn a drop score in the 270, as we do with all Caterham action, and they dropped 2 of their worst scores. And such is the relentless progress of O'Flanagan throughout the season, it looks like he's got enough points to actually It doesn't matter whether Bush or Mansberger win and get the fastest lap in every single race at Spa. They won't be able to overhaul O'Flanagan's total that he's got. So it'd be good to see them racing, and Spa, it'd be nice to see them all battling out on the Spa track, which just mentioned that's going to happen around. So in October, we're going to be in Spa on the 15th and 16th of October. Opportunity for me so the marshals are walking in there for their lunch break, and a great opportunity for me to say thank you on behalf of every single driver out here on the grid across the field. To thank you for all their hard work and effort, standing out in the sunny overcast but pretty nippy conditions out there. They'll be certainly wearing their layers, but we can't do what we love to do without them. You can see also the wind's starting to whip up, so there'll be a bit of wind chill out there as well as they're doing their work out there. And we've seen them working hard all through yesterday and picking up a lot of pieces of nose cone and wings today from this morning's Roadsport race. But here is that confirmation then of the provisional results from the 270R race that we've just seen. Hugo Bush taking that win then, a fantastic win for him. I think that will be his 3rd or 4th win this season. Let me have a look back through my results. In fact, that is his 2nd win, so he has not managed to get that, but he's been on the podium nearly every single race this season. Taylor O'Flanagan taking that 2nd place, which should be enough to see him move those points total out the reach of everyone else, including Don Mansberger, who's taken 3 wins this race weekend so far, this year so far, and he stands in 3rd place in this race. Bianchi wasn't just quite able to hold on. Ben Buckley in that 5th place, Giles Perry 6th, James Hall is in 7th, and Toby Boys, who we saw absolutely involved in that battle all the way through the early part of that race, had that grassy moment spinning to the inside, and unfortunately that saw him go to 8th place. By the time that we finished 20 seconds down. So a disappointing end to his race. Peter Mott and Ian Hapgood rounding out that top 10. Alan Venters, Gareth Lucas of 4th race place yesterday, but 12th today. So something definitely off camper, off on his car, and finished in 12th. Ron Mounsey, he'll leave here from Knockhill, having had a great experience yesterday, and unfortunately just wasn't able to repeat it today. But the travel home will be successful for him, I'm sure. Looking out here, just waiting to see whether the podiums are going to come up. But the next action that we will have for you, is the Caterham 7310R race. That will happen after a quick lunch break of about 45 minutes or so. And we're just going to see whether we can get any podiums before that time. But at the moment, we're just waiting to see whether we're going to be able to get towards those podiums. But yeah, like I say, we've got the 310R who are up in about 45 minutes from now. They'll be our first race after lunch. There'll be a break before Academy Green Group are going to be first up today. Saw great racing from the Academy yesterday. They've got that unique prospect of a 2nd race this weekend. And both the Academy Green and the White Group, remember, there are 2 parallel championships for the Academy, such as the popularity of this beginners race series. We'll talk about that a bit more when we get to the Academies later on today. But yeah, the 7 Championship UK race of the final of 3 races for them this weekend will happen at 4:15. There is the podium for us then of this 270R race. You can see all 3 drivers. You've got Don Mansberger on the right there, 3rd place. Taylor O'Flanagan, 2nd place and provisional championship winner. And then we've got Hugo Bush in the middle, congratulating him on that. Forgetting that he needs to take, he's gonna get absolutely soaked, isn't he? Yes. His teammate dumps the champagne down the back of his thing. He gets his own back a little bit. But congratulations to all of our 270R racers for a fantastic race. They're showing incredible control out there. Can the 310s put on as good a race as that? Well, we're going to find out in about 45 minutes from now, where we look forward to bringing you all that action from Knockhill. So, yep. if you need to go and have some lunch, have a cup of tea, have a relax, but keep the stream on in the background. Listen out for me in the background. I shall be coming back on here in, like I say, about 45 minutes time, and we will continue our action from Knockhill with the 310R race series.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense.
The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson.
In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series.
And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham.
The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms.
All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power to weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it.
Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed.
So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. so you can at least analyse it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon, and we're planning a series 2 which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed, for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like, I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I've got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the Academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such, you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear, often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow, which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint, which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it, your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing licence, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I've brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
And you that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before.
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mike, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a hoot.
That was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now, ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. But now more, off, good. Yes, he can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'm going left to the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
You thought that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. They detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tight.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, there's some nice people.
Oh, wrong, I nearly went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, right, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Oh, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right. Are you gonna? Are we going to have a practice first? Or are you going to just
No,
let us
no,
go?
I didn't have a practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right. That's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah. God, wasn't going to try. That was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa! Wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa. No. No way!
Which way am I going? No, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and look.
Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds. Get in there. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah. What's so difficult about that, Tiff?
Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge.
I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. Eddie, what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. Longer and wider, so a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
There'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
No, we can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear? Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
No,
way
other
round.
side, other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job, not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell me.
No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way, but it's going to be quick. Oh, yes. Oh, yes,
close.
baby. Oh, yeah, you get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Steady, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to navigate. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired
You need
right.
to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory. We're at Caterham Cars in Gatwick at their head office, and I'm surrounded by the most incredible collection of Caterhams I've ever seen in my life. The most incredible colours and combinations I think that exist on the planet. And talking of colours, this one, the top of the range 620S, bright purple with all this carbon, exposed carbon here. But the reason we're here is because we're talking about the Caterham Academy, and this is a typical Caterham Academy car.
The Caterham Academy is in its 26th year, and every year Caterham run a ballot like a lotto where the employees can put their name down to enter. This year was won by Mark, so he's going to be competing in this car, but you know what? I'm not worried about that or him. This is what we're here for, to reveal the Lovecars Caterham Academy car. And to join me, I've got Simon Lambert of Caterham Cars to do the big reveal.
Morning, Paul. You excited?
I'm very excited, actually.
Me too,
We're going to go straight for it, are we?
Oh, why not? Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Gently.
Well, I've seen it in the renders, but not in real life.
Oh,
Oh, it looks fantastic.
That looks fantastic.
Wow, look at that. Our own race car, the Lovecars race car.
I think the guy's done a great job. What do you think?
Absolutely blown away. It looks awesome.
Good.
I can't believe I'm going to be racing in this year.
Well, I'm pleased to see that we haven't done the graphics on the nose. That shows a degree of confidence that we might be replacing it. I guess they've seen you drive.
I was going to say, because this is a replaceable item, as are the...
Yeah, what we do is Caterham racing is very, very close. You're in an open car, so you can hear everyone around you all the time, which means you race far closer than you would in a saloon. So we kind of accept that the wings and nose are, let's not go so far as a consumable item, but they're readily replaced, and we only carry black.
Okay, so you haven't got much faith in me. You think that's going to be replaced?
That wasn't my choice. They have put a little bit of lipstick around the front for you.
Oh, I've got my V-Box here already, all built in. Very good.
Yep, so you can show off on your channel as to your amazing laps, qualifying, pole.
No pressure.
Right.
And the Academy car in general, the main differences over what one of these typical cars?
Very little, if I'm honest. It is effectively a 7270, but just in race trim. You know, there's nothing extra on it other than the safety items, and it runs standard road suspension, narrow track. In fact, it's a backward step in some ways because we put on these fantastic Avon tyres.
Did notice those.
Yeah, I say that because Avon are sponsored, but even they will admit that they're there to teach you rather than to grip the track.
Yeah, I don't think the grip's going to be quite as good as that 620S over there.
No, but there's method behind that. You know, if the car is sliding around more and you're getting used to driving it, you'll get more control of the car rather than just hanging on for dear life and waiting for an accident, which is what would happen if we put on a really grippy tyre.
I absolutely love it. I can't believe this is the Lovecars race car, the Academy car for 2021. I'm so chuffed. And one thing that I've noticed is there's about 20 odd cars on the grid, which is pretty much these cars here from that yellow one forward. That's a lot of cars. That's going to be a tight grid.
Just like one of your track days when you're trying to go into a corner on your own, this lot are hopefully just behind you.
You're making me nervous now.
No, I'm not making you nervous.
I think it's time for some
Relax,
questions. We got some questions, so we're going to... Kirsty, thank you very much. You should be on camera, really. So Nick says, when do we get to see your car design? Well, Nick, there you go.
Wish granted.
That was a nice, easy one. Yeah. I think we can dispose of that. I hope a lot of these are for you as well, but do you think you'll be getting your wallet out for that meal? Oh, okay, so this is from Joe, Lucky Supercars on Instagram, who's doing it as well. So we've got a little side bet on who's going to finish first. Now, where do you think I'm going to end up?
Well, the nose cone tells me that you're going to have one or two people in front of you. But yeah, Paul, you've been doing driving for a while. You know how to drive, but now you need to learn racecraft.
Do you know, it's very different.
Let's hope for top 10. If I think that's a realistic expectation for you, and if you aim for that, I think you're going to have a fantastic time.
Okay. Well, we all do it because we want to win. We're not here
competition.
It is a competition, but top 10, I really want to be a bit more optimistic. But I'll take your top 10 for now, and then I can hopefully over-exceed on the deliverables.
Yeah, I have nothing.
Okay, so this is one for you. This Phil on Instagram says, how much power do Academy cars have?
125 horsepower, maximum 6,800 RPM. It doesn't sound very much at all, but all the cars are all identical, so really it doesn't make a huge amount of difference where that is. In terms of performance, that's still 0 to 60 in 5 seconds, 5 and a bit. And in a car that weighs 550 kilos, you know, you're going to be troubling Ferraris on the track, even in one of these when you go and do a track day.
What top speed on Hanger Straight or something like that? About 110 maybe?
Yeah, probably 110, 115, plus another maybe 5 miles an hour in a tow.
Yeah.
So you need to be really close to the car in front, and then by close I mean nearly touching it, but you will feel the acceleration at that last minute, and that will give you the power to, or the extra speed to overtake.
Because, of course, you're an ex-Academy participant and you've raced Caterhams for a long time as well.
I have raced, yes, it's a long time since I've raced Caterhams, but I've been there, I've learned, and it's a strategic game as much as it is just outright speed. Outright speed will only get you so far. Racecraft is what you need to know, and understanding slipstreaming is a really big part of it.
There's a lot to learn.
There's a lot to learn.
So Adam says, will Tiff be your driver coach for the season? Now, Tiff has pretty much laughed every time that he was the one that got me into this. He said that I've got to do some racing. We were trying to do some racing last year, and then of course the whole world sort of collapsed. And so he will give me some tips, and I'm looking forward to Tiff giving me some tips. But I don't trust him because I think he would like to see me bringing up the rear to have a laugh.
Oh, right, okay.
So maybe I'll get some tips from you instead of Tiff. He's going to turn up. He's going to turn up to a couple of races and offer some support and some giggles as well.
I'm enjoying your faith in me. That's good. I promise you top 10 now.
This is another one for you. Here we go. Steve says, how does the 7 handle in the wet? There you go. You can answer that because I got no idea, especially on those tyres.
It's actually that's a really nice question, an interesting one. We know from our experiences that 7 drivers have a habit of putting their cars away when it gets wet, or if it's a track day and it's a wet day, they won't go, or maybe they'll avoid driving. But actually, when you drive it in the wet, you just get to experience all its handling, but in sort of an exaggerated way at a lower speed. So it's a really, really good way to learn your car, is to go and drive it in the wet as much as possible. So the differences aren't that great from the dry, just obviously happening lower down. And contrary to what you might think, the 7 understeers at high speed. It has a little bit of front end lift, and it'll actually understeer. Everyone thinks it's going to be a big tail end monster, but it's not. And it's actually getting the heat into the front tyres, which is the trick to going fast. So if you can do that in the early laps, that gives you an advantage.
Now, I think we're missing one trick here, that this is actually a road legal car as well. So you don't have to practice all the sort of, obviously I don't encourage anyone to drive fast on the road like that, but you can get used to it and you can get used to the feel of the car on the road as well, which is quite unique, isn't it?
It is. It is very unique, and it's a very different driving experience in the car. The steering is very tight. There's no power assistance on the brakes. And we encourage people to drive the cars as much as possible, even to and from the events. From the events as well.
Hopefully with a nose cone intact.
Hopefully from the events. No, it'll be fine. But yeah, that's a great experience. If you jump from a 7 into a normal road car, the difference is enormous. When you go back into your road car, the steering feels like a submarine door. Someone's taken away your brake pedal. You need to build familiarity with a car as light as this.
I think the problem is modern cars make us all soft. We jump in a car and pretty much anyone can drive a modern car fast.
They're taking the driving experience away. They're an appliance that's meant to make it as easy as possible rather than a really pure driving experience.
I think that's what I'm nervous about. I'm going to get exposed in this because I can drive okay in the modern cars, but well, this is a modern car, but without the...
Yeah, the only driver aid is your right foot.
I like that. So someone on Twitter, 40EA, says, which races are you most looking forward to? So I'll answer that one, Silverstone, having that on your calendar for the Academy.
Grand Prix, yeah, that's a real treat for us.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So certainly Silverstone. I think Brands Hatch is so underrated.
Brands indeed.
The first corner, Paddock, is it?
Paddock, horrible in an Academy car.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Probably Anglesey is the one I'm looking forward to the most because I love Anglesey. If it's nice weather, that's one of the most beautiful circuits in the whole world.
Yeah, easy to get distracted by what's going on when you look over the sea.
Here's one for you. How comfortable are these cars and are they practical? And that's from Super Nacho.
A race car is probably actually more comfortable than a road car in that respect, because to be fast, you've got to be properly held into your car and not move around. So these race seats, they're good for people our size. I mean, anyone over sort of 5'9", 5'10", they're obviously they're freakishly tall, and they will need their own custom moulded seat. But once you're in, you become really cosy. And I used to commute in one of these, a road-going race car every day.
Wow.
So 100 miles a day, and I loved it. You do it. If the whole car forms around you, as long as it doesn't get too cold.
Well, you've kindly given me the option to go, so you can get a moulded seat as well. It's called a bead seat. There's a couple of different options. You've given me the option to do that, but I think I'm going to keep the standard seats. One, they actually hold me in, and like you said, for our size. But two, I think they look absolutely awesome. The Tillet seats, they look superb.
Yeah, I mean, they are relatively comfortable even on a long journey, despite the fact that there's no padding there. And once you've got yourself tightened into your harness properly, you'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see about that, whether I go for the moulded one or not. I like this question from Brendan. Do you have to build your own car? That's a good question for you.
You don't have to. It's about 50-50 in Academy, which is a significant proportion compared to the rest of the Caterham range.
I'm surprised it's 50-50.
Do you think it'd be more?
I thought it'd be less. I thought less people would want to build their cars.
Yeah. These days, it's probably about 20% of people build their
Right,
cars,
okay.
and Caterham is now a fully built car manufacturer in general. The people that build their cars, they get to know it really well. So in some ways, we'd suggest they have an advantage because they know what all the bits and pieces are, what they do, and what they need to check and tighten up, and what adjustments they can make. Not that there is very many at all.
Well, it's funny you say that because Tiff always, he's an engineer at heart, and he always says, that's a tenuous link, Tiff.
Oh, right.
So he, the fact that he understands the car mechanically as well definitely helps. And it's definitely going to struggle for me. So Tiff, what is your race number? Well, funny you should ask that, Tiff, because my race number is in homage to my favourite racing driver ever, and I'm going to be racing under the number 69. And do you know who races under that number?
There's some old guy that used to do it back in the 50s, 60s.
Yeah, Nadell.
Toff.
Tiff
Nadell,
Nadell,
right.
Tiffany Nadell.
Yeah.
So I'm racing under Tiff's number of number 69 in homage to him.
Excellent.
Do you want to know the truth behind that?
Yeah, go on.
We were doing a video talking about the TV show. We're sat on Tiff's race car number. Adam sent me a message from Caterham saying, what race number do you want? I looked over, well, number 69. So
easy, isn't it?
Because Lewis Hamilton's my favourite racing car driver, not Tiff, but anyway. So 69 is my number. There we go. Well, there's more. This one's for you from Dave. Okay. Where can we watch the racing? Well, I'll answer the first bit. We're going to cover every single bit on Lovecars. We're going to do some practice sessions with Tiff as well, so he is going to give me a few tips. And then we're going to cover each race retrospectively on Lovecars. But is there any other way to watch the proper racing, the proper guys?
Yes, there is actually. Other than our Mallory race, all Academy races will be broadcast on live stream on the Caterham website and YouTube.
Wow.
So there's no hiding, no editing. It's going to happen in real time for you.
Don't watch that. Watch ours, because I can edit that and get all my racing driver excuses after that. So James says, why choose the Caterham Academy over other series? Well, I think it was a bit of a collaborative thing, sort of we came together. But genuinely, I don't think there's a better way to go motor racing. There's certainly not a more cost-effective way to have a proper racing car. With the price is about £30,000 for the year.
Yep.
And at the end of that, so you do your 6 races plus a sprint race. It's all organised by you guys. And at the end of it, you keep your car as well.
Keep your car. I mean, we've been doing this for 26 years and we've sold over 1,200 Academy cars. So you'd like to think we're doing something right, And we're lucky. Other people could photocopy the book of how to do the Academy, but they won't have a Caterham 7. And it's more by luck than judgment, but the car being so light and so simple means it's hugely robust for racing. If you tried to do this in a saloon car, I won't name any brands, you'd wear it out by the end of the first race and the cost would spiral out of control. Whereas you're going to do the whole season and you might get through 2 sets of tyres if you're reckless, maybe a couple of sets of brake pads.
Wow, you can do a couple of sets of tyres on a single track day in a powerful car.
You can't beat physics, it's really simple.
And I've got a couple of friends that want to join, but they're too late.
They're too late for this year. Yes, we've long since sold it out, and actually 22 is selling quite quickly, well into double figures for that too.
Honestly, I cannot believe that you would do anything else, because we were looking at a couple of different race series where you modify a road car, but this is a proper race car.
Yeah, and one of the great things with Caterham residual value is actually if you continue through racing and you do 2, 3, 4 years where there's small upgrades to the car, at the end of it, it still retains a huge amount of residual value compared to normal race cars, just absolutely plummet.
Yeah,
you might as well throw them in the bin.
We're all on, can you hear me?
There are lots of Academy cars out there that are actually now road cars.
I'm on.
Just running
Can you
around
hear
the road as regular Caterhams. You wouldn't even know.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's
just the
mic.
You can actually finance it as well.
You can. I think that's unique. I can't imagine anyone wanting to finance any other race car, but £199 a month, you could finance Academy.
That's unbelievable. Amazing.
Welcome back then to Knockhill for continued coverage here of the 6th weekend of the Caterham Motorsport season of 2022. We've already had 3 races, exciting races this morning, and we're going to go on and have our next race, which is the 310R race. see all this spectacular scenery around the Knockhill circuit. But yeah, next up is the 310R race. But we had an exciting 270R race previously that we've just sort of calmed down off of. It's Chris Hutchinson up here in the commentary box, and Sam Parker is out there. And Sam, you were talking to the drivers after that race. We didn't catch that on the mic, but you were speaking to Dominic Mansberger, I think.
Yes, I was. He was actually really delighted to be in third place on the podium because he was really, really struggling towards the end of that race because he had a puncture. So to manage that car round this circuit with a puncture is quite something.
Yeah, I didn't spot that at all. So that is, like you say, to just get on that podium then is a really good result for him. But the whole race was great, and I know that the drivers were looking quite excited in that podium. We didn't catch the podium sort of build up, and we didn't get to talk to them. But certainly, with O'Flanagan sort of taking one hand on that trophy, it was an excited paddock, that's for sure.
It was. There was a lot of happy faces, and I mean I haven't done the maths, but I'm presuming for the championship, Hugo will remain in second and Dominic in third.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I'll put the figures into the spreadsheet at some point. But yeah, as we head away from here. But it's, I think, like I say, battle between second and third will be the interesting story for Spa, which is up next, obviously, in October.
Yes, one thing not to forget about was a good battle between Ben Buckley and James Hall in that race until, unfortunately, James went off into the gravel.
Yeah, he had a bit of a spin, didn't he, down at the hairpin. But yeah, Buckley coming right back through the field as well. So a great fight back. He was down in 10th place at one point, so really did fight back through the field.
He definitely had a better start than yesterday, so he'll be pleased with that going into Spa.
Yep, and then now we've got the exciting prospect then of the 310R racing to come. They gave us a fantastic race yesterday. Pete Walters out there in the lead, taking an exciting race, and it was actually Jack Sales who was kind of leading the race for the majority of the times, but over the line he just missed a gear just as he was coming out the hairpin for the final time. In fact, we've got a 2-minute silence. Thank you, everybody, for honouring and respecting that to mark and memorialise Her Majesty's Queen Elizabeth II's passing, and a well-respected 2-minute silence across all the paddock. But now we get ready for the next Caterham action, and today And like I said, that is the 310R race cars here at the Knockhill circuit. The chance for them to race in that reverse direction then. So we saw the 270R race, and it was tougher for them to overtake. They still managed it. They were still shuffling the order at the front. But in the 310R race, where they were absolutely nose to tail throughout the top 10 yesterday, throughout various points of that race, now we've got an exciting prospect of them being able to take to the reverse direction and see what they can do. We've got a lot less wind. You can see that the wind is a lot less blowy today, so less sort of headwind coming into the chicane, which is going to mean that there's less tow on offer, and we did see that affect the 270R race. So let's see whether the 310s have that extra little bit of power. So 310R is the 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and they have extra 15-20 horsepower over the 270, as well as a limited slip diff and a few extra revs as well. So a few more tools and toys to play with in that car. Looking to see what they can achieve today. We have a new lap record to aim for, and that is 55.805 is the current lap record in the reverse direction. And that was set by Alan Cooper in 2018, which was the last time we raced here in 2000. So he is in this race. Will he be able to hang on to that? He finished 6th in yesterday's race. So will he be able to hold on to his lap record in this reverse direction? So saw excitement out of the last corner yesterday, where Jack Sales, who had been leading, looked like he was going to sweep round the outside, he ended up missing a gear. The 2nd to 3rd gear change on these gearboxes that the Caterhams run is a bit tricky sometimes, especially under pressure, and that pressure told right at the end, so he dropped back down to 4th place. Harry Cook, in fact, there is Jack Sales in that white with Bob stood by him, his father, as he just gets his gloves on as they've all jumped back in. But yeah, it was Harry Cook who actually was on pole, but he'd crashed in qualifying and broken his car quite bad. But Williams' team put his car all back together, and it's clearly going fast because he was ready to try and take the win in that last corner as well. They were going 3 wide round, and unfortunately he just outbraked himself very slightly, and that drifted him back to 5th place by the time the flag flew. But nevertheless, it was a great effort and great to see him back after the damage that he sustained in qualifying. But yeah, Sam's still out there then, and we can see the grid here getting ready for this race. Who's your money on, Sam? Have you got a bet?
Oh, I think that's a tricky one. I think Pete was strong here yesterday, wasn't he? I think he could have another win, but I wouldn't. I think Ross will make his way through. I know he's in 14th, but Ross, this is his home circuit. He's used to this circuit. So I think we could see him coming towards the front end of the grid.
Yeah, interesting. So yeah, Blair McConaughey, he'll be knowing through the paddock, and we'll call him out on qualifying. But yeah, he starts deep in the field after a spin late yesterday. But yeah, he will be looking to try and get back through from 14th. Harry George also made positions late because of all that last corner incident. But 2nd place, he's been quite happy in that 2nd place. Runner-up in the championship as well, 2 Pete Walters. So he's surely a good bet as well.
Most definitely one to watch as well. And Jack Sales, obviously unfortunate, he was doing so well yesterday. He's clearly very quick here. So again, someone else that's going to keep up with those front guys.
And if we can have the emotion that we got from Carl Jones in that 3rd place, it was such an important 3rd place for him yesterday. I'd love to see that back as they get their green flag and get waved off on their green flag lap.
Yes, it'll be. It's going to be another eventful race.
So as we see then the cars coming down towards us after the green flag waves, and we head on down into the Taylor's Hairpin. This will be 310R's first opportunity to race in this reverse direction since 2018. They raced in the clockwise direction yesterday in this unique super header event that we've got going here at Knockhill. So we were racing the opposite way around this hairpin yesterday, and this time we are coming down the hill, quite a steep hill down into this braking zone, and they'll go all the way down to 2nd gear to try and haul the car up in time. The opening 3 races we've had, they've all managed to successfully stop the cars, ready for that, and you can see the way it falls away from the drivers as they head round a short lap here we've got at Knockhill. So let's see whether we can confirm the grid order for you at some point, just to confirm it's the finishing order that they had from yesterday's races. Pete Walters leads them quite slowly round, isn't he, to back to the grid again. Here is the confirmation then of the starting grid. Pete Walters starts on pole, Harry George alongside him. It's Carl Jones, Jack Sells making up that top 4. Then we've got Harry Cook, Alan Cooper, Wes Payne, Alan Curtis rounding out top 8. And then we have... 9th is Angus McLean, 10th Stephen Metcalf, Dan Clayfan starts 11th, Kevin Cooper starts 12th. 13th for Fraser Jones, Blair McConaughey starts 14th, Tim Steele 15th, Michael Curley is in 16th. Then we have 17th, Chris Fraser, Duncan Cook, Roger Gaunt, Paul Herndine rounds out the top 20. And they've got 21st starting position for Jeff Price. So a disappointing race yesterday. And Harry Eyre also got DQ'd from the race yesterday for causing a collision. So he starts from the rear of the field, be looking to make his way back through. So fantastic. They should be starting to line themselves up. You can see Pete Walters just off the right of our screen there on our fixed camera. And then Harry George lines up alongside him. Carl Jones, who we saw that in motion from yesterday. And Jack Sales, who led most of the race yesterday, although the timing screens showed that Pete Walters took the lead for most of the actual times over the line. And then behind them, we've got Harry Cook, Alan Cooper, who was firmly involved. Wes Payne, who came through in his pearlescent car, Angus McLean and Stephen Metcalf. They're all involved in that battle at one point or another, as was Blair McConaughey, who dropped back late on with a spin, I think, down at the hairpin. So looking for people to come back through as well. This is time nearly for this. Was expecting that green flag at the back of the grid. They should nearly be lined up. There is that green flag. So they get presented the 5-second board, and we'll be looking for the lights then for the second of the 310R race for this weekend, the Motul sponsored championship. Away they go then. Pete Walters on the right of our screen in the black machine. We have Harry George in the blue Alpha sponsored machine there. Carl Jones in the green and blue machine, or green and black to the right. Harry Cook looking for a way through, can't do it. Jack Sales, Harry Cook locks up his front, loses the rear of the car, gets it all gathered back up. That was a bit of an exciting moment for turn 1. We got a bit of dust and dirt, but Jack Sales making a position up then into 3rd place. Is he going to get back to the front of the field where he spent most of the time yesterday? He's pulling to the outside of Harry George already as they go through the curve and to the left of Clark. And they, for this first time, he doesn't make it through this time, and in fact having to protect from Harry Cook behind him. But Pete Walters making the best of that start. You see here the rear of the field all flowing through, still nose to tail as we go. There's Chris Fraser in the Dutch Barn vodka car, heading through the chicane. You can hear them all hitting the limiter as they go up and over Butchers and the left-hander. The cars will temporarily leave the floor there, and they get it to settle down. Graham Clayfan having to protect heavily to the inside there to stop the advances of the number 10 there, Chris Fraser. They head on up Duffers Dip then to make this the final corner of the lap. They just clip that inside curve, and they just about have enough room on the exit there to make it all come back together again. We see the action all the way through the field. Alan Cooper looking to come back through there. Is that Blair McConaughey already up to 8th place? He's made 6 places up, and he is currently in 8th place over the line, and he was looking like he was going to make even more places up into the hairpin. He is not messing about. Harry George, though, looking to the outside of Pete Walters. Pete Walters not giving her any room, so he has to tuck back in. Jack Sales tucking in there in 3rd place as well, back where he thinks he should be up there. And after a disappointing gear change miss out that final corner, he'll be looking to see whether he can get on the podium. Jeff Price also having made up a good number of places there. He made up 7 places as well off that start. Whether they all went to the outside, maybe the outside of the hairpin was the place to be, as we see the rest of them flowing through. There is Dan Clayfan, number 73. Clape's on his number plate as he turns, and he's got Gaunt there behind him. Roger Gaunt chasing him in that position. Off up the hill then and over to start their 3rd lap. Having to protect the inside, Harry George there. He's on the outside, got a full overlap of Pete Walters, but Pete Walters on the inside, so he should be able to make this stick, although Harry George proving that outside line with this limited slip differential where they can get on that power. The outside line for these 310Rs is really working for him, and he has now got his nose in front of Pete Walters. Is Pete Walters going to insist on staying alongside, or will he capitulate? He's not going to. He is going to take that compromise line. They're going to go absolutely side by side. Jack Sales, can he make it 3 wide? He does. He's going up the inside of Pete Walters. Is he going to make it stick with into the chicane? He does. So therefore Pete Walters is going to slip from the lead back down into 3rd place. It's never working out very well when they go absolutely side by side through Clark, left-hander. Here up at the left-hander, as we head up through to Duffers. Cooper also heavily involved in the battle with Cook there. Again, these cars just cocking that left front wheel as they turn the wheel left as they head over the Duffers dip hill, clip the little curb and just float the cars over to the exit where the pit entrance is, where they've just got enough room to absolutely keep it pinned as they head over the hill. So we've got Pete Walters back into second ahead of Jack Sales. Cooper looking down the inside of Kirk. Is he going to make that stick? He's certainly quick on the exit, although Cooper has the run, so Cook has the run, so it's going to settle back to the same order. Pete Walters again, we're going to see plenty of action here. I wonder whether the wind has just picked up slightly, because there is more overtaking into Clark Bend than there has been into the hairpin, so I wonder whether we're getting some of that tight action here. I'll absolutely see almost the eyeballs of the drivers as they head into the chicane that time through. Pete Walters shoves it back. He's just got enough room to head round left, and the Butcher's in the lead again, so he dropped from first to third, and he's immediately recovered himself back to the lead of this race. Jack Sales following along closely behind with Cook, Cooper, and then is that Blair McConaughey? It is Blair McConaughey, who is now up into 6th place from 14th on the grid. What a fantastic start. He also takes the fastest lap of 56.296 for him as he went across the line the last time through. That's not quite into record territory yet. They need to lose nearly a second off that, but we will see those times coming good as the race progresses. Cook a bit out of line there. He needs to get back in that line, so he's having an argument with Cooper as to who is joining the line. But you don't want to be out to the side because you lose all the tow then. But they do all get in single file. Harry George just clipping that red curb, which saw him take off with 2 of his inside wheels there as he lands just in time to gather it all back together. See how off camber it is. Got caught Pete Walters just landing off the chicane there. Bumpy, boring ride for all of these drivers, and throughout the races we've seen some significant air from cars as they head down that chicane. 310R will be no exception. Alan Curtis there as well, following along, and Kevin Cooper, Alan's dad, is following along through as well. But it is again side by side. Jack Sales taking the watching brief this time, isn't he, in that 3rd place? Cook down the inside of Cooper, looking like he's going to make that hold on to that position in the number 9 ahead of Cooper. Blair McConaughey next up, and at the rear of this lead train of extremely fast 310Rs. Harry George trying to throw the train off there, and they did all have to whip backwards and forwards to try and follow that tow. I think he's felt that there is a little bit more headwind into the Clarks today, which is giving people the chance to use that tow, so he's trying to get rid of it. There's Wes Payne, great result for him yesterday, finishing in 7th place and fully involved in that lead battle throughout. He'll be pleased with his result, no doubt. Fine sight, this 310R. They were absolutely nose to tail for the top 10 yesterday, and it looks like they're having just as much fun today. Alan Curtis does look like he is going to rejoin that battle, and then there is a little bit of a gap back then to the 2nd Cooper in the race, but Curtis certainly at the moment is in that middle ground, but can he make his way forward? Can Harry George hold on to the lead for another lap? Well, Pete Walters doesn't want to let him. Jack Sales round the outside, Harry Cook on the inside. Jack Sales will have the momentum and the tow, so Cook will have to slip back in. In fact, Jack Sales had such a momentum that he's actually been able to pull to the inside of Pete Walters. That doesn't work. That could give Harry George the opportunity to slip away, and Jack Sales having to fight now with Cook on the inside there, and Cooper coming to get involved. So a bit 3 wide into the chicane. Cooper is not going to give that position up. This could get very tasty as they go through the chicane. They've sorted it all out, but Cooper made a position up there. He absolutely wasn't willing to give that one up, and Cook had to back out of it with Blair McConaughey, Wes Payne, and is that another green car sort of stuck in the mix there? Is that Carl Jones? I think it is in that green rear panel. Indeed it is Carl Jones as they come up to the line again. Harry George wiggling once more to try and shake the tow. Alan Curtis is getting closer. Blair McConaughey had to jink out the side of Cook there. Wes Payne following on behind. Harry George maintains that lead as they head down the steep apex of the hairpin for this, the 8th time of asking. Over the bumps, and Jack Sales taking to a bit of the grass there to try and get alongside Pete Walters. He's realised that it's going to be into Clark. You have to make the move. It's a messy move to make even at the best of times, but he's kind of realising that is the best opportunity today. Certainly harder in this reverse direction to get an overtake sticking. Harry George taking a slightly wider, uncomfortable, bumpy ride for Pete Walters, but he gathers it all back together. You can hear the engine sort of complaining as he landed heavily in the jinked car one way or the other. We've got a car just dropped onto the gravel there, rejoining though, and back up to speed. Got a car, that is that Dan Clayfan. It is Dan Clayfan, number 73, double waved yellows. He's in the barrier. Wonder whether those two came together, whoever it was, but he was in that. So that car was deeply embedded. I don't think we're going to get it out. And I think at the moment that might well, with 22 minutes of this race to go, might well lead to a safety car. So keep an eye out for safety car boards. A little contact there between Cooper and Pete Walters. You can see the dent. There is a safety car has been released, so all the drivers will be slowing up now. But contact from Cooper. There you can see the Clayfan there on the outside of the corner. His car's just in that barrier. But the drivers, the lead pack's all slowed up. So they all spotted, all worked it out. And they've seen the yellow flags waving. Dan Clayfan on the inside there just saying I'm fine to his racers. So the safety car will pick them up, and there will have to be a retrieval exercise to go and get that car out from the gravel. See the yellow flags there. Thank you to the marshals for their work as ever, and all the processes and procedures allowing us to go racing. He has made significant contact, but it's a safer barrier, isn't it? That's Protect barriers that are there, and it looks like it should be okay. That's someone else. That wasn't the actual driver. That was just a spectator. It was one of the drivers from the other series just coming to have a look. Harry George then. Let's have a confirmation of the running order as the safety car is out. And it's Harry George in front of Pete Walters. There is the safety car picking up the leaders now. Jack Sales is in third place. Alan Cooper, after that little bit of contact with Walters as he was sort of sort things out, is in that fourth place. Cook comes fifth. McConaughey up the grid all the way to sixth place. Wes Payne comes next. Carl Jones slipping today down to seventh place at the moment. Alan Curtis came across that gap solo, so clearly has some good pace to come across that gap, but he is now being caught up by McLean, Kevin Cooper, Jeff Price, who's also come up from the back of the field to 12th, so good for him. And Chris Fraser in that 12th place. Harry Eyre 14th, Fraser Jones 15th, and Curley is in 16th. Let's just round everyone out. So his fastest lap signifier, 56.296, so still a few tenths left to go, but Blair McConaughey currently taking that extra point for fastest lap. 17th Curley, Metcalf is, Metcalf 17th, Gaunt 18th, Steele is 19th, Herndeen, Cook, Clayfan are the two that are being marked at the back. Clayfan obviously back into the barrier there, so he will take no further part in the racing action today. See the field running through under much reduced speed then. So we try and get the car removed from that location as quickly as possible so we can get as much of this race left. Just over the 10-minute mark into this race now. So still 20 minutes left to go. Pete Walters doing everything he could yesterday to help himself out in the championship. Maximum points, 30 points. Dan Clayfan back in the car if he's needed to try and get the engine sparked up again. But Harry George, after the last lap shuffle that happened in that second place. So again, he's losing points to Pete Walters, but today he finds himself in front at this point. So it's where he needs to be. This championship will go down to the final round in Spa anyway. So regardless of whether Pete wins this race, they will be in Spa on the 15th and 16th of October for their final round of the season. There is Pete Walters in his 88 with his newly acquired dent on his rear panel after contact. LFP run car, and you can see that LFP run Harry George in front of him. So teammates there. And then we've got the independent, Jack Sales there, TN Accountancy sponsored car, and Alan Cooper there in the blue car machine behind. Moving along. The vehicle has got down to Dan's car and has pulled him clear, so we are getting this race underway. You can see Snappy John Bryant in the background there, ready to take some pictures. This series sponsor for us. There goes the safety car, so the field is flowing on by, and they'll be able to see now that the car has been extracted, and they'll expect to start looking more closely at the lights on the safety car. So in the pre-race briefing pack, they'd have been told where the lights on the safety car will have been going out, and there will be a separate indication from the clockwise direction and the anti-clockwise direction, so the drivers will all start to know where to look for when the lights are going out, and that's to give every driver the opportunity to see the safety car and know that the lights have gone out, so they all know the restart is happening. Expecting to see at least another lap though, given that we're late on in this one and the car was still very much being towed back. You can see Dan there without his helmet, an opportunity to see a driver without their helmet on in their race car. They will be pulled to the first position they can get to. We're in a position of safety. We're racing by the trucks. But yeah, we'll have at least another lap then under the safety car. An opportunity to thank our marshals, all the various marshals that come together to make this these race meetings happen. You can see tucking onto the inside of the chicane, there'll be a barrier hole where they can put that car safety. So I think this will be the final lap behind the safety car. We've still got 16 minutes or so left of this race, and by the time we take the checker flag, it's going to be about 15 minutes, isn't it? So still half of the race to go when they get that under running again. And the skills of these race drivers is the fourth step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, so they'll now be all making sure their brakes and their tyres are back into the temperature and they're nice and clean. You'll see a bit of weaving just to make sure there's no dust and dirt on their tyres. You see Jack Sales working the wheel hard there, and he'll be also, you can see him heavily on the brakes and on the accelerator to try and get that temperature back in. It's easy to snatch a brake and lock a wheel up on these restarts. So they'll be doing that. The lights are still on currently on that safety car, but you keep an eye on them on the camera to see when they go out. And as soon as they do go out, that signifies that safety car will be pulling into the pits, and Harry George will take the role of the safety car at that point and will dictate the speed. And as soon as he goes, he must continue to go. You can see the lights still flashing away, so there could potentially be another lap. It depends where they're going to be signalled that lights will go out, and they'll be told. But everyone getting prepared regardless. There will be fully on it, and they'll be closing all their gaps. There are the lights out on the safety car. The safety car accelerates away from the field, and it gives them a bit of distance. So it's going to be Harry George who's going to restart them then as they start through the second half of this race. It's almost going to be at the halfway mark by the time they get to that gap. You can see that Harry George has slowed the pack right up. He's doing a bit of weaving. He's going to try and pick his moment exactly when he doesn't or thinks the others aren't expecting it, but they're experienced drivers. They can't overtake him until they've crossed the line, but they'll be doing everything they can to get as big a momentum. He does back them up slightly at that point, but he continues his run. Is he going to hold them slowly all the way to the line? It looks like they might be speeding up now. You can see the yellow flags are still out at the moment. There's still weaving happening, so he is holding them right back, and there's a bit of chaos. They're all a bit line astern. They're not knowing he's gone now. So the green flag's being shown as they come across the line then. All the drivers were ready for it. It looks like we've got side by side for Cook and Cooper. McConaughey looking like he wants to try and make a hay, and then we've got the Jack Sales to the outside. A bit of a lock-up. We talked about that getting temperature into the tyres and brakes. A little bit of a lock-up and chirp of the tyres as he heads in. Does look like Cooper's still ahead of Cook at this point, and McConaughey's fighting now with Wes Payne as they head on down and around through this right-handed approach to this left-handed corner. Again, all the flag marshals will be posting their green flags at the moment to say the course is clear and ready for that racing. Harry Eyre looks like he's come up through the field. He started right from the back of the grid, and he's up to 11th place now, so a good result for Harry Eyre as well there, and he might be joining in this battle. That safety car would have actually brought him right back into this battle. There's Jeff Price racing with Chris Fraser in this round about the 13th and 14th place on the grid, so they're having a deep battle, and Jeff Price fighting back through the field as well as they head up Duffer's Dip through the left-hander and on to start their next lap. They're just completing their 13th lap, so they'll be starting lap 14, and we're going just about 3 abreast, although Walters still has it. Cook's locked up behind again. That's the second time we've seen him doing that. But Jack Sales round the outside then. Can he make that momentum stick? He has got Pete Walters to drag him along in this tow, and he's got that momentum again. Is he going to try and take the lead? We've seen a couple of drivers make a couple of places up. He's got good momentum round the outside. I think he's going to push for this. He's not. He's going to tuck back in. There's a sensible head on Jack Sales' shoulders there. He said that he knows that each time that happens, someone loses out. He's already made a space up this lap, so maybe just at this stage, the halfway point, it's not worth pushing that. Harry Cook again sideways as he went down through the middle of Butchers, and Blair McConaughey looking to see whether he can make that position up in the 34 car, the white there, the local lad running in he won a couple of races last year, so he really wants to get back up on that podium for all the people that come to watch and support him here at the Knockhill circuit. Side by side then for the lead. Jack Sales this time alongside Pete Walters. He's got a bit of a head of steam over him. Can he make that outside line? Cooper locked up on the inside there. Big lock up for him. Jack Sales has to sit behind, but he's going to see whether he can get that toe out. Harry George taking that tighter line. Does allow him to tuck up underneath, but the momentum is with the two cars on the outside. Again, Jack Sales moves to the outside to see whether he can make it stick this time. Is he going to push it this time? He does. He sticks on the inside. He's going to take that lead ahead of Pete Walters. And he even acted a little bit of block and interference there to stop the drivers behind from being able to make a run on him. So he is now going to carry that lead through the chicane. A fairly smooth ride through there for all of our top three. Harry George in that third place now, so he has been in every position. A bit of grippy gravel there for Blair McConaughey as he comes out. That would have been into McIntyre's. That would have been a bit eye-opening because you've got to scrub off a lot of speed there, and if you're in the gravel, it's not so easy to do. So Jack Sales is being applauded by the pit wall and will be taking the lead for the first time in this race. However, Pete Walters had the run on him, and it looks like Harry George and Harry Cook are going to have a go at him as well, but he holds on around that outside line. Full lock on there. You can see him having to work the wheel quite hard as the camber drops away. Harry Cook now going to get up the side of Harry George. Harry squared mover going on there, so they're side by side. We're going to go line astern for the lead though, so we're looking at that third to fourth battle, and Cook is on the inside. Harry George is going to be compromised, but he does have just about enough room and momentum around the outside to hold that on. So the battle continues on, but with Pete Walters back out in front, Jack Sales second, Harry George in third place. Cook. Then we got Carl Jones, who is back in the action again after dropping to 10th place. He is now back up into 5th, so he is right back in this action. That safety car was exactly what he needed. Wes Payne just behind him has made a move over McConaughey that time, so McConaughey's dropped a couple of places this lap. Then we've got that Kevin Cooper and Price Fraser battle that's going deep into this race. Looks like Jack Sales might be dropping back to 4th place because both of the Harrys have got through and passed him on that lap, so he didn't get a good exit up through Duffers. Didn't see what happened that time, but Carl Jones is still there, and it looks like Blair, is that Blair? Yeah, Blair Black up into 6th, but he's got Wes Payne in the unicorn puke card of the car, and as he goes through, Wes Payne though setting the fastest lap of 56.228 now. So we're getting close, but we're still at least 4 tenths away from the lap record, so it doesn't necessarily look like they're going to have an opportunity in this race to get that lap record, such as the intensity of the actual action going on. And I remember back in 2018 with the race spread out quite a bit more, a little bit tuck under on Blair McConaughey's tyre there. That's got tyre rub going on as well. That could cause a big problem. Certainly it's going to cause friction and slow. And is that his tyre also having a problem there? But the tyre was such that I'm not sure that tyre is going to last for Blair. Let's keep an eye out for that though. Smoke still coming off of it. You want it to untuck itself to get rid of that, because otherwise a puncture can ensue. But there's a lot of smoke, and there's Alan Cooper around the outside then. You can see that wheel is just tucked under. We've seen it a couple of times this year where the wing hasn't sort of sprung loose, but it's just tucked under, and it will be gouging some of that tyre away. Side by side for the lead, Harry George on the outside. We've got Pete Walters, though, having to capitulate, coming to 2nd place. So Harry George made that move stick. There is McConaughey with that tyre rub, but it's still going on. Cooper behind Wes Payne now. Heard a couple of, I don't know if it's toots of the horn. There are horns on these. They are all based on that Academy Road legal car, so they will have horns in there, whether I heard them or it was just a bit of, it could have been a bit of grounding out by some of the cars. But there is Wes Payne in that 50, the ever-changing pearlescent coloured car. Alan Curtis again doing that action to try and come across that gap. McLean just behind him. With 17 and 88 still going side by side. We've got side by side for 3rd and 4th. Carl Jones is the watching brief currently as we go 3 wide behind them for that 6th place battle. Harry George maintains it. There's Pete Walters with his LFP car on the rear. He's going to tuck up the inside there. Real jink back. He was Harry George was not expecting that, I don't think, and Pete Walters caught him a little bit of a nap, but the line was still compromised. Can Harry George going to make it all the way to the grass? Is he? He is off the grass. It's uncomfortable. There's a bit of gravel there, and as well as a bit of tarmac just to rescue him, but he somehow managed to pallet that all together. Just again, he was carrying so much speed through Clark, it just was not going to grip enough, and that curb is slightly slippier than the tarmac, so once you make it to that curb with a bit of speed, you're never going to quite gather it all together. But again, proving that the runoffs here at Knockhill are actually pretty grippy in this dry weather we've had all weekend, and it looks like that forecast is going to hold for the rest of the day. Pit boards showing for some of them, telling them that the car in front of them is a nose cone ahead. And there's Harry George to the left, Pete Walters to the right. Pete Walters looks like he's got that move done. Is his rear wheel arch hanging off slightly? I guess that was from that contact, wasn't it, where we saw Cooper making slight contact, so that's why it's slightly ajar there. See the rest, and the Caterham Motorsport car of Carl Jones up the rear with a very metallic emblem on the back of his car. Again, using all of that curb to the exit, but no more. Jack Sales there, nice view of him as he flies on into this chicane, and the car's all dilly-dally through there. Up and over Butchers, a little jump and to get the car settled, ready for this McIntyre's left-hander, 50 miles an hour. to bring it back up to 80 miles an hour by the time they get to this left-hand corner, and just about enough room on the exit to make that without having to use the pit lane. But it should be absolutely flat out for these 310Rs if they get that line perfect. Another move then to outside for Harry George, and Pete Walters up the inside. Little bit of oversteer as he was on the brakes there, but he got it all gathered together. Harry George tucked in behind. Harry Cook now into that third place solidly ahead of Jack Sales. He's got a bit of ground to make up now, and then Carl Jones behind them. Blair McConaughey after that tyre rub. Remember, he's going to be having a bit of friction on that tyre, and it's not going to be ideal for him. He is dropping away from that lead group now, so it does look like his charge from the back of the field is going to be a little bit curtailed by that. Up and bouncing over again for Pete Walters, but he maximises that line through Butchers to get braking as a straight line as possible for McIntyres. Did that well, managed to carry that speed, and actually Harry Cook there having to hold on for, with losing that grip, isn't he, on that second place battle, so he'll want to make that up as he comes down here. But you can see the BRSEC flags absolutely still this afternoon. From yesterday they were flapping away as a tailwind all the way up this straight. We're coming down this straight today and there's no such wind here. It's quite still at Knockhill for this, their second race, the second 30-minute race, of which they have 6 minutes to go. Side by side, when have we seen this before? Every single lap, I think, around here, but Harry George maintains that in front of Pete Walters then. Harry Cook is still in that third position. After his accident in qualifying, the car had to be rebuilt by Williams Motorsport. They put it all back together. He was fully involved in the battle yesterday until the last lap where he tried to go for the win, and unfortunately that slipped him back to 6th place, I think it was, when he crossed the line. But he's back in that battle, back in third place. What is he going to do? Is he going to try for that win again today? Jack Sales led most of the race yesterday, around most of the lap, but every time we got to the start-finish line, Pete Walters seemed to be able to pip him, and so he's in 4th place now. Is he in a better position potentially to move forward in those last couple of corners? And unfortunately it was a missed gear that cost him that potential win yesterday, and he'll be looking to do that. I spoke to him just before the race, and he's very relaxed this season about his racing and really enjoying the 310R in this spec with the car and the chassis. He says the car balance and performance is absolutely brilliant and really a fun place to race. He's raced every single, just watching them all locking up, he's raced every single step of this motorsport ladder, including the 420R where he's been on the podium. He's won 3rd place in the championship trophy twice in that series. A little hop from Harry George that time. So he really knows his Caterham racing, and he loves this 310R in the spec it is currently and likes to go racing in it. Under 5 minutes then left to go. Harry George, after his flight over I think Wes Payne there, setting a 56.077. That lap record getting closer, but not quite there yet. Still got a couple of tenths to find. Is anyone going to find it? There's Harry Eyre in middle ground. Come join these pictures later. Harry Cook looking to the inside. Was there room down there? No, there wasn't, after he had to take quite a wide move back in there. That would have certainly been distracting in the mirrors of Harry George and Pete Walters, but overall it's cost him a little bit of time as they head on down the railway bend. See off into the hills in the distance as well. Wes Payne and Alan Curtis having a battle. Wes Payne's performance dropping away a little bit towards the end of this race, but 4 minutes are left to go, and we'll be looking to see what's going to happen in these final 4 minutes. It's been a great race again from the 310R. Definitely trickier to overtake in this reverse direction with the wind as we have it today, and you can see that they have to fight for every single position, but they've certainly been shuffling those positions on a regular basis, and Blair McConaughey looks like that tyre rub has abated a little bit. You can see that the wing is hanging down just a touch more, so that's going to allow him to pick up his pace again, which he has done, and he's caught right back up onto the tail of Carl Jones. You can see them running in those 5th, 6th and 7th place with Alan Cooper, who's faded a little bit towards the end of this race as well after that contact with Pete Walters early on. But Pete Walters down the inside then of Harry George, followed by Cook and then Sales. Then we have Jones, McConaughey and Cooper. This has been the big overtaking opportunity of the racing. There's Cook's looking to see whether he can make it. Harry George persisting down that inside. We've seen a couple of times that compromises you because you run out of speed on the exit. Pete Walters is back up his inside after the switchback move effectively, and he will hold on to that lead into the chicane this time. Beautiful smooth line there for him as he swept around the outside of Harry George as he lost speed on the exit. So it didn't work for Harry George that time, and Alan Cooper now stealing that fastest lap of this race, 56.038. Remember, it's his lap record currently in the 55.8, so he is currently the person who is closest to matching it, but not quite managed it just yet. we're moving in with only 2.5 minutes of this race to go then. Pete Walters is still out in front, has been for a lot of this race, but Harry George has been there all the time. Bit of a lock-up from Harry George, drops him wide. Will Harry Cook be able to get past him? They've gone side by side. That might give Pete Walters a little bit of contact there. Cooper and Carl Jones come into contact. He's going to make contact with the barrier. No, he just avoids contact with that barrier there. A little bit of contact out of the hairpin there, and the wheels interlocked, and it just speared Carl into the inside of the... Speed him to the inside, but he'll be back up to speed and back into this race, but he'll obviously drop down the order with only 2 minutes of this race to go. Pete Walters, a big jump. Oh, he's got the radiator damage for Alan Cooper there, so he's going to have to stop that car and kill the engine, and that's where he's having to do it. He cannot move that car anywhere else. He's telling the marshals he is going to have to stop there, and that is on the outside exit of the hairpin. They're going to be waved yellows, and one of our overtaking opportunities will be reduced. He's being told by the marshals they would like him to jump out quickly and get over the barrier ahead of the group all getting through to him, because his car's looking a bit battered and bruised now, isn't it? He was fully in the battle, but they're coming down into that hairpin now then for the battle for the lead, and they'll be going past this position as we watch them. There they are. The lead group are through. So Walters does head George and his head of Cook and Sales as they head off down into Clark. There's a back marker as well who's going to come into effect. We saw that yesterday. They did have a little bit of a shuffling effect, and where are they going to be able to find to get past? Are they going to be able to make it through the chicane? No, they're not. Is that Herndeen maybe out at the back of the field? Pete Walters is going to catch him in exactly the wrong place. He really does not want to catch him here. Herndeen pulls to the outside. Great manoeuvre from him to get out and keep out the way of this battle. We are going to go on to the last lap of this race. They have 55 seconds of this race left to go, so this will be the start of the last lap of the 310R. Second race for them this weekend at Knockhill. There we go then, side by side for the lead as they come down here for the last time into Taylor's hairpin. Walters in the ideal line, but Harry Cook just chirps a wheel again as he gets a bit of a lock-up. So Harry George is going to be in third place. Where are those yellow flags? They're going to have to be in line astern. The green flag there. So there was a bit of swapping, but it depends where those yellow flags are on the side. Can Jack Sales do anything about fourth place? Can he get up there? And Blair McConney is still there in this battle and in this action after the tyre rub ceased to be a problem. He is now up there. Harry George having to protect from Cook on the inside of the chicane. There's not really any opportunities for any more overtaking, but sometimes they make opportunities where they don't exist. Let's see whether that happens as Walters lands the car and turns into the left of McIntyre's going up Duffer's Dip. It looks like he's got it slightly out of alignment, but it's all brought back under control by the time they turn to the left. Is anyone going to be able to make any difference as they go up and over the hill? The race is going to conclude this time through, and it looks like it is going to be Walters followed absolutely nose to tail by Harry George. It is going to be Harry Cook that takes that third place. In fact, George takes that over the line according to the timing screen over Walters. So let's see where the line is, and in fact it did look like that happened. So George is being given on the timing screen the win over Walters, who then Cook in third place. Jack Sales comes home fourth, McConaughey fourth, Payne sixth, McLean seventh, and then Curtis eighth, Price Air, Fraser, Carl Jones down in 12th place after rejoining, Kevin Cooper, Fraser Jones, Metcalf and Curley. What a spectacular race that was. Absolutely nose to tail for our front sort of 5, 6 and sometimes 8 cars as they went through. But it was Walters was persistently out front with Harry George, and over the line there, George just took that win according to the timing screen. So they will be checking through that, no doubt, and Walters will have to take that second place. So good for Harry George and his championship. That's Pete Walters came through in second. But again, Pete Walters has had such a strong race set. He can't win the championship this weekend, but it's going to go to the last round. But he's certainly putting himself in a good position to do that. There is Cook was in that third place, and Sales again in that fourth place. So he'll be disappointed not to take a podium away from this weekend. There's Carl Jones. We saw having that a bit of an issue with Alan Cooper. He's got Kevin Cooper, his dad, there behind him. And we didn't see what caused that, but interlocking of wheels, and then the cars just sort of reacted badly and got shuffled to that inside there. And there's Fraser Jones in the number 14, Wavington, thanking all the marshals, as we all do. So all the drivers on this cool-down lap will be waving to all the marshals, giving them a toot of their horn to thank them for all their work and hard efforts over this weekend. And it is another chance for me to say thank you to all the marshals, to all the organising staff, the BRSCC, the organising club, to Caterham and all their staff, to Hay Fisher and the production team for everything. So let's have a confirmation of the provisional results then of that Caterham 310R race. Here we are, Harry George taking that win just by 15,000th of a second over Pete Walters. Harry Cook takes third, Jack Sells fourth, Blair McConaughey takes fifth, Wes Payne comes home sixth, Curtis McLean, Jeff Price and Harry Eyre round out the top 10. We have 11th for Chris Fraser, Carl Jones comes home 12th, Kevin Cooper, Fraser Jones, Stephen Metcalf, Curley, Gaunt, Cook, Steele and Herndine round out top 20. Alan Cooper is classified in 21st, Dan Clayfan we saw in the barrier in 22nd. There we go, so some great 310 action they can all now pack away for the weekend, and we'll see them next at Spa in Belgium. What a great round that's going to be on the 15th and 16th of October. That will be the next time we get to see them, but we are going to get those cars back into Parc Fermé, and we'll get them all lined up, and hopefully we'll get to do some interviews with our winning drivers. Don't forget, we've still got plenty of racing action here before we get to the final rounds of the season. We've got a small gap now, but we will go into the Academy, two Academy races, green group followed by the white group. And then we will have the final race of the weekend, which will be the 7 Championship UK. But we have, the drivers are down in Parc Fermé, and Sam is down there. So yeah, so Sam, all the drivers are already out the car, and I'm looking tired as ever.
Yes, they look exhausted. They're taking on lots of water. Harry's just run over to get a hug from his dad, who I think they're very happy. Very pleased that he got the win. That was a very close finish, wasn't it, Chris?
Yeah, I thought Walters had done it, but the line is a bit further down the hill. So, yeah, you like he's a sprint after Harry George to go and get him back for his interview. But what a race that was. It was close over the line. And, yeah, 15,000ths of a second difference.
Oh, yeah, extremely close. Harry, congratulations on that. That was such a close finish.
Yeah, it's just as intense as it always is. A little bit of a gap when the safety car came out, so I was a little bit disappointed to see that. But yeah, the boys, they made it tough for me. But yeah, delighted to come home with the win. So yeah, not too bad a weekend overall. So yeah, on to Spa.
Yes, that would be a very long track compared to this one.
Yes. I don't know if I've closed some of the points on Pete, but I guess it's not over until it's over. So still going to be 100% from here, and hoping for some decent points at Spa as well.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Let's go and find Pete now. We've got them all here. Pete, let's grab a quick word. Congratulations. You were holding on with that win, weren't you, for quite some time, or the lead?
Thought I had it. Last corner, just lost the rear a bit, lost a bit of traction. I saw Harry closing in on me at such a rate. I was like, even trying to break the toe is not going to matter at that point. So I'll just keep my foot down, trying to get duck under the air, but it was still not quite enough. But no, happy with second. Awful Anglesey. I was feeling really ill that weekend, so it's good to be back in the car and feeling good. So.
On to Spa.
Exactly, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Let's go get a chat with Harry Cook. Well done. Congratulations. You didn't make it easy for these boys, did you?
I tried not to, yeah, but they kept me behind, yeah. It was a shame, because on the last lap I got quite a good exit going out the hairpin, but then the yellow flags I sort of had to lift off. But yeah, it was a good race. Good to get a podium. Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, great for all three of our drivers there. They're obviously pleased with their day's action, and Harry George, as you said, keeping the action close for those championship points, but Walters has probably got one hand on that as long as he gets a good set of results.
Yes, it's still all to play for, kind of. So, yeah, it'll be a good, interesting round at Spa.
You never know what's going to happen. It's a polar opposite track to Knockhill. You know, obviously just 2 kilometres around here, and I think at Spa it's something like 5 point something kilometres. So it's completely different, and such a wide open flowing track that the difference is quite stark, and they will be going 4 or 5 wide down the Kemmel Straight. So who knows what's going to happen?
Well, exactly. We're going to make our way to start walking over towards the podium now. So we're just going to make my way through all these lovely 310s.
Yeah, they're still all mostly in one piece. But you see Carl Jones had a bit of contact there, didn't he, with Alan Cooper, and he's left out there. But yeah, Spa on the 15th and 16th of October. And then we'll be at Silverstone covering the Roadsport and Academy races from Silverstone. But we'll be keeping abreast of all their results eagerly.
Yes, we certainly will. Be definitely not one to miss. So yes, the weather has stayed lovely actually here today. It's not as cold as it was yesterday. Still cold, but you're not as cold. And the wind is slightly picking up this afternoon, but it's still a very pleasant day at Knockhill.
Yeah, and you were talking about the spits of rain that you were getting earlier. They sort of disappeared. They were nothing in the end. And actually, like I say, to come to Anglesey followed by Knockhill and not actually see any wet weather, it's been incredible.
It is. And yeah, there was a few drivers were saying about the spots of rain as well. They were like, please no, we don't want rain. So yeah, thankfully it didn't come to anything.
Yeah, after you've had 3 days of dry testing, the last thing you want really. Well, some drivers really love the wet and actually enjoy it when they have to go and learn it as they're going around, because that's their skill. But you can see the podium.
Well, that's right. But when you haven't had much testing in the wet, it's a lot more tricky. They're just moving on to the podium now.
So yeah, here we go then with the podiums. Harry Cook taking that third place trophy and the champagne to go with it. He'll get on his Avon hat, and as he gets himself all sorted. Pete Walters taking second place in 15/1000th of a second. Lost out just on that finishing line, but takes that second place. Puts on his Avon Tyres cap. And then taking that win today after a second place yesterday, we've got Harry George. There he is in his Alpha-sponsored race suit. He was delighted. You heard how disappointed he even was with that second place yesterday, even though it came through late. And he puts on his BRSEC winners cap there for this weekend. Congratulations to all of our 310R drivers. They can, after they have suitably sprayed their champagne, they will be able to pack up and head off back. He's tucking himself away. That doesn't always endear yourself, and he may well find himself still covered, which he indeed does. Pete Walters sprayed that champagne many times previously, so making the most of that. Harry George making a bit of a hard meal of that one. So we've got another 40-minute gap now whilst we wait for our next Caterham action, which is for the Academy Green and Academy White group. So we will be around, it's scheduled around 3:05 on the timetable, but I would say more than anything, 40 minutes from now, be back on this stream, and we'll be back with all the Caterham action for the final 3 races of here from Knockhill.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense.
The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson.
In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little 2-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series.
And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham.
The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms.
All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power to weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it.
Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed.
So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon. And we're planning a series 2, which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because It's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break. So I've got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such, you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear, often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow, which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint, which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it. Your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing license, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
And you that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a hoot.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now, ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it. You had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more, now more, off, good. Yes, yes, he can drift, he can drift, he can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the catering driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'll go left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
So that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. They've detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if that had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
Got a bit tight.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, there's some nice people.
Oh, wrong, I nearly went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, left, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first, or are you going to just
No, I didn't have a practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't going to try. That was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa, wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, no. No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and look.
Oh. Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds. Get in there. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah. What's so difficult about that, Tiff?
Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge.
I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. Eddie, what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. It's longer and wider, so
Lovely.
a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
No, but you can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
no,
way
other
round?
side, other side.
When can I turn? Well, I
can't. That's your job, not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell me.
No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way, but it's going to be quick. Oh, yes. Oh, yes,
Close.
baby. Oh, yeah, you get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Ready, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to know it. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired right.
You need to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory. We're at Caterham Cars in Gatwick at their head office, and I'm surrounded by the most incredible collection of Caterhams I've ever seen in my life. The most incredible colours and combinations, I think, that exist on the planet. And talking of colours, this one, the top of the range 620S, bright purple with all this carbon, exposed carbon here. But the reason we're here is because we're talking about the Caterham Academy, and this is a typical Caterham Academy car. The Caterham Academy is in its 26th year, and every year Caterham run a ballot like a lotto where the employees can put their name down to enter. This year was won by Mark, so he's going to be competing in this car, but you know what? I'm not worried about that or him. This is what we're here for, to reveal the Lovecars Caterham Academy car. And to join me, I've got Simon Lambert of Caterham Cars to do the big reveal.
Morning, Paul. You excited?
I'm very excited, actually.
Me too,
We're going to go straight for it, are we?
Oh, why not? Yeah.
Okay, come on, here we go, here we go.
Gently.
Well, I've seen it in the renders, but not in real life.
Oh,
it looks fantastic.
That looks fantastic.
Wow, look at that. Our own race car, the Lovecars race car.
I think the guy's done a great job. What do you think?
Absolutely blown away. It looks awesome.
Good.
I can't believe I'm going to be racing in this year.
Well, I'm pleased to see that we haven't done the graphics on the nose. That shows a degree of confidence that we might be replacing it. I guess they've seen you drive.
I was going to say, because this is a replaceable item, as are the...
Yeah, what we do is Caterham racing is very, very close. You're in an open car, so you can hear everyone around you all the time, which means you race far closer than you would in a saloon. So we kind of accept that the wings and nose are, let's not go so far as a consumable item, but they're readily replaced, and we only carry black.
Okay, so you haven't got much faith in me. You think that's going to be replaced?
That wasn't my choice. They have put a little bit of lipstick around the front for you.
Oh, I've got my V-Box here already, all built in. Very good.
Yep, so you can show off on your channel as to your amazing laps, qualifying, pole.
No pressure.
Right.
And the Academy car in general, the main differences over what one of these typical cars?
Very little, if I'm honest. It is effectively a 7270, but just in race trim. You know, there's nothing extra on it other than the safety items, and it runs standard road suspension, narrow track. In fact, it's a backward step in some ways because we put on these fantastic Avon tyres.
I did notice those.
Yeah, I say that because Avon are sponsored, but even they will admit that they're there to teach you rather than to grip the track.
Yeah, I don't think the grip's going to be quite as good as that 620S over there.
No, but there's method behind that. You know, if the car is sliding around more and you're getting used to driving it, you'll get more control of the car rather than just hanging on for dear life and waiting for an accident, which is what would happen if we put on a really grippy tyre.
I absolutely love it. I can't believe this is the Lovecars race car, the Academy car for 2021. I'm so chuffed. And one thing that I've noticed is there's about 20 odd cars on the grid, which is pretty much these cars here from that yellow one forward. That's a lot of cars. That's going to be a tight grid.
Just like one of your track days when you're trying to go into a corner on your own, this lot are hopefully just behind you.
You're making me nervous now.
No, I'm not making you nervous.
I think it's time for some
Relax,
questions. We got some questions, so we're going to... Kirsty, thank you very much. You should be on camera, really. So Nick says, when do we get to see your car design? Well, Nick, there you go.
Wish granted.
That was a nice, easy one. Yeah. I think we can dispose of that. I hope a lot of these are for you as well, but do you think you'll be getting your wallet out for that meal? Oh, okay, so this is from Joe, Lucky Supercars on Instagram, who's doing it as well. So we've got a little side bet on who's going to finish first. Now, I think, where do you think I'm going to end up?
Well, the nose cone tells me that you're going to have 1 or 2 people in front of you. But yeah, Paul, you've been doing driving for a while. You know how to drive, but now you need to learn racecraft.
Do you know, it's very different.
Let's hope for top 10. If I think that's a realistic expectation for you, and if you aim for that, I think you're going to have a fantastic time.
Okay. Well, we all do it because we want to win. We're not here
it's a competition.
It is a competition, but top 10, I really want to be a bit more optimistic. But I'll take your top 10 for now, and then I can hopefully over-exceed on the deliverables.
Yeah, I have nothing.
Okay, so this is one for you. This Phil on Instagram says, how much power do Academy cars have?
125 horsepower, maximum 6,800 RPM. It doesn't sound very much at all, but all the cars are all identical, so really it doesn't make a huge amount of difference where that is. In terms of performance, that's still 0 to 60 in 5 seconds, 5 and a bit. And in a car that weighs 550 kilos, you're going to be troubling Ferraris on a track, even in one of these when you go and do a track day.
What top speed on Hangar Straight or something like that? About 110 maybe?
Yeah, probably 110, 115, plus another maybe 5 miles an hour in a tow.
Yeah.
So you need to be really close to the car in front, and then by close I mean nearly touching it, but you will feel the acceleration at that last minute, and that will give you the power to, or the extra speed to overtake.
Because, of course, you're an ex-Academy participant and you've raced Caterhams for a long time as well.
I have raced, yes, it's a long time since I've raced Caterhams, but I've been there, I've learned, and it's a strategic game as much as it is just outright speed. Outright speed will only get you so far. Racecraft is what you need to know, and understanding slipstreaming is a really big part of it.
There's a lot to learn.
There is a lot to learn.
So Adam says, will Tiff be your driver coach for the season? Now, Tiff has pretty much laughed every time that he was the one that got me into this. He said that I've got to do some racing. We were trying to do some racing last year, and then of course the whole world sort of collapsed. And so he will give me some tips, and I'm looking forward to Tiff giving me some tips. But I don't trust him because I think he would like to see me bringing up the rear to have a laugh.
Oh, right, okay.
So maybe I'll get some tips from you instead of Tiff. He's going to turn up. He's going to turn up to a couple of races and offer some support and some giggles as well.
I'm enjoying your faith in me. That's good. I promise you top 10 now.
This is another one for you. Here we go. Steve says, how does the 7 handle in the wet? There you go. You can answer that because I've got no idea, especially on those tyres.
It's actually a really nice question, an interesting one. We know from our experiences that 7 drivers have a habit of putting their cars away when it gets wet, or if it's a track day and it's a wet day, they won't go, or maybe they'll avoid driving. But actually, when you drive it in the wet, you just get to experience all its handling, but in sort of an exaggerated way at a lower speed. So it's a really, really good way to learn your car, is to go and drive it in the wet as much as possible. So the differences aren't that great from the dry, just obviously happening lower down, and contrary to what you might think, the 7 understeers at high speed. It has a little bit of front end lift, and it'll actually understeer. Everyone thinks it's going to be a big tail end monster, but it's not. And it's actually getting the heat into the front tyres, which is the trick to going fast. So if you can do that in the early laps, that gives you an advantage.
Now, I think we're missing one trick here, that this is actually a road legal car as well. So you don't have to practice all the sort of, obviously I don't encourage anyone to drive fast on the road like that, but you can get used to it and you can get used to the feel of the car on the road as well, which is quite unique, isn't it?
It is very unique, and it's a very different driving experience in the car. The steering is very tight, there's no power assistance on the brakes, and we encourage people to drive the cars as much as possible, even to and from the events. From the events as well.
Hopefully with a nose cone intact.
Hopefully from the events, no, it'd be fine. But yeah, that's a great experience. If you jump from a 7 into a normal road car, the difference is enormous. When you go back into your road car, the steering feels like a submarine door, someone's taken away your brake pedal. You need to build familiarity. with a car as light as this.
I think the problem is modern cars make us all soft. We jump in a car and pretty much anyone can drive a modern car fast.
They're taking the driving experience away. They're an appliance that's meant to make it as easy as possible rather than a really pure driving experience.
I think that's what I'm nervous about. I'm going to get exposed in this because I can drive okay in the modern cars, but this is a modern car, but without the...
Yeah, the only driver aid is your right foot.
I like that. So someone on Twitter, 40EA, says, which races are you most looking forward to? So I'll answer that one, which Silverstone, having that on your calendar for the
Silverstone
Academy.
Grand Prix, yeah, that's a real treat for us.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So certainly Silverstone. I think Brands Hatch is so underrated.
Brands indeed.
The first corner, Paddock, is it?
Paddock, horrible in an Academy car.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Probably Anglesey is the one I'm looking forward to the most because I love Anglesey. If it's nice weather, that's one of the most beautiful circuits in the whole world.
Yeah, easy to get distracted by what's going on when you look over the sea.
Here's one for you. How comfortable are these cars and are they practical? And that's from Super Nacho.
A race car is probably actually more comfortable than a road car in that respect because to be fast, you've got to be properly held into your car and not move around. So these race seats, they're good for people our size. I mean, anyone over sort of 5'9", 5'10", they're obviously they're freakishly tall, and they will need their own custom moulded seat. But once you're in, you become really cosy. And I used to commute in one of these, a road-going race car every day.
Wow.
So 100 miles a day, and I loved it. You do it. If the whole car forms around you, as long as it doesn't get too cold.
Well, you've kindly given me the option to go, so you can get a moulded seat as well. It's called a bead seat. There's a couple of different options. You've given me the option to do that, but I think I'm going to keep the standard seats. One, they actually hold me in, and like you said, for our size. But two, I think they look absolutely awesome. The Tillet seats, they look superb.
Yeah, I mean, they are relatively comfortable even on a long journey, despite the fact that there's no padding there. Once you've got yourself tightened into your harness properly, you'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see about that, whether I go for the moulded one or not. I like this question from Brendan. Do you have to build your own car? That's a good question for you.
You don't have to. It's about 50-50 in Academy, which is a significant proportion compared to the rest of the Caterham range.
I'm surprised it's 50-50.
Do you think it'd be more?
I thought it'd be less. I thought less people would want to build their cars.
Yeah. These days, it's probably about 20% of people build their cars, and Caterham is now a fully built car manufacturer in general. The people that build their cars, they get to know it really well. So in some ways, we'd suggest they have an advantage because they know what all the bits and pieces are, what they do, and what they need to check and tighten up, and what adjustments they can make. Not that there is very many at all.
Well, it's funny you say that because Tiff always, he's an engineer at heart, and he always says, that's a tenuous link, Tiff. So he, the fact that he understands the car mechanically as well definitely helps. And it's definitely going to struggle for me. So Tiff, what is your race number? Well, funny you should ask that, Tiff, because my race number is in homage to my favourite racing driver ever, and I'm going to be racing under the number 69. And do you know who races under that number?
There's some old guy that used to do it back in the 50s, 60s.
Yeah, Nadell.
Tiff
Nadell,
right.
Tiffany Nadell. Yeah. So I'm racing under Tiff's number of number 69 in homage to him.
Excellent.
Do you want to know the truth behind that?
Yeah, go on.
We were doing a video talking about the TV show. We sat on Tiff's race car number. Adam sent me a message from Caterham saying, what race number do you want? I looked over, number 69. So
easy, isn't it?
Because Lewis Hamilton's my favourite racing car driver, not Tiff, but anyway. So 69 is my number. There we go. Well, there's more. This one's for you from Dave. Okay. Where can we watch the racing? Well, I'll answer the first bit. We're going to cover every single bit on Lovecars. We're going to do some practice sessions with Tiff as well, so he is going to give me a few tips. And then we're going to cover each race retrospectively on Lovecars. But is there any other way to watch the proper racing, the proper guys?
Yes, there is actually. Other than our Mallory race, all Academy races will be broadcast on live stream on the Caterham website and YouTube.
Wow.
So there's no hiding, no editing. It's going to happen in real time for you.
Don't watch that. Watch ours, because I can edit that and get all my racing driver excuses after that. So James says, why choose the Caterham Academy over other series? Well, I think it was a bit of a collaborative thing, sort of we came together. But genuinely, I don't think there's a better way to go motor racing this. Certainly not a more cost-effective way to have a proper racing car. The price is about £30,000 for the year.
Yep.
And at the end of that, so you do your 6 races plus a sprint race, that's all organised by you guys. And at the end of it, you keep your car as well.
Keep your car. I mean, we've been doing this for 26 years and we've sold over 1,200 Academy cars. So you'd like to think we're doing something right, And we're lucky. Other people could photocopy the book of how to do the academy, but they won't have a Caterham 7. And it's more by luck than judgment, but the car being so light and so simple means it is hugely robust for racing. If you tried to do this in a saloon car, I won't name any brands, you'd wear it out by the end of the first race, and the cost would spiral out of control. Whereas you're going to do the whole season, and you might get through 2 sets of tyres if you're reckless, maybe a couple of sets of brake pads.
Wow, you can do a couple of sets of tyres on a single track day in a powerful car.
You can't beat physics. It's really simple.
And I've got a couple of friends who want to join, but they're too late.
They're too late for this year. Yes, we've long since sold them out, and actually 22 is selling quite quickly, well into double figures for that too.
Honestly, I cannot believe that you would do anything else, because we were looking at a couple of different race series where you modify a road car, but this is a proper race car.
Yeah, and one of the great things with Caterham residual value is actually if you continue through racing and you do 2, 3, 4 years where there's small upgrades to the car, at the end of it, it still retains a huge amount of its residual value compared to normal race cars, just absolutely plummet.
Yeah,
you might as well throw them in the bin. And there are a lot of Academy cars out there that are actually now road cars and just running around on the road as regular Caterhams. You wouldn't even know.
But it's not just the lump sum. You can actually finance it as well.
You can. I think that's unique. I can't imagine anyone wanting to finance any other race car, but £199 a month, you can finance Academy.
That's unbelievable. Amazing. So Sarah says, what am I looking forward to most? That's a really good question. I think just competing. I think just being part of it. I've already met a lot of people on Zoom calls and lots of the team at Caterham as well. So I know there's a really good community feeling behind the whole thing, which I really like. I think I'm looking forward to most getting the first race out the way, because I'm nervous already just thinking about it. I am nervous.
Everyone's nervous. That's normal and it's good. Yeah, if you weren't nervous, we'd be worried about you. And everyone's looking forward to that very first race. And becoming a racing driver is a dream, isn't it?
It is a
we
dream.
want to be there. And I can tell you this, is that the staff and the team, and there's quite a big support team, we are looking forward to the end of that first race and just seeing everyone come into Parc Fermé having turned into genuine racing drivers.
Yeah.
The feeling is unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't wait. That's a good question from Sarah. 2 more. Lovely envelopes, by the way. Lovely questions. Here you go. Are you nervous about entering the series? From Martin. I am nervous. I'm flipping nervous, I'll be honest with you, but I'm excited. The excitement more so. And last but not least, well, this is a good one. Will you carry on racing when you complete the academy? I think, like most, I mean, you can answer the percentage, but I think, like most, I'll get a bit of a bug for it because I've always wanted to do it. I can't think of a better way to get into it, but I hope I don't get into it too much, so I think it takes over your life a little bit.
The Caterham ladder of championships has been born from the fact that people do academy and want to carry on racing. And so many people come into it saying this is a once-in-a-lifetime, 1-year thing. But at the end of it, you've been doing it with 25 other people that are just like you. You don't realise that at the time, but they are. You're all driven by the same things. You can't help get to make friends and mates. And you want to carry on racing with your mates next year, so why not? And obviously we try to promote that as much as possible selfishly. It's great for us if we can keep you guys racing, give you what you want so you carry on.
I can't wait. Are you going to come to some of the races?
I'm going to come to all of the races.
Okay, great.
I
genuinely can't wait to do this, and I'm just over the moon with the car. I think it looks fantastic.
Car looks amazing.
I would have liked to have had the livery going all the way down. I can't believe you didn't have the faith in me to have a...
there's going to be a big number square there with 69 on it.
Number 69, there you go.
69.
Tiff, that's for you.
The 2021 Caterham Academy kicks off in less than a week, and luckily I had the chance to start living the dream and following the footsteps of giants in preparation for the first race of the season, the Caterham Sprint.
Paul, what do you think you're doing?
I don't know whether you know, but I've got a race in a couple of weeks' time. I've got to get some practice in.
Yes, but you're looking more like Jeremy Clarkson hooning around on his big runway than Jim Clark in precise driving.
First race, Caterham sprint race, closed. No practice.
Which is why, Paul, you need a plan. Just give me a few minutes.
Welcome to Kerbera. So there you have it, Paul. You've got your very own Kerbera to play on all day long. Now, don't go crazy at first. You'll learn the line, build up slowly, progressively, faster and faster. But just to make it a little bit more interesting, I've got someone to set a lap time for you to try to get near. Have fun, Paul.
So, no pressure then, just a solid lap time from the best stick that has ever walked this earth. Sorry, Perry and whoever else you currently are. But it was time to make Tiff proud.
Where am I going? Wow, so wide there. I don't think Mr. Stig did the same line as that. Okay, now this is the bit that I get confused at. I can just see Tim. He's shaking his head. Told you about trying to go too fast too soon. I saw you miss the cone on that last run. Told you to build up slowly. How much off of Mr. Collins' lap times do you think you are at the moment?
I dread to think. It was a bit... I took your advice. I took it really slow.
And then went mad.
I know. I went kind of from slow to mad, nothing in between.
You're only a couple of seconds off. I'm so sure that's very encouraging.
Yeah, it is encouraging.
So just build up. Last run, you missed the chicane, would have crashed in a real track. Good job we've got a big airfield. But third gear in that first left-hander. Go on.
It's fair to say it was pretty slow progress, but thankfully things were beginning to improve.
That's better. You've halved the gap to Ben now.
I'm knackered.
Knackered? What do you mean? I like you Le Mans 24-hour race. You've done 10 laps. I've had enough of this timekeeper. I'm off for a cup of coffee. You go round and round. Keep going, keep going.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
So after lots and lots and lots of laps, there was only one thing for it: to get into the zone, Tiff style.
It's coming, Paul, it's coming, it's coming!
One more lap on the watch. Let's see how much he's improved.
So, it was my time. My final run to see how close I could get to the Stig. Well, ex-Stig Ben.
Paul! You're looking a bit tired, Paul. Your hair's gone.
I don't care about my hair, I care about my time.
Well, I think we might make a racing driver of you yet. I mean, OK, you did about 2,500 laps to Ben's 2, but you've now equalled his time.
I've equalled the ex-Stig's time?
Yeah, with a lot more laps.
There's only one way to go from here, sadly. This is probably going to be down.
So look, we've got the driving sorted, but I'm a bit worried about the fitness now. You're going to have to go down the gym. I'm on a 10k run every morning.
Run? I can't even run a bath.
Sit-ups, press-ups.
Oh, no chance. No chance.
So what have we learned? Give a Stig 1 lap and an amateur 100 laps, together with some tuition from an ex-Formula 1 driver, and you get pretty close. Sadly, it's going to be a level playing field when the season kicks off next week, so for me, it's back to the drawing board.
Welcome to a distinctly blustery Brands Hatch for round 6 of the Caterham Academy, where the cars headed out for qualifying on a rather slippery surface after some early morning rain.
It actually started quite well, even setting the early pace for a very, very short time. And as the track started to dry, almost everybody got faster, but my provisional pole position slipped down to 3rd, and from there on in I never really managed to link anything up and finished a modest P6 ready for the race.
And so to our very own Paul Woodman, on pole position after lap 1, 3rd on the grid after 5 laps, 6th on the grid at the end of qualifying. Paul, it was all there, it faded.
I don't think I faded, I didn't change at all. Everyone just got a little bit better and I just stayed where I was. But it was nice when it was really wet, but there's not much grip out there.
We're all waiting for the Lovecars podium, and surely, Theo's not usually up the front pack. You could just get to the left of him up to paddock. One of those demon starts. Can you produce another one?
I think if it's dry, it looks like it's going to be dry this afternoon now. I'm hoping we get another good start. Round the outside, don't tell the boys, round the outside, slot it into second behind Fred and see where we go.
Nice trouble-free race. Oh, I can't wait. Podium. Can I come on the podium with you if you get there?
Let's not jinx it, but we've got to be due a podium, surely. We've got to be due a Lovecars podium at some time. Sometime.
We'll be there. Me and him. Champione. Pole position at Brands Hatch was a bit of a surprise because 8th in the championship out the blue. Boom. Ian Harris on pole.
Yep, very happy with that. This is my local track, so I've done plenty of dry track days here, but never in the wet before. And yeah, I was very surprised. As I came in, everyone was doing the finger to me, and I thought they were being rude maybe, but no, apparently I was on pole position, so on the last lap as well, so really happy with that.
It literally was, you jumped from nowhere to the pole. Were you using these wet lines where you go around the outside of the corner?
I was ignoring everyone because everyone was trying to do your typical wet lines, and I was just trying to find grip on the track, and slowly I worked out each corner where I had more grip and less grip, and then on the last 2 I linked it together.
Yep.
Thought,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Loud and clear? Good.
Go for it. It paid off.
Excellent.
Now I've got to do well this afternoon. When I was going
First person I'm going to is Will Jarvis.
Crazy Horse, a motorbike dealership that also sells
Black card
Caterhams, and it's where our championship leader, Fred Chiddicks, got his. Fred, championship lead, a bit of pressure, but with the points dropping, you need wins, don't you? Because Jeff's got 3 wins to your 1, so very important today's race.
Yeah, it's a really important race. It's a shame that we're dropping 2 rounds out of 9. I could really do with only dropping 1, but quite liking the mixed conditions.
definitely a better qualifying than Silverstone, starting higher up, so looking forward to the race.
And possibly, if you know the Brands Hatch grid, happy that you're not on pole.
It's worked in my favour, apparently. I don't know, but I've been told. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, the pole is the famous hole here at Brands Hatch, where the poleman's stuck on the inside in a bit of a dip. So every chance of leading into Brands and then getting your head down and disappearing, Fred.
That will be the plan.
Cat Motorsport. No idea what that's about, really. A complete office layout in the trailer. Must be a big businessman or something. Brought his office with him. But surprisingly, third on the grid, from nowhere, still putting on his sponsor's jacket. Theo Theatis. Theo, what's with the Macat?
What, the name? Yes. A blend of McLaren and Caterham.
You have a McLaren?
I do, yes. 5
What colour it's going to be? Do you think it's orange, perhaps?
It is bright orange.
Oh, brilliant.
Ventura orange, with orange sparkles. Very nice.
So quite a different car, an orange McLaren and an orange Caterham. How do you find comparing the two?
Do you know what? I prefer this. I prefer this. This is far more fun. You know, you can put this at full chat and not kill yourself.
I say this to so many people. When they go on track days, you know, they get a radical or something that's glued to the track and they don't slide around. But these, you have so much fun, don't you, without risking killing yourself?
Fantastic fun. And, you know, with the McLaren, 15 grand to replace the rotors and the brakes, 50 quid. So, you know.
Anyway, let's get back to the racing, because, you know, you've been, you know, we've seen you doing well-ish occasionally in the Academy race, but then boom, third on the grid. Where's that come from?
It's the luck of the weather gods. The rain fell, and I'm not afraid of the rain. I don't mean that to sound arrogant, but I quite like it. So I just put my foot down, found the grip on edges where clearly others didn't, and managed to eke out third place. But I didn't know I was third until I came in and somebody went like that. It's usually one finger salute when I come in, so it was nice to have a bonus of 2.
Mark, fourth on the grid today, second in the championship. You had loads of podiums, but you're still waiting for that win.
Yeah, always the bridesmaid, unfortunately, so hopefully today, home circuit.
Welcome back to Knockhill then for the final 3 races of this, the 6th round of the Caterham Motorsport season of 2022. We are going to got 3 more races, as I said. We've got the 2 Academy races. We've got the Academy Green Group, followed by the Academy White Group, and then the 7 Championship UK will round off our action from this weekend, the penultimate race weekend. Just one more to go for all our drivers, but it's up here at Knockhill. Weather's holding firm. In fact, got a little bit warmer outside as we've been on a short break, as other action on the captain. So, and Sam is out there in that weather. So yeah, Sam, I can see you've taken off one of your jackets, such is the warmth now.
Well, the sun came out momentarily and it got very warm, so I thought I'd take my jacket off, but I might have been a little bit optimistic. It might be going back on very shortly.
I get you, but we've got the Academy Green Group lined up behind you and around you, so they're all looking like they're ready for their second race, which is unusual for them because they're, you know, they usually only have one race a weekend.
Yes, they're very lucky this weekend, and I'm going to have a quick chat with Will Jarvis, starting in 12th place. It is Will's birthday, 18 today. Will, how's your weekend been so far?
It's been really good so far. Had a good race yesterday, so starting in P12 today. So hopefully I can get forward a little bit in this start and pick up some places.
Hopefully you'll have a good race today on your 18th birthday.
Yeah, I'm just buzzing to be racing. To be fair, I'm just ready to go now. Can't wait.
Excellent. Well, hoping for a good race. Thank you, Will.
We'll see whether any of the drivers give him a birthday present today in the race and give him a couple of places. He finished 12th place in yesterday's race, running in the clockwise direction. But obviously we are going to be going the anti-clockwise direction, all the new challenges. We've seen some action already, and it's going to be tricky for these academy guys. They're not used to just jumping in and going in the opposite direction around the track with 10 minutes, hours ago now, isn't it, since they've run on the track?
Yeah, big gap actually since their formation laps this morning, or familiarisation laps this morning. Yes, I think they're all, they're excited. Some of them are really loving the reverse circuit, and some of them preferring the clockwise. But I'm just going to grab a quick word with James Emsom, because he was having a good race yesterday until he got knocked off, unfortunately. Hello, James. It was going well for you, wasn't it, beginning part of yesterday's race?
It was, the first part was, and then there was a slight incident at the hairpin, and he just lost control. One of those things. It happens. It's racing, but unfortunate, but he said sorry at the end. What else can you do?
Well, exactly. But, you're not a bad starting position here for today's race. So hopefully you've got the pace. You can move up a few more places.
Yeah, I hope so. Looking forward to it.
And how do you find the reverse order on this circuit?
Love it. Absolutely love it. The blind corners, adverse cambers, a lot more technical, and it's like a completely different track. It's brilliant.
Excellent. Well, wish you the best for the race.
See there on James's car, his windscreen just got a slight crack and a mark where the stone chips have sort of made their mark. You can see that just off his line of sight, so he's allowed to continue with that, and I got a bit of tape over it to stop it getting wider. But he's got a couple of, in fact, 3 third places this year, so got a bit of work to do, but maybe he can make it up there into the podium spots.
Yes, he's got the pace. He's definitely a strong contender. Let's just see how these front ones, how it pans out for them, and see if he can make his way through. As we saw in the previous races today, you can overtake in more places than we thought.
Yeah, and with the wind, it looks like it's actually out of the hairpin, so there's not so many overtakes coming down into the hairpin, but out of the hairpin, they're getting the run along. And we saw several drivers making their way through yesterday, including Harvey Lawrence, so we've caught sight of his car already just behind the cameraman at the moment. But it's Harvey Lawrence, he made his way through because he started low down the order and he fought all the way back up. He didn't quite make it back up to the top, but he's right in that championship chart, so he'll be wanting to move forward from there.
Yes, and saying that, I'll have a quick word with him. Hello, Harvey. Where do you think you can go from here for today's race?
Don't know yet. Hopefully on the podium. Yeah, work my way up again and see how it goes.
And do you like the anti-clockwise?
Yeah, it's come faster this way. Yeah, prefer it. Flows a bit better.
Excellent. Well, good luck. Thank you.
It'll be also interesting to see how the Academy car deals with that chicane. We've been seeing the Pete car's been bouncing down there. The Academy is the softest sprung of all the cars we have here. They don't even have the rear anti-roll bar that is on the Roadsport car, so very compliant road suspension, and they'll be able to deal with those bumps in a different way from the other cars we've been watching.
That's right, exactly. I'm going to just put this next to Ian Hibbert now, so we'll have a quick word with Ian. Ian, how's the season been for you so far?
Season's been okay, been consistent, made a couple of mistakes, which has meant I've only had 1 podium rather than about 3, which has been frustrating. This week's also not going great. I've struggled clockwise. Anti-clockwise I'm on the pace though, so if I can get past some people today, maybe another chance for a podium, we'll see.
Yeah, it's real mixed reviews. Some people really like the anti-clockwise and some people are not really that keen.
I don't know what it is. I mean, anti-clockwise is I just love it. I just really connect with it. Clockwise, it's all about, shall we say, courage, and I'm a bit more cautious, so I think that's why I'm struggling clockwise. Yeah. Anti-clockwise is just brilliant. I don't know why.
A lot of fun for you. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah, as you said, 3 fourth places for him and 1 second place, and the 5th. Does mean on non-drop scores he's in 2nd place in the championship, just behind Ravi Patel. But as we said yesterday, it's Roger Patke who is in the championship lead, or in the dominant position after he's got 3 wins and a 3rd place to his name. And I think after the next race, he could, if he finishes in the podium, I think he will be there. That's a nice Larby 17. We're missing Matt Larby this weekend after he's had to not be able to hear our thoughts with him in this difficult time. But a nice tribute there from Ian Hibbert on the front of the car there. Matt Larby. So we are all missing him. He won't be taking part in the white group next up. But all the Academy guys here are really missing him on the grid. But nice to see.
It is. That is a lovely touch. It's nice to know that they've all, they all support their fellow drivers.
Indeedy. So. Say that the championship's going to come down. I think Roger can make it stick if he gets on the podium today. So that'll be another case of he will have scored more points than are available to other drivers for the rest of the season. So ultimately he will have one hand on that championship trophy. So we'll keep an eye out for that and see whether he can do it. And he's had such a consistent off the back of 4 wins in a row now. So he surely is a favourite for the win of this.
Yes, and he did get fastest lap yesterday. So that was another point for him.
Indeed, that always, it solidifies it even more, doesn't it? Because it gives you that 3-point swing over your rivals. There he is in the number 29 Williams Motorsport sponsor car. And there is Richard Patsky on the side with all our series sponsors. Thanks to all our sponsors. But you can't miss him out there in his pink machine. And he's going around and say the dominant force at the moment in this Academy Green Group.
Yes, I'm just going to see if I can have a quick word with a few more drivers. Mike Waitman, I'm next to. Let's say hello to Mike. Hello, Mike.
Hello.
How's your season in Academy been so far?
It's been ups and downs, excitement, fear, lots of things.
A mix of emotions, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, yes. Yeah, it's it feels like into the deep end as well here at Knockhill. It's very tricky circuit when you're in your first year of racing.
It's a lot to take in, isn't it? But you've just got to enjoy it. I think this is quite a fun track, so try and enjoy it.
That's what you keep saying to yourself, yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, hopefully it will go well. Thank you.
Yeah, so Wakeman, he has got a 10th place as his best so far, so he's cracked that top 10. So I'm sure he'll be looking to see whether he can do more of the same there. And like you said, he's had a one non-score, but other than that, he's been around that kind of 14th and 13th place. So if he can move forward from where he is now in that 14th, he will be up for a good result.
And next, I'm with Toby Ballard. Good afternoon, Toby. How's your weekend been?
Had an interesting race yesterday. It's been fantastic. Really enjoyed it.
Good. And the season, enjoying it so far, your first season racing?
It's been amazing. Absolutely amazing.
There's a real great atmosphere amongst all of the drivers. Everyone's so supportive of each other.
Yeah, I think we've been very lucky. The both groups get on really well. Everyone, helps each other out. So it's been great.
And how did you find it at Silverstone when you all raced together as one group?
I was sort of out in the front bit, so I avoided all the mess that was going on. Yeah. But to be honest, this is probably my favourite circuit that we've done. It's ideal for these cars.
Yeah, a lot of people are referring it to a go-kart track, yes.
Yeah, Silverstone was a bit dull, to be honest, because you're just sat there and then you lose concentration and then it's like, oh God, there's a corner. So,
and with a big circuit like that, you don't want to lose the pack either, do you?
No, once they've gone, that's it, you're stuck.
Excellent, well, hoping for a good race for you today.
Toby comes into this weekend third, couple of second places to his name. Yesterday obviously finishing down in that, I think it's 10th, but he was fighting for the battle at one point, so he said it was a bit roller coaster, but he's going to have to fight all the way back up from 10th, but one of our championship front runners, so he should be back up there at some point.
Yes, whilst I'm in the assembly area, I'm just looking at Craig Boyle's car. It's a great design on his car, quite striking colours. So let's go and see if we can have a word with him. Hello, Craig. Oh, 1 minute to go. Sum up the weekend in one word.
Amazing.
Excellent. Wish you all the best for the race.
Yeah,
don't want to get in the way of them going out onto the circuit.
No, they'll be getting into the zone now, won't they? Yeah, like you say, It's a very striking car there. They're green with the sort of tears down the side of it. So yeah, definitely. You can see all the shades wraps as well. Also, thanking to all the people who do make these cars nice and colourful, but they sound like they're about to get released. So I'm looking forward to this. Is Roger going to do it? Do you think he's going to make it?
Apparently he's very calm and in the zone. I didn't want to interview him, so I didn't want to distract him in any way. So yes, I think he could do it. He's been thereabouts, hasn't he, all season?
When he's finished the race, he's been on the podium, and in fact, in 4 times out of the last 5 or 6, he's been on the win. So he just has to get that podium position today. So I think that he's in a good shout for that. As cars do come out now onto the track, then. And this is the first Academy race we've got in this anti-clockwise direction. So they're going to see how they work themselves out. But the Caterham Academy Green Group race, 5 or 6 for us this weekend, isn't it, for them? But we've got the white group to follow. There's Toby Ballard coming out there as well. As they make this is their green flag lap, so this is the chance for them to check what the track conditions are like since they went out for their 7 or so minute session this morning, just to familiarise themselves with the track. And off they go around to see what's going on as they go making their way around the reverse around Taylors. We're getting used to it on the stream now, but for these drivers, again, each time we see a new set of drivers, the first time they'll have seen that. So hopefully we get a confirmation then. Remember, the finishing order from yesterday is the starting order from today. So we can get a confirmation of that grid. We'll get that up on screen as soon as we can, as we watch them going around the tail. You can see a bit of speedy dry down there through the for the exit. And so we've got the cars coming down through and over that chicane. We've seen some air being taken by cars all the way through here at various times. So hopefully, we'll get that confirmation of the research. So Rajat Patki starts on pole position alongside Simon Sabin. Great result for him. Patel came 3rd. Baron Butler is 4th. And then in 5th place, we have Boyle, then Hibbert, Harvey Lawrence, James Emson comes around 8th. Neil Warnock 9th. Toby Ballard 10th. Andy Denny, William Jarvis comes through in 12th. And then we have 13th for Guy Crossman, Mike Waitman's 14th, Gary Cross, Andrew Bailey round out the top 16. 17th for Simon Smith, Rob Gregor, Stephen Trinder, Daniel Hope is in that 20th position. So 20 cars for this occasion. You can see them drawing up close to our marshals. Yellow flags out to say there's people on the track. And we'll be lining them up on this grid. You can see the start-finish line here for them. In fact, it's definitely the start line. I'm wondering whether the finish line is just slightly further on. Sometimes in tracks they are slightly different. But you can see Richard Patke in his pink machine lining up on that pole position. He'll get stopped in the right position. Simon Sabin grabbing that 2nd place yesterday, last second ahead of Patel in that in 3rd place there on the grid. The white car, you can see just tucking in. He might have to put himself backwards a little bit. There we go. And then we've got... He's in position, so who is next up over here? So we're expecting to see Darren Butler 1 forward. So Butler's been lined up on the wrong grid spot. There he goes, pulling forward in the green machine. Remember seeing him early in the season, and we saw him having a great result yesterday to move himself up there into contention. So he's had 6th place earlier in the season, and yesterday that would have been his best result then for 4th place. We did see him fighting at Snetterton heavy. They've got a light aircraft overhead here at Knockhill, flying over the hills and down towards Edinburgh. And what a spectacular place this is in scenery. In fact, I think he might be heading across towards the sort of Glasgow area in that direction. But Simon Sabin, here we go then. It looks like we've nearly just tapping the final few drivers. You can see the marshals still working up there just underneath the bridge. They'll get those last few in. 20 minutes then for the Academy Green Group. The 2nd race for them this weekend. They normally only run 1 race, so this is going to be interesting for them to see what it's like to run 2 races over the course of the weekend, which they'll have to start getting used to from Roadsport when they move up there next year. The first opening step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, the Academy. All these drivers in identical machinery. None of them have held race licenses or kart licenses before. It's an absolute even playing field. You buy the car and you get included in that full season's racing, and we're going to get that latest race underway. They've been given the 5-second board, so we're going to be going to the lights. Watch the lights on the top of the bridge there, and they're going to go out, and we'll start this 2nd race for the Academy Green Group. 20 minutes of action gets underway, and it looks like Roger Patke has made a best start of that. Simon Sabin is still there. Boyle ahead of Butler. It looks like Patel has lost out a little bit there. Harvey Lawrence squeezing Hibbert there to the inside, but it's all going to go a bit 3 wide as they go around. That's Toby Ballard around the outside. We spoke to him briefly in assembly. Got a spinner there at the back, and that's is that Andy Denny? Is that in the number 86 car? So spun around, rotated. It was Denny indeed. So he's lost his rear. Well, it's not quite lost his rear wing. That might come detached at some point. So a little bit of a lock up there from the rear tyre of Patke. So that's an unusual thing to see the rear tyre locked up so heavily into Clark, which isn't a particularly heavily brake corner. He must have just slightly lost the rear end, but they're all bouncing their way down and through the chicane. You can see that how more compliant the Academy car is as they head down that hill. The suspension, the softer suspension on the Academy car, absorbing those bumps and as they head down there. And also the speed difference between these and say the Caterham 7 Championship UK are quite significant. And what a ladder of motorsport Caterham put on, and this Academy car is a brilliant introduction to the race. An extremely capable car. Heading down here then to start their second lap. Sabin is fully alongside. In fact, he's gone go ahead. He's just locking that front right there, but he's managed to get it all gathered up together. You can see how much the Academy car leans over to the right rear of the car, as they haven't got a rear anti-roll bar this year. That comes in the Roadsport next time up, but Patke has the run round the outside and has got the momentum into that. He's lost all the brakes on his left-hand wing are not working, but looks like Simon held on. Patel came in there from nowhere and just knocked into Patke. There was a bit of a little bit of a contact there as they went through. Everything's okay. The front right of Sabin's car then went up into the air, but what a result for Sabin this would be. This would definitely be his best ever results so far this year. He's had a mixed set of results, but he's right up there, and there's Patel, followed by Boyle in that very distinctive number 93 with the kind of lime green tears, and Hibbert follows on from him with Lawrence there, and then Emson follows on behind them. So the car's all settling in. They've done a nice bit job to control these opening few laps. A little bit strung out here at the front of the grid after that contact into Clark. And you can see that Roger Patke has got the wing sort of flapping away there slightly. Harvey Lawrence, absolutely opposite lock all the way through the middle of that corner. Got it stuck, but you can see they don't have that rear end the limited slip differential as he spins up the inside wheel. Someone spin at the hairpin in the background there. We'll see if anyone plummets down their timing order next time. We've got side-by-side for Lawrence and Hibbert as they head into Clark's, but Lawrence is going to persist in front of that, and he's going to see whether he can get in front of Boyle. You can see his indicator also flashing. Remember, these are fully road legal cars. They can drive them on the track, race them all through this weekend, and they could even drive them home if they so choose. You can see that some of them are running sort of non-legal number plates, but there will be other cars there and that will be running with a number plate. There's Lawrence just dropping a wheel onto the gravel as he makes his way up through Duffer's Dip. Little bit of bodywork there. It's just a bit of trim off of one of the rear wings. That's a little bit of rubber, nothing to worry about there. You can see that the drivers are running over it. But Simon Sabin coming down here, and the SS70 car on his number plate looks like a personalised number plate for his, and whether he drives that on the road or not, I'll find out at some point. But he lost the rear touch on there, but he's carrying a nice bit of speed side by side between Patel and Boyle, and then Harvey Lawrence watching on as a watching brief behind. Can he make it? He won the opening sprint event right back at in the beginning of the year, but has not managed in the racing. And again, he's locking up his rear tyre, so that as they are really asking for those rear brakes, it's locking that rear up a little bit, and it's a strange sight from Caterham perspective because it's not usual that the rears lock up quite like that. But all the track camber means that the car is having to lean, and the car driver is having to work out how to best manage all that momentum and speed. And you can see that some of them are managing that better than others, including Lawrence behind Boyle, behind Patel. And it is Sabin holding on in the lead of that race then. Great result for him. I'm just trying to see what his best results so far this season. Anyway, side by side for the race win, the rear wing flapping away, and you can see Simon Sabin's got a black left rear wing as well, where at some point throughout the season it's been nibbled off, and the parts truck at the Caterham race weekend only carries black wings, so if you see odd rear wings or front wings, that's often the reason that at some point they've lost them. But this front group have broken quite a significant gap there, haven't they, ahead of Hope in the orange machine there, and Hope will have Crossman, Warnock, Cross, Jarvis, Bailey and Smith following on behind him. But this front group are sticking together closer today than they did yesterday. It kind of spread out. We see Ballard is still very much in that battle. Remember, he's doing well, and a little bit of Simon Sabin losing the car through Butler that time, so he manages to get it all together. He touched a bit of the gravel, but such was his time. Well, it wasn't a large advantage, was it? But such was the advantage that he was able to maintain that lead, although he will have lost a bit of speed, and maybe having a bit of dust on his tyres isn't going to help. So he's going to have to protect to the inside now as Patke moves to the outside of the hairpin to be able to try and make that move on the braking zone. In fact, he's got a good head of speed. Patel's looking down the inside. That distance is going to disappear. It's going to break. Harvey Lawrence fully locked up at the rear, and in fact, the car snaps. He does a tank slapper. He's backwards in the hairpin. Can he get that out of the way? He does. He's in still. In fact, he probably would have been better to keep going in reverse because he's going going to struggle to come out forwards of that one. So unfortunate that you could see the car locked up at the rear, and then it had a tank snapper moment where it just carried on spinning the other way, and he is going to dig himself down into that gravel, unfortunately. He might be able to try reverse. Simon Sabin is still struggling with his car, though, struggling to get that car. We are going to watch out there. Here he's got it out in reverse, and he's going to spin that car around. So great. We're not going to need a. That's Harvey Lawrence there, not Patel. But yeah, we got him joining now, and he is going to get out ahead of one of the cars there. But a sad end to his race again, which was looking so promising. Just the rear end locking up there. Front of the grid, Simon Sabin has collected his latest sort of scary moment and actually has extended that grid, but shows how hard they're all pushing, and maybe the wind or the lack of wind today is causing them to have a bit of issues with the braking points. They're certainly having to learn them again, aren't they? Because they, a brand new set of braking points around this reverse track as compared to the forward one. Is Hibbert side by side with Boyle, and Patel has made his sort of distance them a little bit, and Emerson follows on closely behind them. Where's Ballard? Is he still part of that group, or did he get a bit caught out behind that? Yeah, he is still in 7th place, and he is still there. He's just got a slight few cars to make up after he got caught out a little bit behind Harvey Lawrence and his spin down at the hairpin. There goes Sabin. See that suspension working hard for all these cars as they head down, but these Academy cars just still do get a little bit of air as they make their way through. And as we said earlier in the even the broadcast yesterday, it's so good to see these Academy cars and the drivers pushing them and actually making consistent lapping around the track in all the right places. We've got a track limits infringement being shown to one of our drivers there, so someone being warned for exceeding track limits once too many times. But Patke up the inside, protecting down the inside, or is he going down the inside? Sabin again locking up that front left. Just as the car goes over the little crest that's on that apex of that corner, the front left just goes light, and you can see the puff of smoke as the tyre stops rotating. Simon Sabin again, this is the position where we saw a lot of action. It's very tight down there. Simon shoved his car down. There was literally one car width. He managed to fit it down there, and he immediately takes back that lead. He has got his head down and absolutely willing and ready to go. But yeah, as they head on through, Simon Sabin's best result this year so far has been a 6th place. Most of the time he's been getting 7th places. In fact, he had 3 7th places in a row before a non-finish. So he is leading this group, and he had a great result yesterday in that 2nd place, just losing out. In fact, gaining that 2nd place on the last corner, wasn't it, against Patel, who had a bit of contact with Rutgers Patke into the final bend of the final lap. Side by side again, though, for our lead. Have you seen that a lot this weekend, haven't we, into their hairpin in both directions using this hairpin. It's a fantastic overtaking opportunity. Simon Sabin again puffs that front left with a bit of a lock-up, but it's not affecting his speed too much. But Patel, after that little bit of contact which sent him backwards just slightly, is back in the mix again. So the 29, the pink car, Patke ahead of Simon Sabin in the yellow car. He's going to look down the inside. We've seen that earlier. It doesn't really work out because it means he shoves you out wide and you lose a lot of speed down this next straight, and that's going to bring Patel right onto his tail. It's one of those things where you really have to judge whether it's worth manoeuvre or whether you abandon it. And we did see some drivers earlier in some of the more experienced championships sort of abandoning a bit sooner just because they know that that's going to hold their position better than trying for a move that's never going to work. But Emerson and Hibbert there nose to tail, as they have been at various other places. Again, various times. We're going to have back markers come into play as well. You can see the back marker going through as we go 3 wide then for the lead. Patel makes it all the way past both of them. He must have had an absolute stellar exit out of the Duffers dip, and he does make it into the lead. Is he going to be able to turn the corner? He was slightly outbraked himself. He's going to go out wide. The contact between Sabin and it's going to carry on. Patel there, as Simon Sabin was, he said a little wave of sorry there. His car's just made contact, and he really should have left him a touch more room. It was only a few millimetres more needed, but you can see the back marker. That's Stephen Trinder, I think, going to come into play then as the lead group come round. There's Warnock spun around there at the hairpin as well. He's trying to find a clear gap to get back into the action, which he does now. He was in 9th place as he went over the line. He's going to fall down a bit further than that. Simon Sabin still sideways, but it's now Patel. It's Trinder is blocking Simon Sabin in the lead of this race. So is he going to be able to find a way around? He's going to go to the outside of Duffers Dip. Simon Sabin does make it through. A little bit more bodywork gets shed. That's just the lining that goes between the rear wing and the car bodywork. Still got Stephen Trinder in the mix, so people are going to get past him as we come down this straight, and hopefully by the time we get to the hairpin, that will all be shuffled through. But Simon Sabin has lost the lead in all that manoeuvring to Patke, who is slightly off the apex, and Boyle's going to have a look down the inside. Can he do both of them? More contact, Simon Sabin side by side with Patke there. He was just coming off the end of that the curbing. And it's going to be Boyle who has overtaken both of them, but Simon Sabin, his intent is clear out there, isn't it? He doesn't want to be anywhere but in the lead of this race, but he's now got Craig Boyle in front of him in that distinctive number 93 car. Simon Sabin, and it's the pink car of Patke. The championship, remember, he just needs a podium this weekend, and I'm guessing some of the other drivers know that as he's Boyle. Oh, that is a Patel, isn't it? That was an uncomfortable ride down there. I didn't actually see that start. I was watching that lead group, but he came in sideways, so I imagine that he caught too much speed, and whether his car's in one piece, no, he's got a puncture, right rear puncture, so that'll be the end of his race. He'll be back into the pits. So that is the end of him at one of our championship contenders. I don't think he realised necessarily he had a puncture, so hopefully he'll be able to make it round. Simon Sabin, meanwhile, takes that lead again over Patke, and Boyle's been shuffled back to third place as we come through. Again, rear left arch now loose on Roger's car as well, so he is still managing in that situation. I was just saying that he just needs to get that podium paying position today to push this out of the reach of everybody else in a kind of point scoring perspective. One hand on the trophy for sure, but he certainly doesn't want to be taken out. That's not going to help him along his journey. He's already got one score he's having to drop, so he will have to be mindful of that and keep the championship vision fairly closely in his eyes. It's not all about the position just in head, but we are seeing Simon Sabin pulling away from Craig Boyle in the lead of that. Then we have that Hibbert-Emson battle going on. Ballard still following over. Emson in the middle of all that has the fastest lap with a 1 minute .528, which is going to be the lap record because we've never run the Academy cars in this counterclockwise direction. So we saw yesterday they dipped under the 1 minute mark in the clockwise direction. So can they do it in this counterclockwise direction? But yeah, 1 minute 528 is the current lap record. The second group, the Academy White group, will have a chance to try and beat that lap record in the next race up on our schedule. Simon Sabin's lead has gone away again. Very, very short-lived, and he is ahead then of Craig Boyle and Roger Patke. They're still flying on through. 7 minutes of this race yet to go. Look at the suspension working hard for all those lead cars. Hibbert just falling away a little bit in that fourth place from this lead trio of cars, but really nothing to speak of as yet. But Boyle is certainly not able to keep up with Simon Sabin, who is absolutely flying out there this afternoon. In the yellow machine, under the bridge again then to start their 14th lap. That's 13 laps complete, 14 laps underway. And Simon Sabin protecting again, having to, because Craig Boyle's coming out the outside. He's having to protect on the inside and the outside. Are they going to get it all stopped up? A little bit of opposite lock in the middle of the corner just to get the rear of the car compliant. Off they go up through the railway straight, or the railway not straight, as the case may be, up into Clark Curve. Using all the curb on the right-hand side here, a sort of right-handed curved approach to a left-handed bend, which is all off camber and downhill. Really awkward to get that car in exactly the place you want and reliable. And that is Patel still going around with that puncture at the moment. He's going to get collected by the lead group shortly. Expect him to be pulled into the pit lane. There's very little reason for him to be circulating around at the moment. Simon Sabin again losing the rear of that car. It's certainly on the raggedy edge of what's possible in this Academy car. The dedicated Academy tyre that they all run on does give a good lot of grip. He's still going to persist with that car on his rim. He doesn't want to get that DNF by the looks of it. Yeah, 5 minutes. There was a spinner just out the hairpin there, which is why we were looking down there. But here come the lead group. Simon Sabin still holds on ahead of Boyle, but Boyle looks like he's got some momentum at the inside. We're going side by side once more down the straight, and it looked like Patke may have missed a gear there. Remember, he needs that podium to secure the championship, and it's Hibbert looks like he is next up in the line to try and take that opportunity away. Another locked rear wheel from the pink car there. Boyle saying a little bit of a hand signal. We do tend to get a fair few hand signals in open-top race cars. Communication between drivers as they all both clock through the glass or clonk through the grass and on the exit of that the chicane that time through. There he is. It's unusual to see him. I don't know why he won't come in. We imagine he'll get a mechanical flag at some point to come in. That's probably what that board is showing. We might well see the mechanical. In fact, you can see the mechanical flag on the left there. It was a black flag with the orange circle, and they are calling him into the pits. There's no point in him circulating. He's not going to gain anything from it, certainly in his championship charge. But in the meanwhile, out front, Simon Sabin is in the lead of the race ahead of Craig Boyle, Roger Patke. Then we have Hibbert and Emson in their battle. Ballard and Hope are following on behind them. Ballard is still clinging on in there, isn't he? Still just about managing to do that. Simon Sabin again, really on the edge of the track that time. You see the tyres were absolutely at the edge of their grip. We just touched a bit of dust and dirt, but he's going to persist on the inside of the chicane. Boyle's going to have to take to the grass again to avoid that. Simon Sabin is clinging on by the skin of his teeth there. His car was fully out of control. Let's say the absolute limit of what those tyres were able. Just clipped a bit of dust, and that sent the rear of his car sideways. Everyone else had to scatter a touch just to avoid it. A few gasps of breath here in the production room as we thought that car was going to go round in front of the whole field, but he somehow managed to collect it up on those dedicated Caterham Academy Avon tyres. So the car is designed strictly to teach that car control. And that's exactly what we were showing there. But Roger is still in that third place. But Hibbert looks like he maybe want to take that away from him. He's not had an easy race, has he? He's certainly been nerve-jangling, and I don't think it's over just yet. Still got 3 minutes of action left to go. And Simon Sabin still maintains that position somehow at the front of this. He gives a lot more gap at the front of the to the curve that time through. A little bit more controlled, still sideways as he heads through the chicane, but nice speed through that part time, and actually gapped Boyle a little bit by taking that more extreme line. Made it round there without any too much hassle. So it is now looking more towards that second, third, and fourth and fifth having their battle, but Ballard looks like he wants to get fully involved with Emson and Hibbert. See whether he can inject. We're still showing that mark there. It says, I think it is still for the Patel car. 93 down the inside then. Roger locking a front right. Is that going to cost him a place? Remember, he needs that podium position to secure things. Emson and Hibbert swap places. Ballard's still looking to see whether he can do anything. We've got more back markers out front ahead of Simon Sabin here. You can see there's a whole gaggle of them. They're going to reach them. There's 2 minutes of this race to go. You can see the speed difference between the front of the grid and the back of the grid is still fair number of seconds around here in the academy. Towards the end of this season, the front of the grid all finding their racing legs, and the people at the rear still learning their craft. And Simon Sabin is now locked up behind that car, and he's not got anywhere to go. That's going to give Boyle an opportunity to try and get past Simon Sabin. Where's he going to go? He's going to try the outside as they go up through Duffer's Dip. He's side by side, and there's too many cars to fit through that. That could get pretty complicated. Again, that board is still showing for everyone, whether it's the mechanical or maybe some track limits. It's busy over the start-finish line now as they come down here. Simon Sabin got another back marker. He's going to look to see whether he can go down the inside. Hibbert looking down the inside there as well to see whether he can do anything. Emson following along as well, and it's Emson following in that thing. So we're still nose to tail. In fact, it's all closed up because of those back markers. Number 86 there having to get out the way of everybody. So Simon Sabin now is right in the clutches of Roger Patke, who with a minute to go, this is the penultimate lap, isn't it? They will get to complete this one, and the number 24, that's Waitman. We spoke to him briefly ahead of the race, so he is now in front of this lead group. Where's he going to let them all go through? They're going to catch him about the same place as they caught the last back marker, coming up here through up at the left and then up into the Duffer's Dip complex. But at the moment, I think, in fact, he's going to be a bit luckier this time through, and he's going to catch them on just about on the straight, which will be perfect for him and his race. 34 seconds on the clock, so we are going to go on to the last lap of this race then as they head down that start-finish straight. Blue flags for that back marker as they all head down. Will he get out of the throttle and make it there? Ian Hibbert showing a 1 minute 3:45, which will be the lap record. Simon Sabin protecting down the inside. Boyle looking around the outside of Roger Patke, but Roger Patke will have the momentum out the corner. Hibbert is ahead of Emson in the battle for fourth and fifth, and it's the back marker then comes next before we see whether Ballard and Hope and Cross can come through, but at the moment it's looking like a battle for this podium between those top three, and they have been the top three throughout the majority of this race. Simon Sabin still sliding the rear of that car. You can see slight damage on his rear mudguard, but there's running out of opportunities for the others to overtake him. He's made it successfully through the chicane that time. In this Academy Green Group second race in the counterclockwise direction, part of this super header event here at Knockhill. Boyle is still close as you like to the back of Roger Patke, and they have got another back marker, that's Stephen Trinder again, I think. And it's going to all shuffle up, I think, everything. What happened at the exit of that corner? Someone lost a bit of speed, and it's going to go side by side by side for this race win. Who's going to take the win over the line? Looks like Roger Patke's going to take that. Simon Sabin in second place and Craig Boyle in third place. That's what I think I saw going over the line. Boyle took second place, so Sabin actually drifted to third place. I'm not sure what happened out of the top of Duffer's Dip that time. He looked like Sabin had it all wound up, but I have no idea how it all changed. But nevertheless, Roger Patke wins the race once more with another win to take a sequence of, I think that's 5 in a row for him now. Boyle takes second place. Simon Sabin, who was in the lead of that race for so long, comes home in that third place. Hibbert, Emerson, Ballard, Hope, Cross, Warnock, Butler, Lawrence are going to be the reason. So they've still got, this is Butler and Lawrence battle. So, but they both dropped back through the course of this race, didn't they? You can hear the toots of the horn. Remember, these cars are all road legal machines, and somehow he's come away again. He can't lose, can he? He's just he's got the luck going with him this season. The number 29, and what an event that was. So as Roger Patke winning that race ahead of Craig Boyle, and it was then it was Sabin in that third place. What a race! What a race to call, and actually. Fantastic action out there for them, and a great show from all the drivers to switch up from this morning when they were going, or yesterday when they were going in the clockwise. And let's have a confirmation of the provisional race results then. So it's Richard Patke in first place. Craig Boyle came second. Simon Sabin took the third place after leading for so long. Then Hibbert and Emerson in their race-long battle. Ballard tailed along that group all the way through. Then it was Hope, Neil Warnock, Gary Cross, Darren Butler rounding out the top 10. Then we had Harvey Lawrence after his spin into the gravel. Guy Crossman, Jarvis, Gregor, Bailey, Wakeman, Denny, Smith, Trinder and Patel was 2 laps down classified there. I'm sure he was being pulled into the pits though after we saw him gate that uncomfortable ride through the chicane and landing with a puncture. Wow, what a race then. And yes, I thought that was Simon's then as he went through the last part of that course. He certainly seemed like he was in the lead of it all, and then I wonder whether he had a slight missed gear shift or something, but he lost speed as he went up and over the course, up and over the Duffer's Dip. And yeah, it cost him all that time, and it was absolutely 3 wide. But can see down there in assembly then, you can see Sam is waiting for the drivers as they're trying to extract themselves. That was an exciting end to that race. So we thought it was all over, but it all kind of came alive just in the last corner.
It did. It never fails to amaze me how they do that. It's incredible racing. Just waiting for them to get out of the car, but what a finish.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see he's good smiling on there. I don't know where and what lucky charms he takes with him. Maybe we can find out, but he's certainly got some lucky charm out there for him.
Oh, definitely. He always manages it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think that's 5 in a row now for him, and I think that probably does give him that one hand on the trophy, as we say, as he had Simon Sabin.
Indeed. I'm going to try and grab him before they disappear. Congratulations on the win. Like, you just pulled it together, didn't you, on that last lap?
Yeah, I was just waiting for my moment. The guys were really neck and neck. I don't know, there were so many contacts around me. I think someone made contact with me, I'm not really sure, but that was awesome fun. That was great fun. I think that must have been my favourite race of the season by a country mile. It's really good, and it's good to see new faces on the podium as well, well into the boys. And well done to Simon. Simon's had a great weekend. He's been seriously quick during testing, and 2 and a 3 today, or over this weekend, so fantastic.
Excellent, well done.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on to Craig. Well done. Awesome, brilliant race.
Thank you. What can I say about it? I don't know. It's I wasn't expecting second. I thought I was in third. I thought he beat me to the line. So I'm well happy. First podium. Hopefully many to come.
That's it. Well, maybe this circuit suits your driving.
Yeah, I think it's quite an aggressive track. During testing, I didn't manage to do clockwise. I only managed to do really anti-clockwise because I hit the barrier. So I like the anti-clockwise. So hopefully it's on the calendar next year. So. Great.
Excellent. Well done. Right, let's move on to Simon. Another podium for you, Simon. That's what a great weekend you've had.
Been a great weekend. It's for my son Henry, who's my chief mechanic, but because of school he's not been able to come up here, so this is Henry. Well done, dude. But yeah, can't believe I lost it on the last corner. I just missed a gear. They just came up on me, and if the blinking line was the other end of the straight, it'd have been fine, but it wasn't. But anyway, third place, better than nothing. So thanks a lot, and thanks to all the stewards. Love this track. It's epic. It's a real driving track. It's awesome. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
It's quite impressive to see that emotion there, what it means to all these drivers. They're all living their dream. Look at the pink hat brigade there for the supporters of Patki as they're all there to celebrate his, one hand on that trophy. Like I say, he looks like he's done enough.
Yes, hopefully he has. But it's great seeing all these supporters.
Yeah, no, it's nice. And it's such a family affair. He's getting ushered down towards that podium, isn't he?
Yes, they want to move on to because obviously the next Academy race is straight after this, so they want to make sure they get the podium.
Yeah, I can see the Academy cars behind me, just sort of getting themselves lined up. They're just going to tidy up the course, I'm sure, and just check it before we do that. But yeah, hopefully we get a chance to see that podium before they all head out for their next race. That's the Academy White Group up next.
Yes, in that race I didn't see what happened to Harvey Lawrence. I saw him sitting at the side of the track, but I didn't catch all of it. What happened?
He unfortunately spun at the hairpin, just locked up the rear tyres, and it spun and tank slapper and onto the gravel, and he had to recover. He recovered well, back to 10th though.
Oh, good.
So here comes the podium then. You can see it's all set up and ready to go. I can see the cars getting released around onto their green flag lap. But hopefully we'll get to see the podium before we cut to our Academy White Group. You can see, so third place then for an emotional Simon Sabin, dedicating this win to his son and his chief mechanic. If we can find him, he's probably off hugging his supporters out there, but here he is then to collect his trophy. There he is on the podium. Congratulations to Simon and his chief mechanic out there. Craig Boyle then in second place. Great to see him up there on the podium, and that might be his first time up there. Indeed, it is seventh place or fifth place was his best result to date, so he now gets that podium. And Richard Patke taking the win, and I think one hand on that trophy as well. So congratulations to all of our Caterham Academy Green Group drivers. As you can see though, we have our drivers in the Caterham Academy White Group out on track now for their second race of the weekend. Like I said previously, not used to doing 2 races per race weekend, but they're going to have to get used to it pretty quickly after the race yesterday. Ben Timmons taking the opening round. When we went in the clockwise direction, who is going to get it all together? Who is going to understand and be able to race in the counter-clockwise, anti-clockwise direction, reverse as we might call it, coming backwards down the straight that we were climbing up yesterday. 20-minute race for them then. And a little bit of smoke there already from Wilby as he's trying to warm up his brakes, and Bryant follows him through. What a great shot that is as they head into the chicane. There's Richard Harris going through as well. Brilliant stuff. So this, hopefully we'll get a chance to also give the starting order for this. But Ben Timmons is starting on our pole position after winning. Remember, the race order from yesterday's event means the starting order for this, even though we were running in the reverse direction. That's why we think this is a pretty unique event, running in both directions as part of one single race meeting, one single qualifying session, and then straight in. Here we go then. Ben Timmons starts on pole, Tom McEwing second, Mallet third, Tolmarsh lines up in fourth place, Wilby, Bryant, Cozzy, and Rogers in 8th place. We got Richard Harris 9th, Kennelly, Lowe, and Kimblewhite in 12th. Then we are following with Tony Jenner, Nick Thompson, Finlayson and Hazelwood lining out 16th. McCullough, Clark, Jarvis and Proctor line up and round out top 20 of this 20-car grid. See them all there getting put up into there. We had the Duncan Mallet yesterday, was an exciting driver to watch in the clockwise direction. What's he going to be like in this? We saw Tolmarsh get absolutely stuck in yesterday after his best ever result, wasn't it, from yesterday's event in that 4th place, just missing out on the podium. And but we had say Mallet getting that podium. Ben Timmins managing to hold on against Tom McEwing, who's in that second place. You can see him in that green machine with the dark blue stripe going down the middle of it, the number 89 car. Certainly he is our championship leader. And remember, we're missing our championship leader Matt Larby today over this race weekend. Unfortunately, he can't be there. Our thoughts are very much with him and his family over this weekend, as are the thoughts of his teammate, his academy comrades, as well as in the green group and the white group. So Tom McEwing does come in here then at the top of that list, but Ben Timmins is right alongside. We've got the 5-second board. We're going to see what's going to happen in the second of the academy white group 20-minute races they've got this weekend. The lights are already on. Let's get this race underway now. 20 minutes to go. Ben Timmins getting a good start. Looks like McEwing also got that okay, and it looks like Tolmarsh maybe got the best of all of them from the second row of the grid. He's going to come alongside. There's nowhere for Wilby or a Mallet to go, so they're going to act as blockers into that first corner. There it goes, McEwing though in the sandwich between two other cars, so he's going to probably drop down into 5th place at this point, which isn't going to be where he wanted his race to start, with Ben Timmins there disappearing off up the circuit already. We are still 3 wide going through Railway Bend. It doesn't even work when it's 2 wide, so you definitely don't want to go 3 wide through that sequence of events. There's Mallet taking that 3rd place up over McEwing, who is down into 4th place from 2nd place on the grid. So the rest of the cars all filing through. Little bumpy ride from Ryan Wilby, who somehow got in front of Ben Timmins into that chicane. You see him sideways and skipping down and through and into the bottom of the chicane, where it all collected itself up. The kind of G-forces meant that he got extra grip, which enabled him to sort of point it forwards again as they head on and up Duffer's Dip, picking their turning point to the left, clipping that apex just lightly before then heading out over this start-finish straight. And it's Ryan Wilby who's made the best of the starts. Ben Timmins having a little bit of a rear moment there. You can see the rear of the cars really are dancing around as they're on the absolute edge of braking. The Academy car has just slightly got heavier rear brake balance than Roadsport, where you actually gain yourself a brake bias valve. So at the moment, these Academy cars, just when they sort of lock up, they just lock up gently from the rear. And we saw that catch out Harvey Lawrence. Ben Timmins looking up the inside of Wilby, who's wide. Is he going to make it inside the circuit? He does. No harm, no foul there. He was slightly wide of the apex, but he still managed to make it stick. He was avoiding the car of Timmins, who Ben Timmins having an uncomfortable ride that time through the chicane. Then we've got Mallet, who's, again, he's faced in the same direction for a bit there, but we're going to watch them coming up and over. And got Ben Timmins actually spun and out at the corner. So it went to... So that is our championship, well, one of our championship contenders out, and then he's got, that is Duncan Mallet alongside him. So there was contact between the two of those drivers into that bend, and they've been caught out, and it's going to be leaving McEwing going out front there. So there is number 3. That is Cozzy in the number 3 car, and he's ahead of, it looks like Sol Rogers, and there's 14 just gone rotating at the hairpin. That's Kennelly recovering back, and you can see, in fact, we've got a safety car. Is that a safety car board I saw? Certainly got yellow flag. Yeah, safety car boards are out around the circuit to recover Ben Timmins from that dangerous position. And there is also, we've seen so many, other cars spinning under that condition, so they brought it all back under control. And it looked like there was definitely then contact between Mallet and Timmins. They looked like they were coming close into that left-hander, but unfortunately we didn't see the actual contact there, but nevertheless it was around McIntyre, wasn't it, that we saw that contact in the corner that we're on now. You can see the outside of that, and I could see that Mallet had a run on Timmins, and I'm guessing he shoved it down the inside. He was on the left-hand side of Ben Timmins' car when we saw it, so I'm guessing he shoved it down the inside, clipped that curb, and you can see some black tyre marks there as they both then ended up in that gravel trap. You can see Ben Timmins on the bank there looking very, very disappointed. He's not going to be... He stared Mallet down there a little bit, didn't he? And that torpedo, we saw yesterday that Mallet was having, he was always wibbling around all over the place, and it looked like that continued then, and it's affected both their races significantly. But that means that out front then it's a Wilby, Ryan Wilby out there in front of the McEwing, who is that championship leader. So Ryan Wilby is currently in about 8th or 9th place in the championship. Best result so far this year of a 3rd place. So he is currently well in front of that, a couple of places above his best result this season. And yeah, in 8th place in the championship at the moment, chasing down Richard Harris, Henry Littlejohn, Duncan Mallet, who we saw in that incident, who's in 4th place in that championship. They're going to drag Ben Timmons' pink machine or purpley machine out, and then we should be able to get everything back underway. 15 minutes though, just over 15 minutes of the race there, still to go. There is Duncan Mallet in his car because he's lost his rear left mud guard. You can see up onto the hill. That's where we're recovering around McIntyre's. So you can see the 4x4 is there ready to pull Ben Timmons' car. Ben Timmons is back in the driving seat, ready to maneuver that car away from the line of fire. There's Roger Lowe as well. Sorry, Robert Lowe. What am I talking about? Robert Lowe, as he goes through. As Isla Lowe was one of last year's Academy drivers, and Robert is the husband of Isla. It's his turn this year. So Isla is up here as supporter rather than driver. Whether they'll all get back in a car again in the Roadsport Championship, we're yet to see, but we'd love to see them both in that Roadsport car if they want to. We will welcome them along. Then getting Ryan and Tom both cleaning and making sure their tyres are clear of dust. You see that a little bit just to try and keep some temperature around whilst they're under these reduced speeds. And it puts Tolmarsh back up into that 3rd place then, doesn't it? As he's wibbling his car to try and again tidy up. And Tolmarsh is having a really good, so he's right down. Let me find out where his championship position currently coming into this weekend was 12th. So he's really exceeding his point score that he's had before. His best result before this weekend was 8th place. So the fact he got 4th yesterday and was fully involved in that lead battle all the way through is very impressive. And he comes in, he's currently in that 3rd place just behind Tom McEwing. It's Ryan Wilby though, with his black and white number plate there. Remember, fully road legal Academy race cars. They are very capable race cars, but they are fully road legal and the drivers can drive them around. They all partake in the Academy as people who have never held a race license or a kart license before. And it means that everything's even. They buy a brand new car, and included in the price of that car is, so they all buy the same Academy car, and included in that price is a full season's worth of racing. It really is a spectacular and great package. It's one that has been taken up by well over 1,200 people in the past, turning them into mere mortals, into motor racing drivers. And it's a very successful enterprise indeed, and one that Caterham are very, very proud of indeed. And the whole Caterham Motorsport ladder then feeds on from this Academy series into the Road Sports, where there is a 2nd season of racing for them in a slightly upgraded car. So they take this Academy car, they can choose to either stop racing at the end of the year, but many of them don't. They choose to basically take off these dedicated Academy tyres, and they strap on the Avon ZZS that we run in the other race series, and that brings their car into Road Sport specification. They also get a rear anti-roll bar that gives them a little bit more rear stability and increases the speed quite significantly. So probably about 2 seconds on an average lap, if not more, faster in Road Sport spec than they are in the Academy. So again, the speed increases as their experience levels goes up. They also get 2 20-minute races every single race weekend, and including a European round potentially as well. That sometimes they have a European round with the Road Sport Championship as well. Certainly that's part of normal proceedings when we're outside of COVID and restrictions. And then after Road Sport, you get to choose whether you want to go up to 270, and you can upgrade your car, and that means taking the windscreen off, making it no longer road legal. You take your windscreen, your lights off, you don't have to run the front number plates, for example. And yeah, we turn into a more thoroughbred race car at that point. And then the final step of this Academy upgrade is the Caterham 310R car, which is the ultimate evolution, the 4th step of the ladder. And they have a significant amount more power at that point, a limited slip differential, and many other little tools and toys as they've made it up there. So ultimately exactly the same car and chassis underneath, same engine, but just with upgraded and uprated parts as they go on up and through this ladder. If you want to go then further, there is the Caterham 7 Championship UK car. That is a brand new car. with the green flag lap. So I missed the fact that the lights had gone out on the safety car. We are back under racing then, and it's actually Wilby who is protecting then down into the first corner. So they had tidied away that car whilst I was talking about the academy in general, and they had got everything back up and running. A nice tidy start by all our drivers. Sol Rogers there up into that 5th place, so great result for him as well if he can keep that going to the end of the race. McEwing seeing whether he can make a way past. He'll be thinking about his championship. Remember, he's not really racing against Wilby in that championship. He's racing two people that are no longer in this race, Timmins and Matt Larby, who couldn't be with us this weekend. Tolmarsh is behind him, so he has to protect his race whilst also then thinking about his position and making sure he maximises his point scoring. So he will want to get in front of Warren Wilby, but not at the expense of not finishing this race at all. So yeah, Tolmarsh having the race weekend of his season so far, and behind him comes Cozzy, and then Rogers and Harris and Bryant as well, heading on up the hill as they come across them with 10 minutes, just over halfway of this race to go. They come down, Cozzy in that number 3 car, heading down towards this hairpin, locks up a run to front and a little bit of a lock up at the rear for the car just behind. So we're still looking a little bit dicey. McEwing seeing whether he can hold on, running that orange heart there to thank the marshals. That's a symbol to the marshals and thanking them for all their dedicated work and allowing us to go racing. Nice to see that out there on McEwing. Got a spin there from James, one of the James. I'll catch what that is, another, but he's back up to speed, back in the race. As we watch Tolmarsh heading into the chicane, then Wilby heads off down and into the dip. And Cozzy is still very much involved in this cosy battle. Heading on round then, McEwing, just, you can see that rear wheel really, leaning over the Academy car is one of the distinctive features, and you can tell, other than the slightly larger wheels than they run from everyone else, the lean angle, as you can say, it's quite a signature for the Academy car as the car manoeuvres itself, and you can really see and feel the weight transfer, and teaches you lock up from the rear of Ryan Wilby. We saw Harvey Lawrence do that earlier, and he span around at the hairpin. Wilby just about manages to get it all under control, and somehow it doesn't lose too much speed, but that would have been an exciting ride there for him into the hairpin. And McEwing does have an extra run on him, so as soon as they ask a little bit too much of their brakes, we've got more spinning. That's the number 4 of Mallet, no, 14, sorry, and we've seen him already spinning down. That's Kennelly, so we've seen him spin once. And meanwhile, we've got the lead change there. Wilby has lost the lead to McEwing, who takes that wide sweeping line into the chicane this time through. He's going to have to spring a little gap over this following two of Wilby and Tolmarsh as they head up and left around the corner. Around Kennelly, up we go into the into Duffer's Dip, and McEwing heading up over the hill with a little bit of a comfort gap. Can he now solidify that gap? Can he make that count? He's certainly got the consistency, and Ryan Wilby will be trying to really cling on in there. And Tolmarsh again having a great result. Looking down the inside, he's really late on the brakes there. Wilby was a bit earlier on the brakes that time after his scary run through the corner that last time, and that was a really late move by Tolmarsh there to make into that second place. So that moves him ahead of Wilby. Wilby's lost a couple of places in a couple of laps. He will be looking to see whether he can get back in the number 88 car there. And is he still on the inside there? It's going to get tight into Clark's, this left-hander. But it's McEwing who is going to hold on at the moment into that lead with 7.5 minutes of this race still remaining. New fastest lap there by Wilby, a 1 minute .521. So yeah, looking out to see whether that beats the previous lap from the previous race we had. 7 minutes 30 to go. McEwing, though, that gap is, in fact, it's spread across the top three, hasn't it? So they've kind of all spread out a little bit. Sol Rogers there just ahead of Harris, and I think Bryant's lost a place on that last lap through. There is the McEwing car then, the number 89 flying into that hairpin as he heads out and up through Railway Straight. Along into Clark's, that left-hander, the tricky left-hander, has caught a lot of people out today. It's been a great overtaking opportunity for all the fields that we've got here running today. But these front three at the moment, they've definitely spread out, and it's about going to be who doesn't make the mistake now as to whether these gaps ebb and flow. It's quite interesting to see whether they are going to ebb and flow. A little bit of gravel ahead in the background there from one of the cars, but you can see that Tolmarsh is now sort of sprung clear of this, and you can see the chasing battle. There is Harris with ahead of him is Sol Rogers in that white and black machine, and that is that's a low just behind them in the number 44 car as well. They head up Duffer's Dip, that great sign. Again, they're cocking that front left wheel as they head and turn that wheel left. But Tolmarsh is not going to let McEwen get away. And as they start battling, will that bring Ryan Wilby back into the battle? Cozzy still holds on to that 4th place, but only just over Bryant, who has made a move forward. So I thought he'd lost the place, but he actually moved ahead of Sol Rogers there. And it's low behind them. Followed by Kimber White, and in fact it's Richard Harris I can see there, so Harris is just dropped behind low on that lap just after the start-finish line, and cutting her 8th here, so Tolmarsh is definitely in that action, but there is the Cozzy Bryant action, and Bryant is caught up that gap and is going to be looking to that. He's got had a good run through, so Bryant currently at 4th place in the championship coming in here after the around Anglesey, and certainly in the battle for the podium. He's close to that podium battle. He certainly needs to make up some more places and time. Got a green car there. Who's that in the 7 car? Spun. You can see a few bits and bobs getting spat from the car, but who was that in that green machine? I hope it wasn't Tom McEwen, but I'm not sure. There is Tom McEwen, safe and sound in the lead of this race. No longer in the lead though, as Tolmarsh goes around the outside. Fastest lap of the race for him on that last time through, 1:2.50. So dropping that time towards that magical 1 minute barrier in this reverse direction as they head on through. Lack of wind. Yesterday we had a windy day, but Tolmarsh looking down the inside here into Clark. That's not going to work, so he's compromised his line, but he's still got the toe, so he'll be able to drag him forward. But this is going to be the battle by the looks of things, and if this battling slows them up too much, then that will bring Ryan Wilby back into the action. But at the moment it's between Tolmarsh, who's having the race weekend of his life, really, isn't it? Because he's new to this motor racing business, so he has absolutely come alive at this Knockhill track and in the reverse and the clockwise direction. So he has absolutely hooked it all up. Ryan Wilby, is he going to fall into the clutches of Cozzy, who looks like he's broken clear of Bryant into that battle for 4th and 5th? As they head over, you can see there's a significant gap now between those two as they head over. So there's 3, they're kind of spread out, but any action up front, side by side or whatever, it will bring everybody back together again. They're certainly not that distant from each other that they're still not affecting each other's races. They're certainly feeling a little bit of tow as well, but it is the lead 2 that are broken clear of everyone else who's 2 minutes left. Got a bit of a warning sign going out there to someone, whether that's a black and white track limits warning. Not seen the lead 2 collect any track limits warnings yet. So Sol Rogers and Bryant now having a battle coming down into the hairpin, and we've seen these sort of battles coming and going, ebbing and flowing as the distances go up and down, and Sol Rogers on the outside there of Bryant, and Bryant is in that 4th place in the championship, so he's going to want to keep holding on there. But Sol Rogers looks like he is having again his best result for this season so far as well. Flying through this screen, there is the Sol Rogers Bryant battle coming into view. Holding on, coming in now into the chicane where they'll tumble over the horizon. You can see that they can't really see anything. 80 miles an hour, Sol Rogers taking all of the curb and more. A bit of grass there as well as he heads down into the dip and the compression. McIntyre's clip that little curve. You can see the car's bumper over that. But the number 28 of Bryant is right on his tail as we catch the lead group just going over there. Again, that track limits warning or some warning being shown to a driver. Sol Rogers still heads the Bryant car as they head over and down into view and down towards that hairpin. We've seen a lot of them locking up the rear tyres. They both got their cars fully under control by the looks of things there. So everything well come to control for Sol Rogers, who is ahead in that battle currently. Only 51 seconds to go though, so this might well be the last lap of the race. Didn't catch when the drivers went over that start-finish line, so it's going to be close as to whether this is the last lap. So we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll see whether we do have to monitor that. But I think we might still have a lap left, but we're concentrating and looking at this Sol Rogers battle right now. But we'll be seeing whether they've got 30 seconds left, so I think, depending on where those leaders are, they may just make it back round to that start-finish straight before the checkered flag is shown. So Bryant still following along behind Sol Rogers for now. 16 seconds, and I do think that the other drivers will have made it across the line then to start. Here we go then, starting their very last lap with the final lap board shown on the screen, as you can see there. And there is that battle coming through, and they're following Bryant and Sol Rogers. McEwen and Tolmarsh still ahead of this battle for that win, but it looks like at the moment Sol Rogers seems to have everything hooked up and pointing in the right direction. Bryant losing out now, and that gap now looks a little bit fatal for the tail end of this race. wait till capture the leaders as they come into the final part of their race, the McEwing Tolmarsh battle with Wilby and Colsey looking for that. So looking at the Sol Rogers, then this is the battle for 5th and 6th. So there is the final lap, and McEwing looks like he's coming towards that line there to take that victory. A few spots of rain there. There is the checkered flag. So McEwing does indeed take that victory over Tolmarsh. And it was Colsey ahead of Wilby just. And then we're waiting for that battle. In fact, Wilby looks like he's been given a track limits penalty. Sol Rogers is just going to come ahead of Bryant as they cross the line there. And then we had Lowe coming across. Richard Harris crossing the line in 8th place as they all come down and through the field. What incredible battles all the way through the field there. But it was McEwing who took that victory there into the final bit ahead of Tolmarsh. What a race for him all the way through. And it was Colsey who's been given that 3rd place over Wilby, who's got an exclamation mark. So I'm wondering whether he did get a track limits penalty. But then it was Sol Rogers followed by Bryant. So congratulations to Tom McEwing there for a great result. 2nd place yesterday, 1st place today. Fastest lap was Colsey, so he's going to get an extra point in his championship charge, and he's been sort of a bit, he lost out a bit. He had a damage to his car earlier in the year, which cost him a couple of race results, but he's back here and running the fastest lap. But there is our winner, Tom McEwing, in his machine, and he's been there or thereabouts all year, hasn't he? That's going to add another victory, so that makes 3 victories for him, and every other race he's been on the podium in either 2nd or 3rd place. So a great set of results as he heads around. There's Richard Harris waving to his supporters and thanking the marshals as he heads through. Confirmation of provisional results then. Tom McEwing takes the win over Tolmarsh in a great 2nd place. Colsey takes that 3rd place over Ryan Wilby. You could see the time difference there was not that much over the line. Sol Rogers 5th, Nick Bryant 6th. Then it was Lowe, Harris, Kibblewhite and Thomas rounding out the top 10. We got Kennelly, Jenner, Hazelwood, Clark, Jarvis, Proctor, Finlayson, McCullough, Mallet down in 19th and Ben Timmins down in 20th after their contact early in the race. Fantastic racing action from all of our Caterhams here this weekend, and nice to see them all arriving in that Parc Fermé area. So you can see them just getting their cars all settled. And a great result there for McEwing. That's really solid for his championship. And after Ben Timmins was out early, but what a result for McEwing there.
Oh, 100%. He must be very happy with that. Great for Lionel as well. 1st podium. And he had a great race yesterday and just got 4th place, so just off the podium. But he looks happy, very happy actually. Ed Colsey's just come in. I think he's just been told he's got 3rd because I think he got 4th. So he's delighted.
Yeah, I mean, that Tolmarsh, where's that come from? We should ask him that in the interviews, because what a brilliant result that. All weekend he's been right on it, and to get the podium in 2nd place, what a result.
Exactly. We're just going to move in and speak to Tom. Oh, what a race, amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you. That one feels good. Lionel really kept me honest. Amazing pace. I don't know what you've been eating this week, but honestly, he's done an amazing pace this week, and I couldn't break him. That was a tough race. I feel a bit emotional. I lost a lot of blood yesterday on the podium, smashing a bottle. So I'll try not to do that today. But yeah, this one, whether it's that or whatnot, it definitely means a lot, this one. It's been a long time since Snetterton, my last win, so yeah, it means a lot.
Excellent, well done, congratulations. Just move round to Lionel now. Lionel, amazing race. You had great pace yesterday as well, just didn't quite make it on the podium, but your 1st podium of the season.
It's hard enough keeping up with Tom, but it's unbelievable. It's, I can't quite believe it. It's having Colsey and Ryan on your back. It's sort of every move you make is sort of watched, but it feels amazing.
You've had great pace this weekend. It's really taken to your you've really taken to this circuit.
Yeah, well, it's don't quite know where it came from, but I hope it lasts a bit longer. It's been quite fun being at the front. Normally a bit less of damage as well, but it's been awesome.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Let you enjoy the podium celebrations in a few minutes. Just going to go and have a word with Ed Colsey, who's just Ed,
Well, I think. Hello.
congratulations on
Thank
the
you.
first podium of the season. You also got fastest lap.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was great. God, 360s coming into the first turn. That was interesting. Carried it on. Great race by all the boys. It was some really respectful racing, which is always good. I feel like this time of the season we're also like getting up there now after a lot of learning. But yeah, it's hard work. It started raining at the end, made it a bit slippy, so that was fun. But yeah, Stokes really happy. Really
You have
happy.
to put the suit back on now. You've got to get on the podium.
I know, but I'm boiling, so keep it off for a minute.
Yeah, all right,
Thank you so much.
congratulations.
Cheers. Thanks.
Yeah, nice to hear from all of those. And yeah, Tolma, he looks as shocked as we are, I think, didn't he?
He was, yeah. And like he said, he doesn't know where it came from. But very interestingly, obviously, the next race out is 420s. They are on slicks, and it's raining.
So is it consistently raining, or is it just a light splattering at the moment?
It is light, but Ed said it did make. Was it Ed that said it made it quite slippery out there? So maybe it is raining over the other side of the circuit more than it is this side.
Certainly one to look out for. It's going to make that race exciting. You can see on the pictures on the screen the kind of. It's definitely miserly, should we call it that, at the moment? And and it does make that decision trickier. But if we're not due for heavy rain, I still think they will persevere with the slicks, because as long as it doesn't rain too hard and they get the temperature in, they'll still be all right.
Definitely, because there'll be a racing that the racing line will stay quite dry.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty heavy before we get that standing water, so everyone is, no one's likely to go for the gamble of wets unless they've seen a forecast that says it's going to absolutely pour down.
It doesn't look like it's going to pour down. It's the clouds just don't look threatening enough.
Yeah, okay, so I think we're going to stick with those slick tyres then. That would be my guess for this final race of the action for the afternoon. But great for Tom McEwen there, and Tom Marshall, we said, and Cosy really happy in his third place. So it's, again, great to see the drivers pleased with their results of the weekend.
There's definitely a lot of happy drivers here today, which is good. It was a nice race to watch again.
Yeah, we're just looking at pictures here with a sort of, we can see that rain on the lens. You can see it's very light dusting so far, but yeah, want to keep an eye out for, just in case it does throw a spanner in the works. But at the moment, I think that'll be just a bit of psychological rain. As you see the marshals tiding away a little bit, but we've got the podiums in the background as well.
That's it, they're moving on to the podium now.
So here they go then. But the podium, everyone a bit rushed there, but there's Cozy getting his podium from, there we go, very happy third place wearing his Avon cap. See the wind's got up a little bit as well, that flag fluttering there as Tolmarsh gets his cap. Everyone celebrating his great result over the course of this weekend, a fourth and a second, what a result. But it's Tom McEwen who takes the top step of the podium in a great set of results after cutting his hand on the champagne bottle yesterday in a pretty dodgy incident there, but he's got had to nurse that. You can see his right hand there is slightly bandaged, and he's had to nurse that all the way through this race weekend, but he takes that victory even against that adversity. And as they said, Tolmarsh said, you never get a quiet second. he's going to champagne spray the water bottle to make sure that there's no issues. You can't be trusted with the bottle anymore, but fantastic for all our drivers there. They can get themselves packed up, and we'll see them again on the 15th and 16th of October at Silverstone on the international circuit for their race. Very cosy with Cosy up on the street. But yeah, there we will see all of the Roadsport and Academy drivers out at Silverstone on the 15th to the 16th of October. So not too far to go for the final race of the season to conclude all of their championships and to see who is going to take that the White Group Championship. So we're coming up, I think I can see the 7 Championship UK cars coming out, so we'll keep an eye on that weather. Let me know if it changes, Sam. But yeah, we're ready to start their third race. They get 3 races over the course of the weekend, and they've given us 2 good races so far. So what we're going to expect this time? Are you going to put your money down on anyone?
Ooh, well, I think Aaron's got a good run again for a podium, for sure, actually a podium, but maybe the win. But then Lewis, well, he's very good. He's very quick here, and he's very good at staying out in front.
I don't think I want to bet against him. Every time I bet against him, he goes and puts the victory. So I'm putting my money down on Lewis Thompson today, actually. And Jake Swan's been ultra consistent, 2 second places. So yeah, it's been in fact, it's been consistent in those top 2 places, hasn't it? So who's going to get that top one this time? I'm going to put my name down on Lewis Thompson for this one.
Yes, Good. I think that's a good idea. Yes, I'm getting rained on here actually. Might have to put the hood up in a moment. But yeah, still only light rain, so I think we're quite safe. But yes, there is a circuit van just going around doing a little bit more clean up, like you said. So those 420s will be out very shortly.
Yeah, I can see them all behind I can see the rain just outside my commentary box, and yeah, they are all very much firmly on slick tyres. But everyone is doing that thing where you kind of look left and right and seeing what everyone else is doing. But at the moment, it's definitely nowhere near enough rain to make them move off of that. But it certainly puts a question in. With still it'll be slippy out there for them, especially in the early laps if they can't get the heat in the tyres and not knowing what the grip level is going to be.
Well, that's exactly right. Yes, they're going to have to get the heat in the tyres as soon as possible. It will be quite tricky for them. Make it more interesting for us, but it's always an interesting race, anyway.
Yeah, the kind of natural, talented drivers rather than the process-driven drivers tend to get on better in these kind of conditions where they change lap by lap. You never know what you're going to quite hit. So, yeah, well, rather not hit, but if you're going to hit a slippery patch of the track, and people like Lewis Thompson who've clearly come in here and just felt the car and worked it out, going to be doing. But you can see over the Firth of Forth, then the weather is coming in there over those hills, and you can see the drizzle between now and then. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, especially towards the end. And if we've got a slight delay here, that's going to give the time for the moisture to start building up as such.
Yes, it is indeed. Yeah, if we get these cars out as soon as possible, it would help their case. But I haven't noticed if Tom Eden got his car repaired and if he's out for this race. Have you seen, Chris?
I'm just having a look. I can't stretch too far. I can't see the yellow car out there, but it might be. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. But yes, I can't see it in a part of assembly area at the moment, but he might be tucked around a corner where I can't quite see.
Yes, well, hopefully he is going to be out there. But yes, I'm going to turn this way because the rain is literally coming straight into my face.
Yeah, okay, and we've got another lap record now to 51.655 that Aaron Head set this morning, so we can now see whether anyone can break that lap record, 51.655, but we're seeing the boards going through. It looks like we're going to get those cars released fairly shortly. I think the tidy-up's nearly complete, but we'll keep an ear out for those toots on the whistle. But yeah, so nearly the end of our racing, just this 20-minute race to go. It's been a fantastic weekend's action, hasn't it?
It has. It has. It's been an absolutely brilliant weekend. As always, Caterham racing is brilliant to watch, but it's lots of clean racing this weekend as well. Yesterday a little bit more. What word shall I use?
Enthusiastic.
Enthusiastic. Discombobulated, maybe. But yes, it was a much better day today, and everyone seems a lot happier.
Yeah, and it's great to see that racing action, and say we all thought that, coming down into that hairpin at the long straight was going to be a problem, but actually they've managed that situation really well over the course of these race weekends. You can hear more whistles, so we're nearly getting there. But yes, I'm looking forward to the next action. We'll be out at Silverstone, so we'll be back there in October, and then the 270s and the 310s and the 7 UKs will be out in Spa-Francorchamps, which we're not going to be there, but it's going to be an exciting race weekend for them nonetheless.
Oh, it will be, and I think you said it earlier. What a transition from after this circuit to go to Spa. I mean, you have still got undulations, but it's such a much bigger circuit. What is the lap time for say a 420 round?
Yeah,
Spa?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we're going to be talking at least 3 and a bit minutes. I would have thought to get around that circuit. So yeah, like 3 times the length of the track like this here, and I can hear the cars in the background though, just about to head out, and you can see them heading out there onto the circuit then. So, and we'll join back up with you, Sam, at the end of this race to hear how our drivers got on. But it's been a fantastic weekend so far. Let's see how this final 20-minute race goes. So there we go, as they head out then onto their green flag lap, heading down the hill. Final Caterham action of this race weekend here at Knockhill. We've done this super header. These are the only drivers that have now previously this weekend gone this direction around, because they've had a race once already. You can see them weaving around, but actually having to do so tentatively, because you can still see the spots of rain building up on the camera lens as they're heading further into this race. But we are on their final race and of this race weekend, the third of their 20-minute races. These tyres are also going to be slightly older. Well, they're obviously being used this weekend already, so this will be the third race for some of those tyres, plus qualifying. So they nearly need to get that heat in, because then that's what they're going to need to maintain. If they let the heat drop out of those tyres, then the moisture will start affecting their performance. So you can see Dale Head there really jinking that car as much as he can to try and get the tyres in. So see whether they can confirm that track order. So remember, they start this race in the order that they finished this morning's race in, and let's see whether we can get that shown before they get off onto that grid. They're coming around that Duffer's Dip. A little bit of smoke there off Jake Swan's car. Just there we go. The start Thompson is Lewis Thompson, Jake Swan, Aaron Head, James Murphy in 4th place. We've got Dale Head 5th, Chris Morse, Mike Evans, Andy Lees lines up in 8th. Then we've got Johnny Jarrett, Henry Heaton, Gary Lapidus, Tom Eden is shown on there. I didn't see his yellow car, but that is the 12-car field. Henry Heaton spinning out, so just touching the gravel, we found out, just sent him straight into the outside. You can see this dampness on the camera lens. They're going to want to get going as soon as they can, keep the heat in those tyres. So Henry Heaton's got a bit of work to do to come back through the field from 10th place. There is that moisture on the front lens there as we're looking up the hill. You can see it's even dripping down there. But we've got the Caterham 7 Championship UK race, Avon Tyres sponsored series, the 3rd 20-minute race for them this weekend, and the final Caterham action from here at the Knockhill Super Header event. Been a brilliant set of races throughout the whole field, and the 420s are no doubt going to send us off in style. Jake Swan closest to the camera in 2nd place. He is alongside Lewis Thompson, who is on the right-hand side of the grid there. They're looking at the lights, I believe. Let's see whether we're getting this rate. Lights are on, the lights go out, and we're heading off for the final race then of this weekend. Jake Swan a little bit bogged down off the start there. Lewis Thompson also not fast away, but James Murphy made the best of everybody there. He must have got some really good heat in. Little lock up there from Chris Moore as they all try and get these cars on slick tyres on a damp surface. It's going to be tricky for them as they head out round, and James Murphy was a little bit wide out there. He had to get on the brakes to collect that car altogether, and that's going to give Lewis Thompson the opportunity to go down the inside as they head down into Clark's. They really need to get the temperature in the tyres now. You can see how cautious they are all being on that brakes, and it's going to be slippy on that curve. And Lewis Thompson having to use the outside line, whether he deliberately did that. There's a karting line, Andy Lee's showing how little grip there is as they're trying to get the temperature into the tyres. It's going to be a tricky 20 minutes for them as they flow around this circuit. Clearly is damp out there. As you can see, Aaron Head, and Dale Head, sorry, has got an absolute tank slapper on. He managed to collect it all together and get it pointed in a straight line before they get there, but they are all struggling out there with these slick tyres. You can see Henry Heaton's car sideways as they head around. They are going to have to start using that karting line then, which is normally the outside of the circuit around some of these corners, to see if they can gain any more grip. They're going to fly into the hairpin for the first time and really figure out where that braking point is. It's going to be so tricky for all of them. Is everybody going to make it stopped up in time? Lewis Thompson looks like he has got the prerequisite speed as they head through the apex of that corner. James Murphy again a little bit wide. He didn't get on the gravel that time, so Aaron Head's moving ahead of him, ahead of Jake Swan, and it looks like Mike Evans there in the 4th place, I think. Is that behind it? In fact, 5th place, just behind Jake Swan. They're moving up nicely in these conditions here. Following on there is Chris Moore as well, and Dale Head after that, a scary moment down through the chicane where the car just would not connect with the track, and I think it is slightly damp. Aaron Head's lost the rear of the car. He's on the grass, in the gravel, across the grass. Is he going to be able to get this car back on the grid? He does manage to kill the speed enough to get back. He's got to go for more gravel and the exit of Butcher's there. So that is really slippy down there into the chicane, and he just could not get that car back pointed in the right direction. His brother did it the lap before, and that time through, he suffered quite heavily with that. You can see the wind's also got up slightly as this weather's coming in. We were expecting this weather to hit a little bit later on today, but it's come a little bit earlier than expected. A little bit of a lock-up from Mike Evans as he tries to get rid of the speed. Nate Murphy is still ahead, though, of Jake Swan. Thompson, though, is disappearing up the road a little bit just at this stage of the race. And then Mike Evans in that 4th place now, having been promoted from Aaron Head, dropping all the way down to 10th place over the line that time. Henry Heaton's made his way all the way up to 5th. You can see him going through the screen there. So he's made it past Chris Moore into that 5th place, and he was in 10th place or roughly thereabouts last lap through. So he's making some good progress. How are they doing down this slippy bit? James Murphy finding it. It's every time you land sideways, they're having real problems. They really do need to make sure that they collect that curb in exactly the right way. That means they do not spin sideways heading down into there. There's no grip for them to recover that. Jake Swan showing that if you clip that curb on the inside, that's also slippy. That was Johnny Jarrett briefly we saw on screen, just spun onto the grass in the same place. That's on the inside of Butcher's. He's going to struggle even to get off this grass. You can see how slippery and slidey that is as they're on their slick tyres. It's not going to give any grip. He is going to make it back to that track surface. It just makes it onto that track surface. So he will be able to tidy up and move off, and we won't have to have a safety car to recover that situation. A safety car at this point would be even more of a problem because they would lose temperature in those tyres as the track conditions would also start getting damper, whereas at the moment with them circulating, at least they're getting a chance to dry out the track on the racing line after the slight delay where we tied it up after that last race. They have now sort of worked it out. Jake Swan showing that you still can get a slide on. You can see the change of colour in the tarmac as it is a bit damper. But I think that as they progress through this race, and if they can keep themselves pointing in the straight line, they will eventually they will be able to succeed and dry out maybe part of this track. It does depend on how heavy that rain is. Still seeing those spots of rain on the camera. But the front of the field, Thompson is not able to shake James Murphy, who, after that opening lap where he sort of skidded sideways slightly, he is now back in control of that car and facing forwards and looking to see whether he can get in front of in front of Thompson, Lewis Thompson in front of him. So Jake Swan having a great weekend as well and showing that he is right up there in the pace. Fastest lap for James Murphy, 56.008. Never going to get close to that lap record unless it significantly dries out by the end of this race. That still could happen. We've still got 15 minutes of this race to go. But Jake Swan there following this James Murphy's black and orange car there, who's tailing Lewis Thompson. A little flash of the brakes just to get that car settled and turned in. Mike Evans not needing to use the brakes that time and manages to make it through to the exit. But James Murphy right on the tail there of Lewis Thompson as they head down into to the hairpin. He is going to get on the brakes and they are going to both haul it up in time. They've both got off the speed. James Murphy seeing whether he can get the cut back. It's not going to happen this time, but he has got a run on him as they head into this right kink ahead of the left of Clark's. James Murphy shoving it up the inside. How much grip is there on that curb? They're avoiding it in general. He's got Lewis Thompson on a compromised line. Murphy's going to have some extra speed on the way out, but that didn't work for him. That's camber really working against him. You almost have to be on the racing line in order to capture and carry that speed. But it looks like the bottom of the chicane may well have dried out slightly. A little bit of a rear lock up there for Lewis Thompson as he's trying to explore what limits he's got there. And again, James Murphy closes up because he lost a bit of speed and momentum. James Murphy again choosing to use the brakes just to touch them and to get a bit more grip in those tyres. Weight transfer to the front and give those front tyres something to grip onto. Lewis Thompson, though, is going to keep ahead of them and going into this hairpin. Taylor's hairpin as they exit, and it looks like they're both going to skadoodle down there, but with Johnny Jarrett, we saw him having that spin and trying to recover. He's going to become a back marker relatively shortly after that long rejoin that took a while given the wet grass and the fact he was having to go uphill. I'm sure he will see the cars and see the blue flags that will get waved for him. They're having to drop a few gears, aren't they, through the entrance to the chicane just to get it all settled down. Mike Evans there slipping into the clutches now of the recovering Henry Heaton after his finish low down the order. There's Dale Head after his slippy moment. He's got Aaron, his brother, behind him. So Aaron will be looking to see whether he can get back through this field. Aaron Head now showing that fastest lap of 53.657. So after his full gravel moment, nearly making it to the barrier. Side by side though for our lead. But yeah, Aaron Head needs to get back up here for his championship to achieve that run. Lewis Thompson is obviously going to keep pushing and persevering out front, and it's Jake Swan is now starting to come back to them a little bit. You can see his white car there, just starting to get back towards that action. Johnny Jarrett has been dispatched with. He is now in the middle gap, waiting for the second group to come to him. Jumping over those signs and the barriers as they head up and over the hill into the left of McIntyre's, and then they'll be turning right and up Duffer's Dip, round Leslie's, and then up Duffer's Dip, and then they'll be into the start-finish straight once more. That is coming up to 8 laps complete. 12 minutes of this race still to go. Down the hill then towards the chicane. Really late on the brakes there by Thompson, clearly feeling like they've got a bit more temperature in those tyres now, knowing a bit more what the grip levels are like. You can see they're all taking more speed, and our speeds in general are getting quicker. Aaron Head's now set a 52.8 second lap, so each time round they're getting that quicker, a bit more confident in what's underneath them. The track's drying out that little bit more as they head round. James Murphy sideways that time round Clark. So yes, they really are starting to feel they've got the grip back under these cars. I'm sure it'll still be a little bit tippy-toes in a couple of places, but you can see them throwing these cars around now that they're fully up to temperature, and the track, if it's going to be starting to dry out, will be doing so. Can't see those specks of rain now on the camera lenses either, so things may be starting to improve out there. The trees are still pretty stationary in the background though, so they've still not got the winds that we were seeing yesterday. Still spots of rain on our stationary camera here up at the pit wall. But here goes James Thompson to the, James, I'm getting it all wrong today, aren't I? James Murphy to the lead of this race for the first time. Lewis Thompson out of the lead of this race for the first time since the start of the race this morning, as he led from start to finish. He's going to shove it down the inside again, in through to the left and right hand kink into the left hand bend of Clark. James Murphy locked up a tyre, but they're going to continue to go side by side, exiting Clark, so that means Jake Swan is right back in this battle now. They'll fling it into the chicane once more. The cars on these really stiffly sprung cars ready to accept all the forces that these slick tyres give them, bouncing around left and right as they go down in there, but definitely more grip down that side of the course now than there was when we first started this race. Again, James Murphy's wheel cocking its inside left as he goes up through Duffer's Dip. Jake Swan, though, looks like he's having a go. So after James Murphy was in the lead very briefly a last lap through, Jake Swan now is going back into his second place, and he's owned that second place through the course of this race weekend. He's been there twice already and looking to make it a hat-trick, although I'm sure he'll be looking to try and get that win. He's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he, all the time. But Murphy there through that right-hander approach. They're going to start using a bit more of that curb as well, I imagine. You could see that Jake Swan was actually leaning on that curb just a touch more than they have done from the earlier part of the race when it was really, really slippy. And clearly as he uses it, he'll get more confident there. Slapping down and landing these cars in the bottom just ahead of Butcher's. James Murphy, a kind of four-wheel drift braking zone slide there, but manages to get it all pointing again in the right direction as he got to the apex of the corner and turns around there. Henry Heaton is ahead of Mike Evans and pulling clear, so he has now moved himself then into that fourth place, and will be trying to see whether he can do anything about the gap in front of him. But that's a significant gap he's got back to him there, 4.5 seconds. Try and make that up in the final 10 minutes of this race is going to be tough for him. There we go, the inner rail sponsored Lewis Thompson out front, as he has been for the other two races this weekend. James Murphy in that second place, Jake Swan in third. Great shot there of the Jake Swan flying into and just touching those brakes to just try and settle the car ahead of turning left and into the chicane and dropping down into the compression and now clipping that apex. You can see that these drivers, the top flight of the Caterham ladder, they've been driving Caterhams for many years, the majority of this field, and they absolutely are millimetre perfect. We're seeing some track limits penalties or warnings going out. You can see the black and white diagonal flag there shown. James Murphy having to protect from Jake Swan into the hairpin, just telling him it's not a place for you to go through here. A little bit of a lock up there from Lewis as he comes into the hairpin. And again, it looks like the battle has moved to the second and third, doesn't it, rather than the lead battle. Ready for that. Yeah, the battle has definitely moved to that second and third place. There's Gary Lapidus. He's found himself in the gravel. He's going to get stuck to go forwards. Can he get it into reverse just to give himself a little bit of a boost? That is coming down after the chicane, so he is spun to the inside. But he's clearly found that there is still some slippiness at the bottom of that hill. And again, that's in a tricky position. If he can't get that car moved, are we going to see a safety car for our final race of the race weekend? Is there going to be one more opportunity? Like I said, he's definitely not going to be able to move his car, so he's left it. He's going to move over the barrier, and then it'll be up to the stewards and the race clerk. I think you can see they've reduced speed. We are going to have that safety car. So they're all reduced speed, and that's going to be, if it is still raining out there, that is going to be a problem for them because they will lose the temperature they have built in their tyres. The track will start getting wetter, and at this restart, they are going to struggle to get the power down. I'm looking out the window now, and I'm just trying to see. It doesn't look like it's spitting quite as much as it was previously, and I can't see any dots of rain on the window behind me, so it might be okay. We might still be good, but they will still be working hard to try and keep the temperature in those tyres. The marshal's just directing him back into there. We've got the 4x4 ready to extricate him from those from the gravel. As we see this lead group then. So the 4.5 second gap that Henry Heaton was trying to make and cover has been eliminated by the safety car. We have also got Evans, Arrowhead and Dalehead all back in the action, right close up. we are going to be going live again with this race around 5 minutes to go, maybe 4 minutes to go. It's certainly going to give us a breathless last bit of Caterham action from this Knockhill racing weekend that was already given us so much entertainment over the course of this weekend. See the field now all back together. There is that fastest lap recorded by Aaron Head, 52.381. He will be receiving an extra point for that, but he can see another extra 5 or 6 points right ahead of him in the queue that he will be trying to overtake on after his slippery moment into the gravel at the bottom of the chicane as he landed awkwardly and it speared him out onto the gravel and grass. Just about made it back to the surface without actually meeting any barriers, which was good news for him. He got back up and running, and he's made his way back up to 6th place for now. So one more lap behind the safety car, so it's actually going to be maybe around 4.5 minutes by the time we get underway again, because that car will be going back. James Murphy looking like he was I don't know whether he's just cleaning his visor or making a hand signal to say, why are we having another lap? But you can see him zigging and zagging as they go through to try and keep that temperature fully in those tyres. They're working hard. This is probably one of the hardest they're going to have to turn this Knockhill, which is, 7 odd corners into a 150 corner track as they go around invisible chicanes, trying to keep temperature in those slick tyres, the Avon slicks that we run in this. They've been running for 3 races this weekend already, so there's plenty of life in those tyres, and they'll be looking to manage that as we come to the end of this race. Ironically, they'll be enjoying this cold tarmac, so they can keep in their nice operating temperature rather than the baking hot tarmac we had at Anglesey, which is bonkers over there. You can see the lights are out on the safety car, so this time we are going to realise that there's going to be the safety car restart in the commentary box, and off goes Lewis Thompson now is the safety car. He will be managing the speed of the following cars. They'll be all looking to see when he's going to get going again. What decision do they make? Can Aaron Head make his way back up and through the field? He's got all the cars right lined up for him again after his moment in the gravel. A little bit of a lost speed there. Dale Head's right up behind him, and you can see he's trying to get a little run on his compatriots as they head up the hill. In fact, I think Lewis Thompson has gone, and Aaron Head does indeed get a good run, and looks like he's going to be making his way up onto the rear of Mike Evans. Don't overtake before the line, though. He's got to be careful. In fact, I think he did go ahead before that line. He might have come unstuck from that. Mike Evans locking that wheel, remember. In fact, Lewis Thompson locking the wheel, going very, very wide. That's going to give James Murphy a little bit of a go at that second place, but doesn't make it. He's holding on ahead of Jake Swan just now. I was distracted too many cars there doing smoking wheels as they went into the hairpin. They all snatched their wheel, didn't they? Brakes not quite up to temperature as much as they would have liked, but Aaron Head is now up behind Henry Heaton. There's James Murphy ahead of Jake Swan as they head down and bounce over that. Thompson clear of the tarmac for a good portion of time there, heading on up the hill. Aaron Head behind his championship rival there of Henry Heaton, flying up and round Duffer's Dip. You can see how quickly these cars take that corner as opposed to the academies we were watching before. James Murphy continuing to have to defend from Jake Swan, who is alongside. Aaron Head is fully alongside Henry Heaton and gets on the brakes later than Henry Heaton and makes that move through and past and into the 4th place position now, as we've got Thompson ahead, Murphy in 2nd, Swan in 3rd, and then we have Aaron Head back up into that 4th place ahead of Henry Heaton and coming across the gap at a rate of knots, isn't he, to the back of Jake Swan's car there. James Murphy ahead of Jake Swan just for a bit. They're going to go looking like he was thinking about side-by-side, but I think that was almost a protection move from Jake Swan to say, Aaron, you can't come through here, so don't even think about it. And that is certainly a valid move at that point, with Aaron Head coming through so quickly in the latter parts of this race. 2 minutes and 40 odd seconds when they get to this line to the race left. Great sound as these 180 horsepower 2-litre Duratec engine cars come down into the hairpin. James Murphy locks the wheel. He's going to drift a little bit wide. Jake Swan has to let him have that room. He just about has enough room, but Aaron Head's going to have the run on him as they come up into Clark's. Then they're absolutely side by side, wheel to wheel action going around this right-hander. Jake Swan's going to have the slight advantage, but Aaron Head, you can bet, is going to be late on the brakes. He actually does sit into a line. He decides that he's got another couple of opportunities to get back on that event, so he's going to sit there and wait for his better opportunity. And Jake Swan still in that 3rd place, giving James Murphy a little bit of respite there, and he's trying to immediately get back onto the rear of Thompson's car. scooting up the hill and around the corner then. Here, that sequential box you can use there, absolutely seamless shift. James Murphy, Jake Swan, absolutely wheels interlocked. That was a dangerous moment there as those wheels interlocked as they went 3 wide into the hairpin. They all sorted it out really nicely as the experienced drivers that they are, and they actually came out there all pointing in the same direction, which is great news for this race with 1.5 minutes to go. James Murphy then still trying to defend from Jake Swan and Aaron Head in that 4th place, trying to make that car go through the cars in front, but he's really got nowhere to go. Such is the pace of this lead trio. But Aaron, they've kind of lost Henry Heaton, who's just about in touch still, isn't he? And he still could come back into effect. Mike Evans has lost his car late on in that race. He's having to rejoin, and that's a real sad end for his race there. So sad to see Mike Evans, who had a really good race up to that point, just on the exit of Clark's there, just dropped a wheel onto the grass and he would have spun around. We are going 3 wide for 2nd place. James Murphy just clear of Jake Swan. There was a bit of jinking in that braking zone there as James Murphy was clear, but Jake Swan had to take avoidant action. Aaron Head was in his way, and that was, again, a kind of dicey moment. This is going to be, I think, the last lap. Indeed, there's last lap shown on the screen there to confirm that. This is Lewis Thompson ahead of James Murphy. Jake Swan right on his tail. We've got Aaron Head then and Henry Heaton all coming back together for this last half of a lap. Are there any more opportunities? Got gravelly moment. Who's that? Someone was on the gravel there as they flew out. That might have been Thompson. You can see an uncomfortable ride through the chicane, but Murphy is right on his tail as they come up into McIntyre. Then we're going to go up through Duffer's Dip. Last corner for them as they head up and around this corner onto the start-finish straight. It looks like Thompson has got the win sealed up. James Murphy lost a bit of speed as he was going around that left-hander. Is he going to be able to hold on from Swan and Aaron Head? So it was Thompson, Murphy, Swan, Head, Heaton was the last over that crosses the line. What a breathless end to that lap and to the racing here at Knockhill. You can see absolutely side by side Andy Lees just beating Chris Moore over the line there, and Dale Head comes home in 8th place. A bit disappointed there, but Thompson does the triple. 3 races in 1 race weekend. Absolutely brilliant performance from him ahead of Murphy and then Swan in that 3rd place. Aaron Head having to sit into that 4th place there with no opportunity to get in front, and there is Lewis Thompson waving again to the marshals, thanking them for all their work this weekend, as we all do in all around the circuit. All the drivers, on behalf of all the drivers and everyone here, thank you again to all our marshals, all our the organising clubs, Caterham cars, Hay Fisher, and all the catering staff and all the people, administration staff that go towards making a race weekend as it is. But let's have a confirmation then of the provisional results. We got Thompson there taking his 3rd win this weekend ahead of James Murphy. Jake Swan in 3rd place, so that's a triple podium for Jake Swan. Aaron Head came back to 4th place. Heaton 5th. Andy Lees 6th. Chris Moore 7th. Dale Head 8th. Mike Evans 9th. And Johnny Jarrett finishes 10th place. Gary Lapidus, we saw him stuck in the gravel 9 laps down. He is classified 11th. They'll be all making their way back then to the Parc Fermé area for the final time this weekend, where we'll hopefully get to speak to our drivers. But what a sensational set of races for them. And excitingly, next up for them is Spa-Francorchamps, the absolutely superb track. And it will be brilliant to see these cars as they go through all of those famous corners. But let's head down. Let's head down to Sam then in Parc Fermé, who can see the drivers and the expression. What a result for Lewis Thompson.
Oh, amazing weekend he's had. Absolutely brilliant. And you were right. You put your money on Lewis. He won.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost one of those easy bets at this stage of the race weekend, wasn't it? But he controlled that very well at the beginning, managed the situation where Aaron Head lost, obviously, lost control of the car there, which sent him backwards. But yeah, a young Head, but a wise head on those shoulders.
Exactly. Let's grab a word with him. Congratulations, another win. You must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, I made up with that one. Yeah, it's good to win 3 out of 3. We knew we had the pace on Thursday and Friday in testing. But to execute it, it's different, isn't it? It's a lot harder, and it's definitely a lot harder when you've got James and Aaron on your tail all the time, and Jake pressuring all the time. So, yeah, it's been good. It's been hard, but yeah, drive home will be good now. So, buzzing with that one.
Excellent. Congratulations. I'll move round to James now, who's just still getting himself out of the car.
I think that might be the first triple win we've got, Sam, so that's interesting, yeah.
That's actually a good point. It could well be. James, congratulations. What were the conditions like out there on the first few laps?
It was slippery. Lewis did a great job of leading us at a bit of pace. I think it stretched the field out, obviously, before the safety car. To be honest, Sam, that was on a personal level this weekend, that was a bit of a race of survival, and I get to take a trophy home to my kids. So, Alex, Elise, Erin, I know you're watching, and one trophy at least. Didn't think I'd be here today.
Oh, that's great. Well, I'm so pleased you are.
Thanks, Sam.
Well done.
Cheers.
We'll have a move round to Jake. Where's Jake disappeared to? Oh, he's behind me. He sneaks behind me. Congratulations, Jake. Another podium for you. It's been a great time for you up here.
No, it's been good. You know, we came here with obviously very limited testing because just time and new baby, and hello to the missus and the little baby, Elsie.
Yes,
no.
new dad.
Yeah, new dad. So no, go back to no sleep again. But no, it's been a fantastic weekend. Couldn't have asked for more, to be fair. You know, 3 podiums. So no, happy chappy. Looking forward to Spa.
Exactly. Move on to Spa. Big track there.
Yeah, you know it. It's going to be good. It's going to be, how many times can you overtake on a Camel Straight? Because it's the longest straight. So it should be a laugh, shouldn't it? Should be good.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best for that one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done, guys.
Honestly, mate, well done.
Yeah, a fantastic set of 3 races then from our Caterham 7 Champions UK, as you'd expect. And like they say, the next time we're going to see them is at Spa on the 15th and 16th of October. But a great set of results. I don't know. I don't suppose it's not an easy question to say what was your favourite moment, but it's been brilliant action throughout the whole 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder.
I think the coming out of the chicane today, there's been plenty of action coming through that chicane, hasn't there? Lots of cars, you know, slightly sideways when the car goes down the dip, and obviously they get the traction back. It's been very entertaining. Like Simon in that last Academy race, he managed to hold on to many slides.
Yeah, I still don't know how he did it to this start. It was certainly uncomfortable to watch, so it must have been uncomfortable there. We also saw a couple of proper flights early on in the day as they kind of mucked up that first entry to the chicane and really bounced down it. But everyone coming out pointing in the right direction, and some stories to take away, and a couple of championships maybe put out of the reach of other people, but some really good stories from here in Knockhill.
Oh, most definitely. They won't be forgetting this weekend in a hurry. Sorry about the noise. The Fiestas are going out next to me. But yes, the rain obviously didn't come to much, so that's great. Made it a much more simple race for these guys, for the 420s.
Yeah, they really are noisy, aren't they, those Fiestas in the background? Incredible amount of noise coming out. But yeah, I've enjoyed my time in the commentary box, and thank you ever so much for being out there in the cold yesterday and in the kind of changeable conditions today, Sam. It's been great to be working with you once more.
Oh, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Always love watching the Caterham racing, and being involved as I am, it's always a pleasure as well. It's been great fun.
Great stuff. So just leaves me to say thank you very much to all of the organising clubs, all of the marshals out there on the circuit, everyone around and about who makes all this happen. I know we've thanked the marshals, but they're important to thank many times as we can throughout this race weekend.
Yes, without them,
yeah,
we couldn't do it.
We just couldn't do what we do, and we love what we do. So thank you to everybody who makes this happen. I can see Caterham there, ready for the podiums. So we'll get ready to welcome those drivers up onto the podium for the final time. So we're just waiting a moment for the announcements to be made. Pregnant pause. So there we go. Kirsty can finally congratulate and welcome Jake Swan up to the podium for the 3rd time this weekend. What a weekend he's had there. And then in 2nd place for James Murphy. Again, another emotional part ferme moment there from James Murphy. Really happy with his set of results, and glad to have him here this weekend as ever, fighting along. And then we've got Lewis Thompson as well, taking a triple. I think that might be the triple for the first time ever in the 420 series. So Lewis Thompson doing what we thought was going to be incredibly tricky and managed to get it done. does step up onto that top step of the podium there in that trophy there. Congratulations to all our drivers in the 7 Championship UK races, but also throughout the rest of this race weekend. It's really been fantastic to be here in the commentary box talking through all the action. Are they going to spray each other though? Yes, they are. Yeah, absolutely. James Murphy's getting an absolute soaking there, but that was a bit of directed there right in the eyeballs, wasn't it, from Lewis Thompson? You certainly don't want that in your eyeballs. It's a bit like paint stripper when you come at the end of the race, but they'll all take a swig of that, no doubt, before heading off home. And the long drive for some of these drivers, other people having a little bit more sort of a respite, but brilliant to see them all up there. Like Jake said, he's got to go back now and be a dad to his young kid and back to the nights of sleepless action. Well done to everybody. But I will wrap things up then for everybody on behalf of everybody here at Hayfisher and the productions here, and working through all of the cameramen out there, the marshals, the organising clubs, BRSCC, the Caterham and all the staff. We are looking forward to bringing you all the action from Silverstone International on 15th and 16th of October, and also there will be racing going on at Spa, which we will keep you abreast of, but I am looking forward to bringing you the tail end of this season, and I've enjoyed every minute of this weekend. We will see you again very shortly.